Mic check. Coastal room, podium, mic check. 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, June 21st. It is 9:31 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek. Our two Chief Deputies are Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Chief Counsel is Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. This is a hybrid meeting, so we have both an in-person physical meeting room here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building, and we're also convening digitally online. If you're viewing us online, you're either viewing one of two ways, through our customary webcast on YouTube Live or the Cali PA website, or you're on the Zoom meeting platform. If you intend on commenting on any of today's agenda items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so on the top of today's agenda. If you're having any challenges, though, please do email our clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off. Your microphone will be muted until it's your turn to speak on the item you have indicated you wish to speak on. For those of you in the room here, welcome and good morning. Please identify the exits closest to you in case of an emergency and/or if alarms go off. We will all evacuate calmly to Cesar Chavez Plaza, where we will gather and wait further instruction. And please do make sure and turn off your phones and any noise-making devices for the purposes of the meeting. With that out of the way, we can begin this morning actually with a presentation of Superior Accomplishment Awards. And so would like to call up Karen Mogus, who will be presenting the award this morning. Good morning, Ms. Mogus.
Good morning. That's a cue. Good morning, Chair Esquivel. Sorry, I'm at that stage of my life. Chair Esquivel and members of the board, I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality, and I am pleased to be here today to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to the team that successfully took the 2020-2022 integrated report over the finish line. Just by way of background, the integrated report satisfies the federal requirement for states to assess their water bodies every 2 years under Section 305B of the Clean Water Act, and to identify water bodies that are not attaining water quality standards under Section 303D of the Clean Water Act. California integrates these two reporting requirements, hence the name, the integrated report. California has not submitted an integrated report to US EPA on time since 1996. After losing a challenge in court and entering into a consent decree, the State Water Board was able to obtain additional staff resources and finally completed the 2020-22 report on time. Today, I am thrilled to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to the team that not only completed the first integrated report on time in 26 years, but also laid the groundwork for remaining on time for future integrated reports. The team I am about to introduce and who has joined me today here, and then we have some folks on Zoom as well, so I'm hoping that they're able to get on the video as well. They completely revamped the integrated report program and used a new approach to administer the public process under State Water Board leadership. They developed and executed procedural improvements and completed the data gathering, organizing, and assessment, report development, and public process steps to successfully submit the report to US EPA on April 1st, by the April 1st due date. I think they actually made it by a day early, actually, on May 31st. March 31st. The team evaluated over 4.5 million rows of water quality data from hundreds of different chemicals and pollutants in over 1,600 water bodies and developed approximately 25,000 decisions to determine if water quality standards are attained or if a water body is impaired. The assessment resulted in recommendations to newly list as impaired approximately 1,000 water body pollutant combinations and to newly delist approximately 200 water body pollutant combinations that are now attaining water quality standards. While fully engaged with the 2020-22 report, the team simultaneously completed the public process for the 2018 report and managed the data solicitation and organization phases for the 2024 report. This achievement required extensive coordination and communication with the regional boards, streamlining data analysis tools and procedures, and undertaking an effort to modernize the data system. Bear with me, this is really, really good stuff, so I've got a lot to say about it. At the same time, a new unit was established and staff were hired, onboarded, and quickly contributed to the project's success. Veteran staff provided exemplary leadership and training. The entire team demonstrated tenacious work ethic and overcame numerous technical and resource challenges. The team shortened the time frame for completing the assessment and public process from roughly 6 years down to 4. In addition, they established and are implementing a process by which 3 integrated reports at various stages of development are being completed simultaneously. Right now, the team has just received US EPA approval for the 2020-22 report and are processing data and making decisions for the 2024 report and have recently solicited data for the 2026 report. Prior to this effort, only one integrated report was developed at a time, and by the time the data were assessed, it was often more than 10 years old. The team shortened the timelines for assignments, created efficiencies by developing new tools and improving existing data tools, and streamlined and documented communication norms among the state and regional board staff and the public. The entire team maintained positive and productive lines of communication internally and with regional board staff. They developed novel ways to organize, map, and assess large amounts of data and water body specific decisions, created automated tools to conduct statistical analysis of pollutant concentrations and evaluate standards attainment, and conducted research to update data analysis methods based on the latest science and new water quality standards. They streamlined, standardized, and documented their procedures for every phase of the project, from data organization to formatting, data quality review, analysis, report writing, management review, response to comments, stakeholder discussions, and public workshops, and the presentations before the board. They developed detailed and interconnected schedules, task lists, and progress tracking spreadsheets to improve communication, and all of this work resulted in timely submission of the 2020-22 report and the state meeting its court-ordered commitments now and in the future so that John Bishop is not in contempt of court. So with that, I am so pleased to introduce the team, starting with Jacob Kaplan. Jacob is right. Where's? Oh, right next to me. My God. There you go. We'll do it. There we go. Jacob developed automated tools to evaluate. I have 1 to 2 sentences for each. To evaluate data, over 96% of the lines of evidence were automatically generated using these tools. Michael Payton, who is not here today, He's on Zoom, I hope. Further refined, simplified, and improved the automated tools. He also served as subject matter expert for temperature and aquatic toxicity. Lisa Holmes is here. Here she is. Lisa Holmes is the program training coordinator and is always available to assist regional board staff and answer questions. She's also one of the subject matter experts on mercury and other fish tissue contaminants. Tatiana Isupov is ill today and is neither on Zoom nor here in person. But while she served as the project lead for the 2018 cycle, but she also served as subject matter expert for bioassessment data and specifically the assessments in some of the Central Valley floor streams. She also successfully managed the submission of the integrated report to US EPA. Christine Rico, also I believe on Zoom, provided her organizational skills to tracking workload, reviewing data quality, logistics, and training. Nirmal Sandhar, also on Zoom today, organized the data we received and mapped the sampling locations to individual water body reaches, which was no easy feat. And finally, this team is who I have so far introduced is in the Service Water Quality Assessment Unit led by Lori Weber. Lori is also on Zoom today. There she is. Supervised and managed this incredible team, always supported their needs. She facilitated close coordination with the regional water boards and led efforts to improve and modernize the data system tools. Next, we have the Assessment Policy and Process Unit, and starting with Kira Tussaud. Where's Kira? There she is. There we go. She served as project lead for the 2020-22 integrated report tracking tasks, responses to comments, and staff report revisions, and presented to the board in January. So she probably looks familiar to you, although maybe not so much in 3D. Patty Kubanski, there she is. Served as subject matter expert for pesticides, including extensive research to respond to comments on pyrethroid pesticides in particular. Ryan Ham. Served as subject matter expert for aluminum and pollutants that impact fisheries. And you may recall his research was required at the 11th hour to identify ancillary data needed to apply newer aluminum thresholds. Lily Rodriguez, there she is, right? See, I look past the people who are standing right next to me. Served as subject matter expert for bacteria and cyanotoxins and led efforts to respond to comments on a wide range of bacteria issues among the last 3. Celine Udasco, sorry, I even asked her this morning and I still got it wrong. Served as subject matter expert for sediment quality data and helped organize and support coordination with the regional water boards. Sakura Carter, not here today because she has now moved on to a job with the Sierra Club, but she certainly contributed by researching and providing expertise on microplastics while coordinating roundtable discussions. And finally, Anna Maria Sands. I can't say enough about Anna Maria. She's a brand new supervisor to a program that's new to her. She had to get up to speed quickly and hire, onboard, supervise, train, and manage this amazing team, and also contributed by identifying, working through issues with the regional boards and external stakeholders. And I do want to also recognize Rebecca Fitzgerald, who is the section supervisor over this and our standards units, who provides absolutely spectacular leadership. And I know you guys are familiar with Rebecca. She's always in front of you guys. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you all for your hard work and contributions. And those of you on Zoom, thank you. And I'm hoping we get a picture Yay!
Yes, let's quickly. And must say that, there's no better way to celebrate here the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act than being on time for the first time in 26 years on such a critical part of that national legislation and our job under it. Just, when I think of the need to modernize our systems, the work and the opportunity, this unit really embodies that. And so just have to share my incredible thanks, and let's have a photo. Thank you. And thank you everyone for here having the patience and letting us be able to create the space to acknowledge what is not often acknowledged regulatory work. So thank you.
Tara, if we could get the screen too above the people that are on the screen that are remote. Thank you.
Thanks again to everyone. That now brings us to public forum, where any member of the public wishing to address the board on an item not agendaed before the board can do so. And I believe our first speaker is Lise Oliver LeBrew.
Hello, Ayuki. I apologize for not being able to be on video for this portion, but I wanted to go ahead and just kind of present a question to the board regarding the importance and the considerations of Indigenous and California Native water considerations among the decisions, especially the later regulations and considerations on the Klamath River watershed. I'm a Karuk tribal member. I've been living in Siskiyou County, as my family has for at least 5 generations, in terms of settlers and time immemorial in terms of my Indigenous relatives. And we're seeing continued and ongoing conditions of just incredible algae levels on our rivers, ways that we are no longer allowed to be connected because of the prioritization of the stakeholders of larger long-term water rights in terms of agriculture. I also come from a very rural community that relies on agriculture for a lot of economic resources, a lot of opportunities, a lot of connections, and even just in terms of culture that people have been able to cultivate in this community without having Indigenous connections. And I think that there's a very big consideration to be made in the education the water board is not having in terms of the ways that they are addressing these issues that impact rural communities, especially tribal nations, but also rural non-natives who are being separated from different aspects of life that they have been told are normal. Dewatering of our rivers, which they are told are normal in order to maintain certain aspects of living that they consider normal, which by climate change and all of these disasters that we see are very much no longer able to be normal. So my main concern is basically trying to see more transparency, more active pursuit of education, especially for rural communities where this misinformation causes great community turmoil, causes racist instances to happen towards our Asian communities, towards our Indigenous communities. So a larger request and call to transparency for ways that these are impacting our communities in ways that are unseen by urban and larger communities, but in ways that deeply impact even how we're able to come into rooms together as non-native and native peoples trying to work towards protecting our rivers, protecting our lands, and protecting our peoples.
Thank you so much, Lise. I really appreciate your time this morning and your comments before the board. And do know that this board is very dedicated to ensuring that we have a discussion that brings in voices, that is here welcoming in and acknowledging that we have a lot to reconcile in our watersheds. And the way we can do so is before this board through transparent discussions, open engagement, and look forward to what is going to be an important discussion on the Scott and the Shasta as we contemplate curtailment on today's later items. So just thank you. I appreciate you raising your voice, and know that the board on these many fronts is committed to ensuring that we get the benefit of ensuring that we're hearing from all voices in communities, and here doing our best to balance out and do our part in what are not uncomplicated challenges in our watersheds. So I really appreciate this morning, Lise. Board member?
I'll just add thanks, but also just flag that we are in the process of developing our racial equity action plan, and there will be public workshops to really get more, very concrete feedback on things that we can do and how best to accomplish the goals and actions that you identified and others may identify. And that's going to be, the public workshops are towards the end of July and I think the dates haven't been set yet, but you can find them on our racial equity webpage. And if you haven't signed up for the listserv, please do, so you get a notification. And then just also to emphasize that if individual tribes want to reach out for individual consultation, we welcome that and encourage folks to do that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, board member. I know we, as board members, just received a draft of what that action plan might be, and really appreciate this board's work and leadership on that resolution to begin with. So thank you. And thank you again, Lise. Next, we have Nathaniel Kane.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Kane with Environmental Law Foundation. I just have a question, which is, does the board have an idea of when item 5 on the Scott and Shasta might be heard this morning? I'm unfortunately double booked with another public meeting, and I'm trying to plan my day.
Here, one second. Let me quickly add back up I would say that we would be able to hear that. We'll get to it before lunch for sure. So I would say at this point, maybe 11:30 or so.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate it.
And I believe that's all we have. Thank you for the commenters. And that brings us here to our first item, which is adoption of board meeting minutes from the June 7th board meeting. Unless there are any adjustments or requests, I'd entertain a motion.
Chair Esquivel, those have been postponed to the next board meeting.
Oh, apologies. I didn't have the note here. Oh, I do have the note. Thank you. So we'll skip over item 1, and those board meeting minutes will be at the next board meeting. Next, we have uncontested item number 2. Ms. Townsend, is the item still uncontested?
Yes, it is.
Great. Unless there's a request from any of the board members to remove the item, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted, and appreciate everyone's work on it, even though we didn't have discussion around the item. That now brings us to our tranche of informational items. And the first one will be our drought update and current hydrologic conditions. On this item, I'll note, although it wasn't noticed prior, Mr. Harris, the Executive Director from the Colorado River Board, will be with us here remotely to give part of our presentation on our drought update. And so wanted to thank him for appearing here before us as well. But we'll start off with Mr. Eric Echtel. Good morning, Mr. Echtel.
Good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board. Pleased to be here this morning to run through our drought and hydro update. It will be a relatively condensed version, not a lot of changes since last week in terms of overall conditions. If you go to the next slide, please. General outline, I'll run through about 8 slides or so showing the overall hydrology before turning it over to, it's mislabeled here, I have chair, but it's the Executive Director of the Colorado River Board. And then I'll jump back in and run through some updates on the watersheds where we have active regulations or curtailment efforts before turning it over to the Division of Drinking Water. Next slide, please. Our condensed graphic showing kind of where we are in terms of precipitation and snowpack. Again, not a lot of changes since last presentation. We're at about 79% of long-term average in the Northern Sierra 8-station precipitation index, about 63% of long-term average in the Central Sierra, and about 58% of long-term average in the Southern Sierra. And snowpack is effectively gone at this point. Next slide, please. We have the general status of California's major reservoirs. You can see that some are in pretty good condition. New Bullage Bar in particular is about 90% or 100% of long-term average for this date. Others are behind in terms of where we would kind of see over a long-term average, including Oroville, Shasta, New Melones, and many others. Next slide, please. A few other reservoirs to note that are not on that graphic. Cachuma is about 43% of capacity and 57% of average. Diamond Valley Lake is about 67% of capacity, and San Luis is about 42% of capacity, or about 68% of long-term average. Next slide, please. At a high level, there's been a revised monthly temperature outlook showing that California, for most parts, is about equal probability of above or below average temperatures. But for much of California, at least for the inland part in the Central Valley, that's still pretty hot. The coastal areas, though, can be pretty cool with fog coming in and what's often referred to as June gloom. And the kind of long-term forecast for the coastal regions do show average or even a little bit below average temperatures throughout the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. The U.S. Drought Monitor slide for California hasn't shown a ton of changes since the last presentation, but you can see kind of an intensification of the worst stage of drought in the Southern Sierras and kind of southern it's not really the coast ranges, but the kind of intermountain ranges between the valley and the coast in the southern central part of the valley. Next slide, please. We also have included the U.S. Drought Monitor graphic for the Colorado River Basin, showing that intensification of, again, that worst stage of drought in some parts of the overall basin, although some of the parts in central Arizona and Colorado are in kind of the lower stages of drought, still dry overall. But it's here that I would like to turn it over to Mr. Harris and let him run through a number of slides.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Good morning, Mr. Harris. And just thank you again for joining us today and being part of today's discussion.
Chair Esquivel and members of the board, it's really delightful to be with all of you. I wish I had better news, but I think this is very timely and would suggest that periodically I am more than happy to come in and present give you guys an update on what's going on in the Colorado River Basin and a system status update. So I do have a few slides. I'm going to move through them rather quickly, but obviously any questions you may have, please feel free. As Mr. Ekdahl said, I'm Chris Harris. I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado River Board of California. It's a small state agency. We've been around since the mid-1930s, and our charge is to work with the California agencies who utilize Colorado River water resources and act as a peer-to-peer, in a peer-to-peer relationship with our colleagues in the other 6 Colorado River Basin states and federal agencies and with the Republic of Mexico in managing this very complicated, complex basin. Next slide, please. So I'm going to dive right into the hydrologic and water supply conditions in the basin. And really what we tend to focus on is the condition of both Lakes Powell and Meade. Those are the 2 primary reservoirs. They're the 2 largest reservoirs in the United States, and each of them hold about 25, 26 million acre feet when full. And you can see from this slide that we are anything but full. In fact, Lake Powell, while it is receiving some inflow from the tail end of the spring runoff right now, it has it's 27% of capacity with about 6.6 million acre feet in storage. And note the elevation over there, 35, 36. That'll become more interesting and of note in a few slides. Lake Meade is now starting its downward trend for the year because we'll see April was the largest release out of Hoover Dam typically each year with ramping up of irrigation in the lower basin states and primarily in Arizona and California. And you can see it's at 28% of capacity and has about 7.4 million acre feet, and its elevation right now is 1,046. The total system storage, so all the other reservoirs in the system, 50 million acre feet between Powell and Meade, and then generally about another 10 million acre feet. The total system right now is 35% and about 20 million acre feet in storage, so not an awful lot of cushion left. This time last year, the total system storage was 42% of capacity at 25 million acre feet. So we've lost 4.3 million acre feet in storage just over the last 12 months. We've lost 10 million acre feet in storage over the last 3 years. It's becoming quite concerning. Next slide, please. And just like the story that we've all been seeing in California, it's precisely the same in the Colorado River Basin. We had the past couple of years have been pretty normal, close to average annual winter precipitation. You can see water year 2022, 91% of average. Water year 2021 was a little bit less, 84%. The red is last year. The blue is this year, and then the black is the median over term. So you can see the blue, we're done with our runoff season, our precipitation and runoff season. But what has been very much concerning the past few years since the drought began in 1999-2000 is just this increased characteristic of, even with quasi-normal precipitation, we're seeing significant reductions in runoff and inflow into the reservoir system. And this really is a function of increasing temperatures across the basin, drier soil conditions. We're just not seeing the benefits that we used to, that we once had, to surface water, stream flow runoff, and reservoir storage. It's definitely impacted the reservoir system significantly. Next slide, please. This is the long-term graph showing the unregulated inflow into Lake Powell since Lake Powell closed. Glen Canyon Dam was completed in 1964. And I would just point out that, you know, you can see the black bar going across is sort of the average. Well, it is the average runoff into Lake Powell in a normal year of about 9.6 million acre feet. And I would just kind of point you to the right side of this graph. In other words, from the midpoint over to the right, there's a noticeable trend. We're getting fewer and fewer above average inflow years into Lake Powell. And we're having a significant number of well below average inflows into Lake Powell. And particularly since the drought started again, 1999, 2000, what we're now calling the Millennium Drought. We're actually going on our 23rd year of drought conditions in the Colorado River Basin. And you can see over on the right, the red, green, and blue just indicate the minimum probable, most probable, and max probable inflow into Powell for 2022. None of them are very good. Next slide, please. This is an interesting graphic, and it's telling, because if you take the second peak that has the little arrow and bit of text there, so in other words, right around that 1999-2000 period, we had a combined reservoir storage between Meade and Powell that was 47, just under 50 million acre feet, and it was 92% of capacity. And you can see since then, the reservoir system has declined significantly, precipitously. And in fact, the biggest drop was really in that horrendous period of essentially 2000 through 2004. That 5-year period took 50% of the storage in the system away. We lost it, virtually all in that period. And we then hovered along at about 50% of capacity between the two reservoirs for a good number of years, which showed that the efficacy, if you will, of the 2007 interim shortage guidelines that were implemented by the basin states and the United States. But as you can see, coming in 2019, 2020, we have taken a nosedive, and conditions have significantly worsened. We've been living on storage in the reservoir system. That is beginning to run out on us. So the message here is, we've got to achieve, if you will, a net zero balance. We've got to look at our inflows and balance that against our releases and our demands. And we're now in the process of implementing a series of programs addressing just that. Next slide, please. This is a end of month elevation for Lake Powell. We use this to give us a 2-year look ahead. So you can see currently where we are in June 2022, and then you start getting a divergence. The cone of uncertainty widens as you proceed to the right out into the future. The red dashed line, minimum probable, green is most probable, and the blue is max probable. There are 30 traces represented here, so 30 separate hydrologies, and those are based on actual hydrologies for the period 1991 through 2020. So it does encompass some of this drought period, in fact, much of the drought period that we're in now. But I want to caution all of you that even though there are some fairly severe hydrologies depicted here, 5 or 6 traces below the minimum probable for Lake Powell, there are climate change scenarios that we're evaluating right now, which are even more damaging and even deeper. So this is not the whole picture of the potential futures that are out there, but this is simply a snapshot now using the past 30 years as history. Next slide, please. This one is for Meade. Now, given that the conditions at Lake Meade are largely governed by the releases out of Lake Powell, obviously the cone of uncertainty is somewhat more limited. It's not quite as broad and uncertain as the Powell cone of uncertainty, but you can still see that even the min probable and most probable, the red and the green, are sitting down at the bottom of that cone of uncertainty. And that's below elevation 1025, which is where Lake Meade only has 6 million acre feet of storage remaining. Some of that is below dead pool, which is not accessible to any of us. So The challenge will be to keep Mead above that and keep Lake Mead viable going forward in the near term. Elevation 1025, like I said, you're nearly 6 million acre feet. If you get down to 1,000, which is not highlighted with a line, but you can see that the minimum probable is not much above that. There's only 4.48 million acre feet of storage left in Mead at that point, and much of that is in the dead pool at 895, elevation 895. Next slide, please. The primary challenge we have right now is trying to keep Lake Powell above elevation 3,500. And for heaven's sakes, we do not want it to reach 3,490, which is minimum power pool. And the reason why this is a paramount concern right now is that some significant infrastructure maintenance work needs to be performed on the river outlet works, which are identified at elevation 3370 on this graph. That allows reclamation to pass water through Lake Powell, but it bypasses the hydropower generation plant there at Glen Canyon Dam. So once you go below 3490, you drop off of the penstocks, whereby you can run water through the turbines and generate hydropower. When you get down to 3370, you're on the river outlet works, or between 3490 and 3370, and you're simply bypassing the power plant. That's of significant concern. The reason why this maintenance work needs to be done is in order to ensure that you can effectively pass water on the river outlet works alone 24/7, 365 days a year. That maintenance work needs to be done. Reclamation is fast tracking that. They hope to be done by end of calendar year 2024. So the challenge for the basin states and reclamation is to see if we can keep Lake Powell above at a minimum elevation 3,500. It would be better if we could even stay at 3,525. At 3,525, you only have 6 million acre feet left in Lake Powell. At 3,490, you're down to 4 million acre feet. So again, this is going to be a heavy lift for all of us. So how are we going to do this? Next slide, please. All right. There are some levers that we can pull on as both basin states and the United States in helping both of these very important large reservoirs in the Colorado River Basin. And it's worth just recounting what we've done to date. I also want to say something too before I launch into our current activities, but this drought did not sneak up on us. I don't want anybody to think we didn't see this coming. We have, and we have been implementing very aggressive programs and activities since the very late 1990s, which the biggest step, or one of the biggest steps, was weaning California off its use of Colorado River water from an average annual use of 5.2 million acre feet down to its basic apportionment of 4.4 million acre feet. And that was completed in 2003 with the execution of the Quantification Settlement Agreement. And that series of transfers from the agricultural sector to the M&I sector averages about 500,000 acre feet a year. And the conservation related to those transfers has saved over 7 million acre feet of Colorado River water since 2003. So it's been a monumental task. And since the QSA went in, California has averaged between 4 and 4.2 million acre feet of Colorado River water use each year. We're not even taking our full basic mainstream apportionment. We also implemented what are known as the 2007 interim shortage guidelines in 2007. And there are a number of very important activities that incentivized conservation in the lower basin states, and primarily Arizona and California. They're the two big water users in the lower basin. And then those conserved water supplies were retained in Lake Mead. And since 2007 to the present, we've maintained 40 plus feet of elevation of conserved water supply in Lake Mead. So if it were not for that good work that we've done since 2007, Lake Mead would be 40 feet lower than it is right now. And that's a very important point. We would have hit shortage many, many years earlier than we did. This has been a stepwise process. We've continued to implement programs and activities to try and meet the challenge of protecting critical elevations in both of these reservoirs. In 2021, in order to protect Lake Powell's elevation going no lower than 3525, we released 160,000 acre feet from reservoirs upstream of Lake Powell and moved that stored water down to Lake Powell, where it still sits. In 2022, we kind of bumped that up on steroids. We now released 500,000 acre feet from Flaming Gorge Reservoir on the Upper Green River watershed, right on the Wyoming-Utah border, and moved that down, routed that water downstream to Lake Powell, where it sits now. We also implemented in the lower basin a whole series of shortage reductions under the interim, the 2007 interim shortage guidelines, and then contributions and reductions associated with both the Mexican Minute 323 and the lower basin drought contingency plan. And that resulted in just this year alone, another little over 600,000 acre feet between the lower basin states and Mexico being retained in storage in Lake Mead. And then finally, the lower basin states and the federal government agreed that we would reduce the annual release from Lake Powell from 7.48 million acre feet down to 7 million acre feet and retain that 480,000 acre feet in Lake Powell. So collectively, all of those actions resulted in something over 1.6 million acre feet either being retained in storage in Lake Mead or retained in storage in Lake Powell to the benefit of the system. And in 2023, we're reevaluating more of the same. And again, probably even bumping it up in size. We're looking at modeling data, and we're looking at some climate change projections and scenarios built around those climate change projections and determining what levels of additional conservation and storage is going to be required to protect critical elevations in both Lake Powell and Lake Mead. The critical elevation for Lake Powell, as I mentioned earlier, is about 3,500. Keep it above the minimum power pool. For Lake Mead, we're looking at a hard protect of between 1025 and elevation 1,000. And if we can kind of go along the next couple of years and keep both of those reservoirs viable, I think it gives us a better chance, more opportunities, if you will, to put together a longer set of operational guidelines that can carry us into this new future that we find ourselves living in. The existing 2007 guidelines expire at the end of 2026. So the states, Mexico, and the United States need to come up with a new operating paradigm for the post-2026 period. So we're trying to get ourselves on a track where we can keep both reservoirs sustainable, at least during the short term, while we look at what it's going to take for the longer term. I believe, Chair Esquivel and members of the board, that's it for my presentation. I hope I have not taken too much of your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Just incredible. Thanks, Mr. Harris. I know that these are urgent and stressful times, and your time is precious, and certainly your leadership is just incredibly important at this time. And just wanted to, of course, first and foremost, just thank you. I think we all heard loud and clear from Reclamation Commissioner Touton last week in her Senate testimony that things are urgent now. And to your point, we have real needs in these next couple of years, real challenges, a need to conserve, a need to continue to right size what are our expectations of what can be taken out of these watersheds, while also having an eye toward the long term. Know that we're here to support your leadership, and I know the difficult conversations that are going on. The Colorado River system is incredibly important to the state of California, obviously. And to your point, we've demonstrated an ability to better reduce our dependency on the Colorado, and it matches efforts that are going on here in the Bay Delta. And I really appreciate you being able to come here, provide a little greater specificity as to what is happening on the river, and an opportunity for this board to contemplate a bit what that means. What for me it really emphasizes certainly is the importance of the conservation discussion that we as a state are having, and that we're looking to see a response in Southern California. And I think that the urgency of the challenges on the Colorado should lend urgency to all of us in this need to continue to conserve, while we also plan for the long term and make investments that help right size, again, our expectations and our portfolios here, knowing that we have a new climate here on us very quickly.
Now,
I'll look over to please, Mr. Harris.
I was just going to say, I really appreciate that summation. It's excellent. It's spot on. I would just further add that one, we have really excellent partners across the basin. My colleagues in the other 6 states, I believe we're up for this. We have good leadership with the federal team in Interior and Reclamation. We obviously have a very limited time frame to try and map out what we're going to do for water year 2023, which means we pretty much have to have our plan in place by mid-August. And that's what the commissioner emphasized in her testimony to the Senate ENR committee. But I think we can do it. We also have a strong sense of commitment to the process among the California's Colorado River water users. I think the thing I really want to highlight is something you just said, is the relationship that all of us in California need to better understand and keep front and center. And that is, we can't put up, walls between California's Colorado River water users and the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, or the Clam. This is California's entire portfolio we're talking about. And if there's nothing coming down the state project, it means it puts additional pressure on the Colorado River. And now we're in that situation, 3rd, 4th year of drought in California. What do we do when both systems are stressed out? How do we manage ourselves? And that's where we've got to get more nimble, more adept, more innovative. Anything and everything that any of you can bring to the table that can help all of us find a path forward to get us through this, that's the challenge that all of us have. And I'll
Here. Just thank you, Mr. Harris. That is really a defining characteristic of this drought, and why it feels just a little more urgent, is that what's coming to call, and to your point, has been understood, the challenges and the deficits on the Colorado River, but they've become, again, just too urgent to ignore, and unfortunately here are converging on us with this drought. And what I have a lot of faith and know is it does unlock innovation. It does unlock what are incredible opportunities for the West writ large, and for California here to do its part to continue to right size our expectations on, regrettably, a hydrology that has no longer panned out for these major projects across these watersheds.
Thank you,
colleagues. Yeah, and I open up to colleagues for questions. Thank you.
Just thank you so much again, and very sobering, very sobering. Clearly emphasizing, as you both have just said, the need for getting cooperative agreements in place, and those relationships to both in the immediate term manage drought, and then just long term, this new hydrology. One thing I guess I wanted to flag maybe for us, and a question if you wanted to comment on this, but is the impact on Salton Sea here in California. I know that is already a crisis we've been trying to manage here in the state and developing a long-term plan for. And so would love to hear if you have thoughts on what the impacts, how we might be looking at needing to adapt to this And really, I think just also flagging for us that as we, continue our oversight around Salton Sea in partnership with our sister agencies at the state, making sure that we're factoring in this new normal and reality. Thanks.
It's an excellent question and observation. And absolutely, I will tell you that I have done yeoman's work over the past several years now of preaching the message that the Salton Sea and the Imperial Valley are actually part of the Colorado River Basin. For too many years, people drew a line along the river and they never really looked west. And it was really California's problem. And we know, right up front with the Imperial Irrigation District is the single largest user by far of Colorado River water in the entire basin. So if you're going to look to do additional conservation to benefit the reservoir system or to help bolster annual supplies that may be needed by the M&I community in Southern California, there is a direct impact to the Salton Sea. And this has been front and center for all of us, whether it's the federal agencies, my colleagues in Arizona and Nevada, they understand this abundantly clearly. So in working out the longer term solution, there must be a sustainable long-term path for restoration and remediation of the air quality issues at the Salton Sea. And that's not going to change. That is, the number one driver for getting IID participation in any potential future conservation activities. So yeah, it's there, it's real. And the other basin states and the feds are now, I can say the United States, I believe we're finding a much more enhanced commitment and willingness to problem solve with CNRA, DWR, IID, you guys, the state board, in ensuring that we put the sea on a sustainable path going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Harrison. Thank you, board member, for flagging that important nexus. And I think the message there is we have an opportunity to be comprehensive in our understanding of what's obvious, connection between our watersheds and challenges. Vice Chair or board member.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go because it sort of tees off. Thank you for that question, Board Member Firestone. So, Mr. Harris, this is really helpful, and I look forward to future updates, and especially appreciate the connection that you've drawn between some of the actions that California already has taken and reservoir levels. And so, just continuing to get updates on that and seeing, perhaps the potential for more. But this issue of impacts and evaluation of impacts, I was looking here at some of the actions that you've already taken with respect to releases from the upper basin in order to provide some relief for Lake Powell and or Lake Mead. I'm not sure if I'm getting that right, but provide, just curious, and I don't know if today would be the time, maybe when you come back, just talking about these trade-offs, the tools that you have in the toolbox to provide for some flexibility and relief, and the analysis that you go through on the trade-offs. So just curious about, those upper basin regions and any impacts that you looked at there.
No, it's a great question, board member. It's really everything that we're doing going forward is there are trade-offs, and there will be impacts to individual states or the upper basin as a whole. And even releasing water out of those reservoirs upstream of Lake Powell, I would characterize those as we're down to a couple of bullets left in the gun. That in and of itself is not going to save or fully protect Lake Powell from declining below some of these critical elevations that we've identified. And the same thing with, reducing releases out of Lake Powell down to Lake Mead. that in and of itself is not going to save Lake Mead and maintain its viability. It's going to take a broad portfolio. So we are looking at not only operational things that operational flexibility that exists within the current framework of the law, but also can we rapidly ramp up and incentivize additional conservation? Can we incentivize just forbearance? In other words, having people say, for the good of the system, I am going to not take as much Colorado River water this year. We're working very closely with our partners in Mexico. They're ramping up additional conservation. They get it. And for those of us in the lower basin, many of the agencies have no other source of supply. They don't have groundwater, or at least it's of very poor quality, for example. They have no other surface water sources of supply. They're not tied to the state project. They have to rely on the Colorado River. So when you're tethered like that, this now becomes a paramount concern to you. So everybody's in. And I think that's the important thing. Everybody's got to have some skin in this game in order to effectuate the kinds of development of programs and activities that it's going to take to get us through even the short term next couple of years, much less a longer term of adapting to a new hydrology. And just to put that in context, when I talk about adapting to a new hydrology, when I started working Colorado River issues for the state of Arizona 30 some odd years ago, there was an average annual natural flow at Leaf Ferry of 15.5 million acre feet a year, give or take, little up or down over the years. Now our average annual natural flow at Leaf Ferry is probably more like 12 to 12.4 million acre feet. So if you haven't put yourself on a diet and you're still using water like you had a 15.5 million acre foot natural flow at Leaf Ferry, you can see that you rapidly run into trouble. And that's what we're in the process of doing now, is adjusting the water uses across the basin to, and I don't believe we're going to reach, I don't think it's going to stay at 12. It may get worse. So I think we've got to build in signposting and the ability to rapidly adapt ourselves to better respond to changing conditions going forward. That's the challenge. And then trying to ensure that we do this in an equitable fashion. We have a treaty delivery obligation to Mexico. We have water supply requirements for the environment. We have records of decision on how we operate these facilities. We have endangered species programs that we're managing both for aquatic, marsh, and riparian species up and down through the basin. And taking all of those together, that's been the challenge. And again, I remain cautiously optimistic. I believe all of our partners in the other states and the federal agencies, we're working our darndest to put something together here, both for the short term as well as what it's going to take to help us move forward over the long term.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harris. I really appreciate the update today. We have drought updates at our board meeting, every 2 weeks. And on every board meeting, the Colorado River is included as part of the update, but never with this level of resolution and this level of information to help support how severe and serious the challenges that we face from the Colorado are. I mean, there's millions of Californians that rely on Colorado River water every year, hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland. It's all vital to us and to our future. So thank you for coming, first of all. And you're more than, in my mind, more than welcome back. And I hope to hear updates from you as we go forward here and get more clarity, especially with that August call here for addressing some of these issues. I would really appreciate hearing back from you when we have a little more information.
Delighted to, sir.
Thank you. And then, I just have a question for you, when we're thinking about trade-offs and, water is always often tied with energy. And, I am hearing frequently about the energy crisis, not just the challenges that we face in California, but also throughout the entire Southwest. So I was wondering, just looking at some of your charts and seeing how close we are to the power pool minimum levels. I was wondering if you could just speak briefly about those concerns and have those on our radar as well.
Absolutely. That's a great question. I actually probably should have brought that up initially. The Glen Canyon Dam facility puts out about 2,000 gigawatt hours of energy annually. None of that generally makes it into California, but I want to preface that with the Glen Canyon facility is incredibly important to maintaining grid stability for pretty much the southwestern United States, and including much of California. It's also the secondary backup for the black start of the Palo Verde nuclear generating station over in Phoenix. Now, the Hoover facility is a much more valuable hydropower resource to California. Much of the power, better than 50% of the energy generated there, and it's a substantially larger amount of energy, does come to Southern California, both to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, Southern California Edison, and then the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California to help with its pumping. And then there is significant generation both at the Davis Dam generation facility and also Parker Dam. So those two dams are both further downstream below Hoover. So collectively, there is those units, particularly the Hoover and Parker Davis units, are very, very important to California. Again, grid stability. Hoover is the #1 black start unit for the Palo Verde nuclear generating station. God forbid if something happened and it tripped off, they'd have to use those hydropower units to ratchet it back up again. So this is another very important consideration for all of us, is trying to manage the reservoir system to maintain generation of hydropower. Additionally, those generation facilities generate revenues. The energy is marketed through the Western Area Power Administration. There's contracts out there across the southwestern U.S. And then the revenues generated from that power generation are plowed back into not only project repayment, but important programs that we have. Salinity control related to water quality. The Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Program is very important to California, both the ag users and the M&I users. And if you lose the generation capacity at either or both of those large reservoirs, it would have an enormous impact, not only on the federal treasury, but just on the basin state's ability to maintain endangered species programs, water quality improvement programs, so on and so forth. So it is a front and center concern that we deal with on a daily basis in the context of trying to put together the larger framework for moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, again, and board member. Any further thoughts, questions, or comments? Okay. Just really, again, thank you so much for your time today, Mr. Harris, and we will definitely be inviting you back, and look forward to what are, a lot of interconnected and challenging issues. But as you have clearly stated, and I completely agree, California has an opportunity to innovate and rise up to this, and it's about each person and sector and all users of water really thinking through how are they reflecting the value of this incredibly threatened resource. So
thank you for the opportunity to visit with you today.
Look forward to further. Thank you. With that, kick it over back to Mr. Reckdahl.
Thank you. I'll run through a few remaining slides very, very quickly. In the Bay Delta, we do have curtailments kind of in place in the Sacramento River tributaries right now, only 2 with active curtailments in the Bear River and Puda Creek subwatersheds. In the San Joaquin, there are more significant curtailments in place, and you can see in Calaveras and Chowchilla rivers, it's down to all post-14, pre-14, and riparian diversions, so effectively all diversions in those subwatersheds, and post-1859 appropriative rights in the Merced River. We do anticipate deeper curtailments in July. A couple of other bullets: June 24th, tentative release of an updated water availability methodology and revised emergency regulations for public comment for the Bay Delta watershed or Delta watershed. that we're anticipating taking to the board for your consideration on July 20th. Next slide, please. In Mill and Deer Creek, the board issued a 72-hour pulse flow for both creeks from June 12th through the 15th to increase passage conditions for adult and juvenile fish. Per the emergency regulation on June 16th, minimum flows dropped from 50 CFS to 20, and that's in effect until June 30th, and there are no in-stream flow requirements from July 1st through October 15th. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, curtailment status following the board's adoption of the regulations in May. We had our initial kind of curtailment status mail out on June 14th. The list is published online, and an update on the voluntary water sharing program. It closed last night at midnight, and we have 35 enrollees. That's looks like a typo on that bullet, with 135 separate rights. Staff estimate that it's over 150,000 acre feet of water that are in the program. They're still looking at whether those are mostly junior, senior, how it's distributed, and that was going to inform the effectiveness. But we do know that, for instance, the city of Ukiah, which is a very, very senior right, has opted into the program, as well as the Russian River Flood Control District with a very significant volume of water. And so that's very encouraging, and we're optimistic that this program is going to be able to move forward. So thank you for all those that participated, and we'll keep working on it. Next slide, please. A quick bullet on Lake Mendocino storage. It's really kind of stayed about where it is for the last couple of months. Actually, we do anticipate that there will be a FERC variance for release from Potter Valley project releases, which right now are about 90 CFS, give or take. It could drop as low as 5 CFS in the next coming weeks. We don't have a clear timeline for when that might occur, but when it does, we'll see a pretty significant depletion start to occur in Lake Mendocino. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta, this is the subject of item 5, I believe, for readoption in a couple of items. Real quickly, in the Scott, curtailments are suspended through June 24th, and in the Shasta, curtailments were reinstated March 15th. But most junior water right diverters were required to cease diversions contingent on flow requirements. And we do again have a number of local cooperative solutions in primarily the Scott, and encourage others to kind of work and develop them, submit them. We have a number that are under review yet. Next slide, please. The slide showing kind of where we are in the Scott, you can see we're still above the minimum threshold. If we go to the next slide, you can see the Shasta is kind of right around that flow target. Next slide, please. That primarily wraps it up for the division. As always, we have our additional information links and drought web pages and email subscription lists, and encourage everyone to sign up for them. And I think with that, we'll move to the Division of Drinking Water.
Thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. Mr. Zuniga.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Just here to provide a quick update. I have about 3 slides of information. So let's go to the first slide, and I'll start talking. It's just an updated graphic of the triage. Actually, the levels still remain the same number of systems. However, we had 2 water systems that were already on drought warning from the previous year that were updated this year. They had new issues, and I'll highlight both of those systems later. And that was the only main change. 3 of our 8 drought emergency systems have still not reported, and we're not exactly sure of their current status, but we believe that they're still in an emergency. And the good news here is that we did complete our framework review. It's actually to be completed today and reviewed by our management. So we'll have a final list of drought orders for this summer within a day, and a public workshop the following week. So that is what we're planning right now, and we're putting the details together of what's going in that list and when the public workshop is going to be. Next slide, please. I have a spotlight for Tullyville. So this 340 population town. We were notified on the 8th that the water system reported a severe water shortage. They were having some intermittent outages on periods of high usage. So their well two, one of the wells that they have, one of their two wells was having supply issues and was not able to maintain system demand during high peak hours. On the 9th, the following day, the pump company dropped the well down a little lower in the well column, and it did not improve conditions. They're still experiencing that outage. I believe they've done some increased conservation down to 2 days of watering per week and are considering 1 or no days of watering per week as additional conservation measures. Self-Help Enterprises is contracted to help this system through our existing contract. So they had previously in 2021 done a well repair and installed some temporary storage tanks just in case water hauling is needed. And they're on site as well, doing some pressure monitoring for the system and doing some assessments of the wells as needed. The long-term project for this system is really a consolidation with the city of Exeter. It's still in the planning stages. It's understood it's going to take a couple of years to really complete that project. So it does put this system in a bad scenario for this drought. So we're still working on figuring out what else we can do. Talking with potential nearby water users and seeing what they can voluntarily do to be able to reduce any impact on the wells that this community relies on. But that's something that we're working on right now. Next slide, please. So with the dry wells that we're experiencing, we've seen a lot of news today about just how things are progressing with the drought and all the information that has been presented already. But the top 5 counties experiencing the highest number of dry wells: Fresno, Tulare, Madera, Tehama, and Merced. And we have county funding programs. These regional funding programs do have coverage for about 15 counties, and talks to add more counties are underway. And I already mentioned about the framework, but we have our monitoring is that 13 water systems are missing 3 total reports. They've not monitored at all. We have 3 water systems that are missing 2 reports and 6 water systems that are missing 1 report. So generally about a 20% delinquency rate on the drought reporting. And I just wanted to highlight, my colleagues wanted me to point out for the dry wells, I point out here that in the last 30 days, we've had a 24% increase on an already very high number. Just to give you guys an example, I was given some information that in 2015, we had 122 dry wells reported. Last year, we had 25 dry wells reported in May. And this year we have 116 reported just for the whole entire month of May. So just to show that we are in the same levels that we were in the worst part of the last drought, and certainly things could be expected to progress very similarly in that case. And that is what we're seeing from the data, and that is what we could be expected to see. And as you can see from the top 5 counties I've mentioned, most of the hot spots for these dry wells remain to be in the Central Valley. So just an area of concern. And then the last slide is just my contact information. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga.
I believe there's one more slide. If you go to next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Hi, I'm James Knockbauer with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. Giving a tiny bit of good news. We usually give these urban water use and conservation updates at we plan to give a final update on May data next month, but we wanted to give an update a little sooner. The governor called on suppliers in May to submit their urban water use data more quickly, and our executive director followed that up with a request to suppliers in June. We've also updated our data reporting portal so that urban water suppliers can enter their data more easily. And many suppliers did respond to these requests, and we're very grateful for that and to have data from them early. Based so far on the preliminary data for May, I can report that the May residential water use is 98 gallons per person per day, and that brings us down 5% below the May value for 2020. The number we track most closely is the cumulative savings compared with the same months from 2020. And so between July of 2021 and this May, we are now 3% below the 2020 values. So it looks like some of the conservation and drought messaging is getting through, that people are making adjustments, but we do need people to continue to conserve water. And we will give a final update on this information in July.
Thank you, Mr. Nachbauer, and thank you, Mr. Ekdahl, and all the presenters on this item. It's not lost on me that today is actually the official start of summer, the first day of summer, although pretty obvious that warm and summer-like conditions have already been here for a while with us. I think it's really important that we recognize that this is provisional data on the conservation. We have a long way to go. It is still a long summer that we have before us and a lot of work, but it is heartening and important to see the response from water agencies, who again are important partners in all of this. And so glad for the data from those systems that quickly reported and being responsive to the governor's call, and here all of us being able to better assess if we're starting to trend in the right direction, which seems the case, but it's still very early. So the message is we must continue to conserve, and especially given the sobering and urgent information that we received from Mr. Harris and the work on the Colorado. So thank you. Board members, any further questions? We do have one commenter that we can go to. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just have a quick question on the Lake Mendocino issue and the variance. I know that when this was before us last, there was quite a bit of concern expressed by stakeholders that the drought task force, or whatever it was called, did not convene. Do you have any follow-up on that?
Just a short follow-up. I do know that they have been convening and that there is a group working on some other number other than the 5 CFS that was the proposal by PG&E. And to be clear, the proposal by PG&E was kind of a range depending on needs and conditions. So we're hoping to get some additional information in the next couple of days or weeks, but we don't have a clear determination on whether that alternate proposal will move forward or not.
Thank you. Let's go to I believe one commenter we have on this item, and I'd like to call up Kahia Rivers from Community Water Center.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and board members. Thank you for this very informational drought update, and thank you, board members, for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Kai Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, urging for the protection of domestic wells. According to DDR's dry well reporting system, within the last 365 days, 1,026 domestic wells across California have gone dry. Most of these wells can be found within the San Joaquin Valley. Unfortunately, as the drought continues to develop, the amount of dry wells will only increase, leaving many households and communities vulnerable. As domestic wells continue to go dry, mitigation measures must be available and readily accessible for domestic well users. More specifically, affordable well replacement drilling for domestic wells must be prioritized to ensure the impacted households quickly regain their reliable access to safe drinking water. We support expanding eligibility for state resources to assist in domestic well replacement, particularly during this brutal drought. Additionally, it is essential that rapid response bottled water and hauled water is provided to households and communities who are experiencing dry wells and do not yet have a replacement well drilled. In addition to short-term mitigation practices that should be implemented, there is a need for support for long-term solutions as well. It continues to be a priority for well consolidation projects to move forward on expedited timescales in order to protect vulnerable communities from experiencing dry wells in future droughts. Along with drought mitigation needed for domestic wells, overpumping must be avoided to prevent the exacerbation of the drought we are currently facing. Overpumping done by the agricultural industry has been one of the main factors contributing to the current drought. And even though domestic well users are innocent in the creation of this drought, domestic wells are often the first to go dry. In order to limit domestic well users that could be impacted by the drought, overpumping needs to end. We urge the State Water Board to continue weighing in on groundwater sustainability plans in consultation with DWR. noting that the revisions are due in late July for the plans that the department found incomplete, largely because they did not adequately consider drinking water users. For the most part, the plans do not seem to have improved since they have received an incomplete status in January. Thank you for providing the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Kaya. Really appreciate your time this morning and your good comments here before the board and contribution to our discussion. Thank you. Okay, that is our commenters on the item. Anything further from board members? And if not, thank you. That brings us to the end of item number 3 and appreciate everyone's time and discussion around it. Next, we'll move on to item number 4, which is a strategy and informational update on our strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater.
Hey, well, good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice
Good
Chair
morning.
Diadamo, and members of the board. My name is Amanda McGee, and I'm the unit lead for the strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater unit, also known as STORMS. Happy to be here today to present this informational item to you regarding the status of the STORMS program. And it's timely. I just want to note that we're here following that somewhat sobering drought update. STORMS is a key player in ensuring water resiliency, with stormwater being a mostly untapped resource. So next slide, please. I've brought with me today most of the STORMS team to talk about their projects. We have Nabil Lafruz, Sahand Restagarpour, Chris Began, and Sarah Huber. Next slide, please. And here's a brief agenda of what we're going to present today. I'll give an introduction of the STORMS program, along with a very brief summary of what we've accomplished so far. I'll then hand it off to my team to talk about what we're working on now, and we'll end with a look ahead to what might come next for the STORMS program. Next slide, please. So historically, water management in California has been divided and compartmentalized into water quality, water supply, and flood control interests across a variety of state, county, and local agencies. Stormwater touches all of these and is often perceived as a source of pollutants and a major contributor to water quality impairments. On the other side, population growth, climate change, and aridification are increasing pressure on the state to take immediate action and manage its water resources more effectively. These challenges represent an opportunity to redefine how California utilizes and values stormwater as a resource. In January 2016, the State Water Board adopted the strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater, the Stormwater Strategy, or STORMS, to lead the evolution of stormwater management in California and to advance the perspective that stormwater is indeed a valuable resource. The STORMS unit was created within the Division of Water Quality to develop policies for collaborative watershed-level stormwater management and pollution prevention, and to develop and oversee projects to achieve the goals and objectives in that strategy. Next slide, please. So well-conceived stormwater management actions provide multiple benefits for California communities, including improved water quality, increased water supply, increased space for public recreation, increased tree canopy, enhanced stream and riparian habitat area, as well as many other benefits. Accordingly, the Stormwater Strategy identifies the goals, objectives, and actions needed for the State Water Resources Control Board and the 9 regional water boards to improve the regulation, management, and utilization of California's stormwater resources. Listed here are just a few of the objectives of the Stormwater Strategy. Next slide, please. So STORMS has been around since 2016. In 2020, we wrapped up most of the projects identified as phase 1 of the long-term stormwater strategy. Some of the highlights are listed here. We identified barriers and potential for enhancing urban stormwater capture and use. We explored uncertainties related to alternative compliance. We identified barriers to and opportunities for funding stormwater capture programs, and we developed recommendations to address sink and urban receiving waters. These projects were a great foundational start to the program and really allowed us to identify issues that we didn't initially recognize. Next slide, please. So as our Storm Phase 1 projects were wrapping up, we embarked on almost a year-long outreach period where we queried stakeholders, partners, and regional boards regarding potential project ideas for Phase 2 of storms. We developed a long list of potential projects, which included those originally identified in the stormwater strategy, projects identified through outcomes of Phase 1 projects, as well as new projects suggested by stakeholders and partners. We then prioritized that list based on a number of factors, including feasibility, timeliness, relationship to the stormwater strategy, the results of stakeholder and regional board surveys, and finally, state water board priorities. Next slide. So we ended up with this list of projects for Storms Phase 2. The projects in blue are our top priority right now, and we'll be going into a bit more detail on those in the next few slides. As far as the remaining three, we're currently working on a charter for the urban stormwater infiltration provisions. This project is intended to promote stormwater capture through infiltration while making sure our groundwater resources are protected. The Stormwater Inspector Toolkit is an internal set of technical guidance documents for regional board inspectors to increase stormwater permit compliance through better and more efficient inspections and audits. The Adaptive Management Project aims to reduce uncertainty in stormwater planning and management by developing a best practices framework for the design of alternative compliance pathway monitoring programs to reduce uncertainty in stormwater permits and better inform adaptive management strategies. Next slide, please. I'd like to hand this presentation off to my team to discuss our priority projects. First up, we have Mr. Nabil Afrouz.
Thank you, Amanda.
You have to turn.
Thank you, Amanda. So I'll be giving updates on standardizing cost reporting in municipal stormwater permits. Next slide, please. Municipal stormwater permits in California, specifically for Phase 1 permits, greatly vary across the state, depending on local conditions and site-specific challenges. While most of the permits require annual reporting of permit implementation costs, reporting formats specified in the permits are rarely consistent. Such inconsistencies in data collection and reporting makes it unclear how permittees' expenditure directly relates to specific elements in their permits. It also presents difficulties for the regional water boards as they make cost considerations for new permit requirements. Next slide, please. Considering all these challenges, in 2018, the state auditors highlighted a need for a statewide cost reporting guidance. More recently, in 2020, the Office of Water Programs at Sacramento State University published an evaluation of municipal spending in California. The authors concluded that a lack of standardized reporting across and even within the regions inhibits reliable estimates and confidence in observed trends. The goal of this STORMS project is to impart better transparency to cost reporting through developing a standardized list of cost categories and model permit language. Deliverables from this project builds upon the statewide cost reporting guidance previously developed by the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance in 2019. Next slide, please. Project status. So far, we have reviewed existing Phase 1 and Phase 2 permit requirements and available annual reports and prepared a draft list of cost categories. We shared these proposed categories with the stakeholders and held a public workshop in last April to seek their input on the draft categories. We continue to engage with project stakeholders for additional feedback as we finalize these draft categories and develop a statewide reporting tool for cost reporting. We plan to release draft model permit language along with the cost categories in spring 2023. This concludes updates for this project. Now I will hand it over to my colleague, Sahan Rastakarpur.
Thank you, Mr. Afrouz. Next slide, please. I'll be discussing stormwater capture potential. Next slide, please. California faces continuous water supply challenges, and we know that these issues will only increase in the future due to more demand, extreme droughts from climate change, and other factors. Now, when it rains, we know we get runoff, capturing this stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces can be used to increase and diversify California's water supplies. So this has been an objective of our storms program since the inception, and we recognize the importance of tackling the steps necessary in order to pursue it as a new water resource. So to start, staff developed multiple reports. We have one report from 2017, which identified the barriers to stormwater capture and use. Another report soon followed that, which was developed with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, which established multiple methodologies to estimate the amount of stormwater captured and used statewide. Additionally, the storms program provides consistent updates to the State Water Board's climate initiative. So for this project, we developed a first order estimate of stormwater capture on a localized scale in order to demonstrate the potential of capture as a new water resources effort. And then we want to compare this to other estimations, compare it to existing capture efforts in the area, and use this as an important step in order to determine the baseline of stormwater capture and to use it to supplement future efforts. We looked at impervious surfaces in the San Francisco Bay and Los Angeles watersheds, but it's important to note that stormwater capture is viable across the state and not just limited to the major counties that we included in these studies due to data availability. Next slide, please. We developed a first order snapshot in GIS and Excel and with impervious surface runoff only in the Los Angeles and San Francisco watersheds, respectively. And we found approximately 250,000 acre feet per year of stormwater capture potential for the Los Angeles River watershed and 124,000 acre feet per year of capture potential in the San Francisco Bay watershed. When comparing to some real life estimates, specifically in the central and west coast groundwater basins of Los Angeles, we approximate 54,000 acre feet of stormwater runoff per year are currently captured and recharged. That's just a quick snapshot. So looking at initial comparisons and taking into account the size of the acreage with the areas involved gives us a general idea of how we are well under our potential of capturing stormwater as a resource. And we plan on diving further into these estimates with more details in our upcoming GIS story map. To give a quick snapshot of the overall state of California, we have estimates from Pacific Institute and Second Nature put stormwater capture potential anywhere from 600,000 acre feet to 3 million acre feet per year, depending on rainfall amounts. Next slide, please. There are many aspects when estimating stormwater capture potential, and every new factor is going to present its own challenges to consider. Focusing on local areas with existing stormwater capture projects could help refine those estimates. There are also more detailed models available, and we can work with different organizations to determine the best metrics for tracking capture and use, which isn't just limited to volume. We can also use those new metrics to build up our existing models. Stormwater is going to be a significant part of California's goal in identifying and bringing in new water resources and replacing potable water where possible. Here are a few next steps we've identified for our program. We want to continue to engage and collaborate with stakeholders and MS4s to determine what specific plans and policies will help in best identifying where and how stormwater capture efforts should be implemented. We also will continue to tackle projects that we identified in our 2017 barriers report. This includes looking at BMP efficiency, increased data, and primarily funding, which is often identified as a strong barrier. We are also incorporating racial equity in some of our new studies by examining the relation to impervious surface cover and implementation of green infrastructure projects. Finally, as previously mentioned, we have our upcoming story map, which is intended to demonstrate the significance of stormwater capture for public and legislative information. This map will have more informative graphics and is designed to be easily digestible by someone who doesn't even know what we're talking about at this point. And we expect to publish that within the next 1 to 2 months. The Storms program understands the need for new water resources, and we're excited to tackle the challenges and steps necessary in increasing stormwater capture and use in California. Thank you for your time, and now I'll hand it off to my colleague, Mr. Chris Beacon.
Thank you, Son. The intent of this project is to, next slide, thank you. Thank you, Son. The intent of this project is to develop a water quality control policy that describes how site-specific objectives for copper and zinc shall be developed. Next slide, please. As some of you know from past board items, site-specific objectives for these metals, from data collection to state board consideration, can take a decade or more and are typically quite contentious, due in part to a lack of consistent protocols and procedures. Metals are a frequent cause of listings in California, and the majority of those are for copper and zinc. Our existing water quality objectives, which serve as the basis for those listings, do not account for the major factors that limit metal toxicity or control bioavailability in the water column. In partnership with the Los Angeles Region Board staff, we are evaluating the use of bioavailability models, such as the biotic ligand model, and the minimum data needs necessary to develop reliable and protective site-specific objectives. This evaluation is being used to support policy development. We expect the resulting policy to streamline development of site-specific objectives while providing a more accurate assessment of metal bioavailability and improved protection of aquatic life-related beneficial uses. Next slide, please. This is a plot comparing the existing hardness-based criteria shown on the X or horizontal axis with the biotic ligand model-based criteria on the Y or vertical axis using the hazard quotient. The hazard quotient is simply the metal concentration in the water column divided by the water quality criterion. When the concentration in the water column equals or exceeds the water quality criterion, zinc-related toxicity is possible, and the hazard quotient is equal to or greater than 1. If the hazard quotient is less than 1, the concentration is less than the criterion, and toxicity is unlikely. The dashed vertical line is where the hardness-based hazard quotient is equal to 1, while the dashed horizontal line shows where the biotic ligand model-based hazard quotient is equal to 1. The message here is simply that while the hardness-based criteria and the more sophisticated biotic ligand model use different factors to account for metal bioavailability, there is agreement for the 900 samples unlikely to be toxic shown in the lower left, as well as the 37 samples in the upper right, where zinc-related toxicity is possible. However, there are 119 samples shown in the lower right and 29 samples in the upper left that illustrate how incorporating improved bioavailability models can result in different outcomes. Please note this data set is from a variety of watersheds throughout California and not necessarily representative of urban watersheds where such projects are likely to be undertaken. In terms of implementation, key issues to be addressed include ensuring that bioavailability and metal concentrations in the segment of interest are well characterized over space and time. 2, ensuring that water quality is protected in downstream segments and reaches beyond the project boundaries, including estuarine and marine waters. And lastly, recognizing the need to reassess conditions periodically to ensure that changes in flow regime or source waters does not alter metal bioavailability over time. In regard to milestones and project status, staff held a CEQA scoping meeting on February 17th of this year, and we plan to have a draft policy available for public comment and scientific peer review by early 2023. I will now turn it over to Sarah Huber to discuss urban pesticides. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be giving the board an update on the urban pesticide provisions. Next slide. The goal of the provisions is to protect inland surface waters, enclosed bays, estuaries, and ocean waters from the potentially toxic effects of pesticides applied in urban areas, which for this project we refer to as urban pesticides. The project will achieve this goal through 3 project elements: improved coordination between the water boards and pesticide regulatory authorities, standardized municipal stormwater permit requirements for pesticide pollution prevention, and better monitoring data that can inform management actions both locally and statewide. For the first project element, the water boards will continue strengthening collaborative efforts with the California Department of Pesticide Regulations and the United States Environmental Protection Agency. For the second project element, the State Water Board would establish baseline requirements for integrated pest management and community outreach that would be applicable to all municipal stormwater permittees. Integrated pest management programs would be elevated to a common standard that reflects lessons learned over the last decade of work. These local programs would be integral to community outreach, which would consist of a series of statewide harmonized outreach campaigns designed to promote integrated pest management and influence private pest use at home and at work. Finally, under the third project element, the State Water Board would establish monitoring and reporting requirements for pesticides and pesticide-related aquatic toxicity. The need for better data is illustrated on this map on this slide. White dot indicates sites where available pesticide results are below the United States EPA aquatic life benchmarks and may even be 100% non-detect. Red dots indicate monitoring locations with recent pesticide water quality concentrations above those same benchmarks. Impaired water bodies are shown in blue. The goal is to modify existing monitoring programs to reflect current urban pesticide use, better inform management actions, and evaluate the water quality impact of the provisions as a whole. Staff are actively working on the monitoring program design and other major draft elements of the provisions, and we plan to have a draft package out for public comment in spring of 2023. Now I will turn the presentation over to Amanda McGee.
Thank you, Ms. Huber. Next slide, please. So thank you, Storms. Actually, all of you, that was a great summary, albeit very quick summary of our priority projects. I'd like to close this out by talking about our next steps. Next slide, please. So as you heard from my colleagues, we've still got a couple of years left of work to do on these phase 2 projects. As we continue towards the finish line, we want to ensure that we maintain our high level of stakeholder and partner coordination. We continue to do this through speaking engagements, stakeholder workshops, roundtable presentations, and one-on-one communication. When we start to wrap up these phase 2 projects and start thinking about phase 3 of STORM's implementation, we will initiate another extended outreach period to ensure that we really engage and find project partners who we can team with to maximize our efforts and make a difference. So what might those phase 3 projects be? We anticipate that the infiltration provisions will definitely continue into phase 3 of STORM's. And like I mentioned before, we'll ensure the protection of our valuable groundwater resources while still encouraging stormwater capture. As we move forward, we want to make sure that future projects are aligned to fit with the original STORM strategy. Climate change, droughts, and the continued aridification of California are a reminder that water resiliency is essential, and realizing stormwater as a resource is a huge step towards the development of new locally sourced water supplies. Next slide, please. The stormwater strategy is broad enough that we have a wide range of projects to choose from. Listed here are just a few of the potential phase 3 projects, but it doesn't stop there. And now I heard you, Chair Esquivel, mention earlier in that drought item that in order to maintain our water supplies, we need to to unlock innovation. And I really think that the next phase of STORM's will allow us to do just that. We look forward to collaborating with all of our project partners and our stakeholders to identify new projects and to assist in that final project selection. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation. As I've mentioned before, we can't do this without our project partners, so we'd love to hear from all of you. Please feel free to reach out to any of the STORM's team listed here on this slide. Thank you for your time today, and at this point, I'm happy to take any questions.
Just incredible thanks. This work is so important when we think about the strategy that we have before us to really ensure that we're conserving and right-sizing our expectations and use of water here in the arid West, but also better utilizing, connecting our drops and utilizing underutilized sources like stormwater, water recycling, and here really reconnecting, as you know, was said on the slides, the hydrologic cycle that a lot of our development has really disrupted. And it disrupted in ways that impacted water quality and quantity and the ways that our watersheds function for millions of years. And so, you know, factoring this work back in, making the investments we need to now, and streamlining however we can. The work of permitting and knowing that we're here better utilizing, again, an underutilized source is really important. So just thank you. Really appreciate all your good work. I don't think I have any other question other than to flag for me, really, as we look at the bipartisan infrastructure law, when we look at the billions that the board has been able to receive for drinking water and wastewater, you know, stormwater continues to be a really critical thing that we have to understand. What are the financing tools with passage of things like Measure W in Los Angeles and the great leadership there? There are increasingly lines of funding, if you will, streams of funding from the local level that I'm confident we could better than leverage to things like the state revolving fund and you know, other critical financial tools that we certainly use for drinking water and wastewater. So just we'll be interested in perhaps ensuring that is a project, because there is so much funding available right now, and there's a real opportunity. So marrying those with the leadership and vision of so many communities in the state to better utilize stormwater, I think would be a great, really important piece of what we do. Board members with any questions or thoughts? We have a couple of commenters as well.
I just have a quick question and then maybe some comments after public comment. So thank you for the presentation and the update. I really feel like it's been too long. Stormwater is an incredibly important resource for all of us to harness, but so challenging at the same time. It's probably the most difficult one to really take full advantage of. And so I really commend the work that you've done in the recent years, and the storms program, you know, just on its own has gone a long way to really elevating the value that stormwater has for us as a state, both as you know, a water quality improvement opportunity and a water resource. So I was intrigued by your discussion about the stormwater capture and use potential, and you mentioned the story map that's coming up in a month or two. Really looking forward to seeing that and what you have in there. Do you think at that time you're also going to have a more comprehensive look at stormwater capture potential statewide, or is your analysis just focused on Los Angeles and San Francisco at this point?
My current analysis is limited to San Francisco and Los Angeles. It could be expanded to the entire state of California. It's going to be even more high level, and it's going to be more inaccuracies involved, but that sort of estimation can be adjusted. And then it can be compared to the other existing estimates to verify accuracy and precision. So, but it will be more detailed in regards to telling the story of stormwater capture, in addition to showing specifically what impervious surfaces were examined for the study.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate you taking that high level look at just opportunity. I think, you know, a lot of our, you know, MS4 permittees look at what the opportunities are from their regulatory obligation perspective and capturing that, you know, 85th percentile 24-hour storm. You know, others look at it from, you know, what's the high level opportunity from a water resource perspective? How much can we capture at any given moment in any given storm event? And there's an opportunity here to kind of merge those two different schools of thought and different program alignments together to really, you know, I think better optimize how much we're able to take advantage of. And to your point, Chair Esquivel, about the funding that's available now and in the coming years, there is a sense of urgency to how we can start to put that funding to use as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel so often, you know, the work that we're doing is connecting the drops, but it's also connecting the dollars to the drops. And so, board member.
Great, thank you. And I'll just add to everything that's been said. It's exciting. I am really excited to see the story map. And I think there's a real opportunity to help us integrate the opportunities of stormwater capture with other programs, like not just funding, but the work to get conservation and efficiency regs in place, and how we think about the outdoor standards and incentives that we're putting in place within that program as well. I think there's, you know, and obviously we've got climate change. We're seeing a lot more extreme precipitation and heat island challenges. So really focusing on how in urban areas we can green spaces, you know, and still conserve water and improve water reliability and water quality. And just access to green spaces for a lot of really highly urbanized area. I had a question on the pesticide urban pesticide program, just because I'm less familiar with it, and it sounds like there's some really strong relationships that have been built with Department of Pesticide Regulation, and in addition to continuing to work with stakeholders. I know in the agricultural irrigated lands regulatory program, which is another non-point source program, we have regional monitoring requirements around pesticides. And I'm wondering if we have anything like that in stormwater permits, and maybe this is for Jonathan Bishop, just to understand that kind of comparison and the context.
So it depends on your MS4, and they're all different, and that's
as you might have noticed on the urban pesticides, that's one of the key milestones in there is developing a uniform monitoring system so that we have consistent uniform monitoring around the city.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Are there any other comments? Hearing none.
I
yes,
I would
please,
like to
Mr.
make
Bishop.
one comment. The storms program was really designed to be the counterpart of what we have in our standards program for surface waters. Stormwater didn't have the same level of tools developed when it was brought into the Clean Water Act. And so as you as board members and as our team meets with stakeholders, we learn about what are the tools that are needed to help us manage stormwater better, help us improve water quality and improve capture. And this is the team was developed so that we'd had a place to address those. And instead of doing them in a permit by permit update approach. And so over time, what we've seen is that the initial storms projects were much broader. How do we incentivize stormwater? And now we're starting to see more regulatory actions that improve the ability to work with stormwater. As we move forward, I encourage you as you're talking to stakeholders to forward information about what is concerning them about stormwater so that we can make sure that we fold that in to our future. And I know a number of you have been involved in our ocean plan triennial review. We've got like 30 things on that list and we never get to all of them. And that is, I expect what will happen with stormwater too, is that we'll have more than we can possibly do. And so we need to continue to refine that and identify what's important and make sure we're working on what's important and making sure we finish what we got started so that we can utilize them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bishop. Very good points. And, also for folks, when we say MS4, we mean municipal separate storm sewer systems, which are not, they're to convey stormwater, not sewer systems, which we regulate otherwise, just so that, we don't, the jargon can be a bit much, but you know why, because it's a mouthful to say it's easier to say MS4. Okay, thank you. We have our first commenter I'd like to call up, Karen Cohen from the California Stormwater Quality Association. Thank you so much for joining us in person. And I think we have some slides of yours to pull up as well.
Yes, we do. Am I on today? Okay.
You're on.
Good.
Thank you.
Almost afternoon, but still morning. Members of the board, Chair Esquivel, I am Karen Cowan. I am CASCO's Executive Director. And I do have a PowerPoint somewhere. So I'm going to talk today about our vision for sustainable stormwater management. The history of when we started writing our original vision about the time the storms unit was created. So we've gone through a couple of iterations of our vision since that. So this forms everything that we're doing as an organization. So I wanted to highlight how we're collaborating, how we parallel and advancing our goals together. So how do I advance slides from here? Oh, next, please. Okay, so at a high level, who we are as an organization, I'm going to talk about our vision, but I did want to quickly highlight there's a lot of other programs that we have as well, especially under the Educate Support umbrella. We have our training programs. We have a program that we've taken over from the Bay Area now to take statewide called Our Water, Our World, which is about integrated pest management related to pesticides. We have our BMP handbooks, a whole lot of other things that we do, but I did want to just note this isn't just all we have. So next slide, please.
And thank you for doing all that you do.
Yeah. All right, next, please. So our vision, we updated this in October of 2020, and hopefully this isn't the first time you've heard it from me, but I reiterate it because it's the best thing that we can talk about how we get to our goal of sustainable stormwater management. And I want to highlight that word sustainable, because when we say sustainable, we mean all three prongs of sustainability, which is environmental, economic, and social. And I know Board Member Firestone, you touched on some of them, which gets into what we want to achieve through stormwater capture. So there's four key principles we have. I call them the chairs of a stool of a whatever it is that you need all 4 things to keep you up so you don't fall down. They are all very integrated. If all 4 of these are not advanced, we're not going to be able to get to everything that we need to do. So usually I do them in order, but I do actually want to start with principle 3, which is public education. And that is changing everybody's perspective that stormwater is a resource. It is not a waste. And if something's a resource, you protect it, you take care of it. It is fundamental to not thinking of it as toxic soup, as the language has been from the dawn of time in stormwater permitting, but it is a very valuable resource. And through all of our discussion and listening on the drought, all I kept thinking is urban stormwater capture. Please, everyone, listen. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to yell it everywhere. I'm going to ask all of you to help me do it. We're trying with the legislature for funding. We're trying with your sister agency when it comes to water plans and what we're doing for climate resilience. We haven't cracked the nut, but I'm going to keep shouting it. It is a resource. It is not a waste. Okay, so that's number 3. Take my little soapbox for a second. Back up to principle 1. Those are the projects and programs, the things that we do. Principle 2 is about permits, regulations, and legislation. That's the stuff that I say sets the table, that tells you what to do. And that is obviously a core part of what your job is. And having alignment with what our things tell us to do helps us to get to all of the other things that we're trying to do with these other principles. And principle 4 is funding. Absolutely, there's a lot of funding on the table. It's my other soapbox. We are trying very desperately to get people to understand. We are not only in desperate need of significant funding. I mean, we talk about precipitation changing to rain as opposed to snow. This really is plumbing California and really thinking of our future. And it's going to take massive investment from the state as well as the federal government. Adding to, of course, our challenges is Prop 218, that it's also locally prohibited for almost everybody. So we have a big, big need and a big challenge ahead of us. So, okay, next slide, please. Next. So this is principle 1. I put up there in case you want to kind of skim as I talk, but what it's really about, there are 3 key things: maximizing stormwater capture, minimizing pollution through true source control, and having effective BMPs. And I want to highlight those first 2, because from our perspective in the vision, those 2 are far and away the most important things that we can be doing. Obviously, BMPs are needed, but I view them as our backstop, because we're not going to treat every water body everywhere for all pollutants at all times. We're really going to make the most impact is through stormwater capture and minimizing pollution at its source. So some priority projects we have right now, we are about to release an RFQ to define the economic value of urban stormwater. And we are hoping to marry this with the work that Storms is doing. Again, if you can say, here's potential and here's the value, and we really want full value. What is the value of a park in a community for a green space that a community doesn't have? What is the value of decreasing your reliance upon potable water? Because you're not always going to augment actual direct water supply, but if you're reducing your need for it, that's just as valuable. So we want to define that so people can put an actual economic number behind it. So when we ask for resources, people are maybe more inclined to help us out. On the true source control side, this is again getting to pollution at its source rather than treating it after the fact. We have zinc and copper. Copper, we did legislation on brake pads. Zinc, we have a petition to DTSC, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, right now. That project does also link to work that Storms is doing, because from a copper and zinc perspective, we want to obviously again remove it from its source, but at the same time you want the right threshold to say, how do you evaluate and say what is the benchmark for what we need to get to in reformulating whatever the source may be. Urban pesticides, we've had a really long project and program on urban pesticides. I mentioned the Our Water, Our World program that we're amplifying that even further. And we're looking at trash and microplastics. When we look at our top water quality issues, trash and microplastics, that's screams source control every which way from Sunday, right? We know why there's trash and why there's microplastics, and removing it at its source is the way we're going to actually solve the problem. Okay, next slide. Next. So this is our principle 2. This is the permits, regulations, and legislation. In 2019, we did a full assessment statewide to say what are the biggest water quality priorities from a stormwater perspective in the state. And by far, these were the 4 that came out the top: bacteria, trash, biointegrity, and biostimulatory substances, and current use pesticides. We do have stuff going with bacteria. I'm not going to talk about it today because it's not a Storms project. But again, to our current use pesticides, we are working closely with Storms to the urban pesticide amendments, because we view that as the way we will solve urban toxicity. Next, please. Next. All right, so back to my soapbox on stormwater as a resource. Again, how critical it is for everyone, the public, to understand why it's a resource, our elected officials who are making decisions about funding and about programs and priorities. So we do have a project. We are about to release a public document that talks about how we can help the public understand. We all talk wonky amongst ourselves, which is good. When we talk to the general public, they have to understand even connecting the hydrologic cycle. What that really means is collecting rainwater, and that people can get their head around and help get behind and support those programs when they're actually in their communities. Next slide, please. All right, and back to funding. Determining our resource needs. We are helping, of course, with the Storms Project on figuring out what people are spending, and we can talk about that a whole nother day. But to get our arms around what even our resource needs are, that's a big picture thing, right? Right now, the number we have for everybody is infinite, and our needs are our resources are negligible. It's kind of hard to get resources when that's the numbers you give people. But at the same time, we'll take every penny. Any penny anyone has, we'll take it because we need it. We are looking to find dedicated funding sources because, again, without dedicated funding, it is really hard to, do massive infrastructure projects when you're trying to do it on a random grant here, a random grant there. And we do have barriers to get to the state revolving fund because if you don't have dedicated funding, it's really hard to access that state revolving fund. So they just build on top of each other, these barriers to funding. Next, please. Next. So this is our org chart. And as you can see, there's a lot that we do. So I'm going to use some arrows to hope narrow it down. So when we redid our vision in 2020, we also reorganized ourselves because we wanted to ensure if we say this is what we want to achieve, there is a place to do it and there's accountability and we're moving it forward and it's action-based. So there's 4 arrows towards the bottom. Those are new subcommittees that we actually added, and there's great opportunities for collaboration. They are open subcommittees. They're not limited just to CASCO members. We invite partners to come and be part of those discussions. We do have lots of folks, including CASA, who come and participate at time on our True Source Control subcommittee, which I greatly appreciate. And it's, again, a great way that we can solution-based, open the door, collaborate, and get everybody working on funding, stormwater capture, true source control, and effective BMPs. And I also want to highlight storms in our mission to collaborate. Obviously, storms is even baked into our org chart right there. Next, please. All right, that's my last slide, but I really mean it, working together. I fundamentally think if we can find what we have in common and find those shared goals and focus on how we can make a difference, I really do think we can go a long way. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your vision and leadership and advocacy, importantly. And I think too, just the advancement of the discussion this last year's, the opportunity right now to accelerate it all. And it's been based off of what's been consistent advocacy, and completely agree with you that this is the moment to really embrace stormwater, not as a liability that we have to always have kind of fight and tension around MS4 permits on, but instead, a real vision that gets us past it and really starts to unlock these benefits that our communities are really in needing, not just on the water supply side, but quality of living. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Any questions from, yes,
I
please,
just
board
have
member.
a question because I just don't know as much. In terms of funding for programs on the state and federal level, is it primarily SRF or are there additional funding sources that you all are looking to already?
There's really not much of anything. So there was a new program EPA developed a few years ago, and I think the first dollars, I should actually know if they're out or not. They're imminently out, I think. It's the OSG program. It's a lovely EPA acronym of lots of words that comes out to OSG. The intention is to get funding to stormwater. The challenge being that the way the underlying regs were written or the legislation, they kind of wrote it for a combined system, which is not what the West is. We learned the lesson by the time we built West and said we should not combine these systems. So we worked with DFA to figure out a way, because one of the only ways that we could even get funding through that program designed to fund stormwater was to be on the state revolving funds priority list. And we're not, because there's no funding, so we can't get the loan and then you can't repay it. So DFA was great, and they created a whole separate list and said, we're just going to put stormwater projects there so we can actually check that box and access those funds. So, I think it was 7 million was the first allocation statewide. So again, I'll take it every dollar. That's awesome. 7 million can do one maybe meaningful project. there may be more funding coming through there, but it's not there yet.
Okay.
So in addition, you asked about state, almost all the state funding for stormwater has come through grants, through propositions.
So at this point, it's all through the state board. Are there other state agencies that have funding sources that we know of? No.
There's a little bit that has come through the IRWM program in the past, very little, but really it's primarily, and I think there's been some through the through resources on some of their proposition work, but the majority has come from through our ability in different propositions and then in different allocations in state budgets for grants.
And folks try to get creative, right? Wherever you can make a nexus, but it's hard again to run programs or do big meaningful work when you're trying to backbend and to find partners and say, hey, this is in everybody's interest. We need like for stormwater, for these things, really dedicated funding.
Yeah. And then just to clarify, it's in terms of funding that we have now or we know are coming on the federal side, I guess, where there's some ability to figure out how we can incorporate stormwater, is the venue for setting the guidelines really in the IUP, or what's the opportunities ahead of us for thinking about how we can create more opportunities?
There's really no real opportunity in the IUP, to be blunt, because as Karen said, you have to have a dedicated stormwater fund to access the state revolving fund. And that's the biggest barrier there. There is lots of potential out there in the infrastructure bills that that in allocations, there may be an allocation for stormwater that is different than the SRF. And I know that there's discussion going on about how they might do some of that, but it's not clear yet what's going to happen with that.
I'd say to the extent the state can help with that, where there is flexibility, recognizing, trying to get around that barrier, even in the short term, would be fantastic.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I would just say, to help us as we go forward, including, with any new funding sources and just as we set guidelines, if there's, helping us identify where there might be opportunities. Obviously, I know staff are always looking for that, and this is a priority area. Including maybe technical assistance, and I don't know, but it seems like a lot of times the barrier is getting a project ready to get funded. And so how to best support planning or technical assistance so that we can set projects up to be able to take advantage of funding that otherwise might not be there. And I know there was a whole analysis on funding barriers already. So there's probably a lot of other ideas, but just helping us as a board identify that. Just wanted to, I know staff already want to do that.
I would just, in the big picture, our water systems charge a fee to provide water. Our wastewater systems charge a fee to provide wastewater. Stormwater doesn't charge a fee. And so until there is it's considered part of a utility, I think we're going to be in a situation where we can do a project here or a project there when there's some grant funding, but cities' general funds aren't going to create the infrastructure that you would imagine to capture all of the rainwater that's falling on urban landscapes. And so it has to be a paradigm shift if we're going to get to the kinds of areas that we're talking about. One of the things, bringing it back to our discussion here, one of the reasons that we have many of these projects in storms is to provide information so that as that discussion goes on, it becomes less of we have an infinite need and a zero amount, but we have opportunity to capture X amount and it'll cost Y, and that's not available today.
Yeah, what we've certainly seen in our other programs and just up and down is the data is what provides the opportunities, and connecting it again and quantifying the benefits is what bring success in saying there are these outcomes that we can pay for, that we can get and quantify. And so I think connecting that data again to the dollars in the discussion is what we have an opportunity to. And to the board member's point, it's about creating the pipeline around the projects. And again, just kind of creating this ecosystem in which you have good actors at the local level, which, as to Jonathan's point, you have LA with Measure W. You have not, you have examples of communities that are creating that funding stream. So the question is the SRF a place that can be tapped to maximize what are those precious local dollars? And I think we have opportunity to think.
And yes, the answer is yes. If you have that, it is clearly available to do that.
Yeah. And so how do we start to see those projects start to come about? I think is a question. So we're here. Thank you. We have one more commenter, Sean Bothwell. Mr. Bothwell, good to have you join us virtually.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. Sorry for not being there today, but I'm really happy for this opportunity, to have this informational item today. And I want to thank staff for offering me the opportunity to present. So I'm going to follow staff's outline a little by talking about, how I saw storms originally start, some of the concerns we have about the direction of certain projects these days, and then recommendations on the future. A lot of the stuff we've been talking about as we've been doing these questions and answers so far. But I want to start by saying that the storms team has been terrific to work with, and I want to know that the things I'm about to say are not a reflection on them or really intended to blame anyone on the storms team. It's actually quite the opposite. That they have done a tremendous job of keeping storms on track, and I'm really appreciative of all their efforts to date. When storms first started 6-7 years ago, it was presented as we've been talking about, as a strategy to reimagine stormwater as a resource rather than a pollutant, this paradigm shift that Mr. Bishop just brought up. But back in 2016, the way I saw it, there were kind of three core components to that vision. One was to develop collaborative projects where we aim to remove barriers to stormwater capture, a lot of the stuff we've been just talking about. Two, creating this equitable implementation committee, a fair implementation committee that was balanced, which I was honestly against the implementation at the beginning because it was originally proposed as just a CASPA only implementation committee. But ultimately your staff did a great job of making it fair and balanced and setting up rules. And then the original vision included the creation of a JPA to get buy-in, actual funding buy-in from the municipalities to help fund these types of collaborative stormwater projects. The original set of projects were fairly balanced. Project 1A promotes stormwater capture by identifying barriers. Project 4A, stormwater resource planning. And Project 4B, a lot of the stuff we're talking about, eliminating barriers to stormwater capture funding. The implementation committee was created with a set of rules, and it wasn't overly permittee driven at the time. I was only outnumbered 3-1 at that point. And JPA was created that ultimately I ended up agreeing with. I had concerns at the beginning, but despite my original concerns that permittee funding stormwater projects would only lead to further regulatory capture, I think we worked it out in a positive way. The original projects that came out of storms, the first phase, I'll admit they were a little underwhelming. We developed several white papers. There were some guidelines developed for Prop 1, some open data work that was mostly completed kind of pre-storms. There seemed to be a lot of excitement actually around the two committees working on removing technical and funding barriers to stormwater capture. But after the white papers were created, I didn't see a lot of follow through, and a lot of that is actually on me to some extent. I was the chair of the funding subcommittee, where admittedly I could have done a better job if I had the capacity to be kind of a full-time project lead. I just didn't have the capacity to run my organization, do all of our priorities, and also run that committee as well as it could have. I also want to flag, just as an observation, that subcommittee, the stakeholders were really interested in a lot of things we're talking about, removing barriers to Proposition 218, advocating for more funding in the budget or the water bond, and the implementation of 231, which was the legislative kind of work around redefining stormwater to be included as sewer for Prop 218 purposes. But from the water board side, staff at the time wanted to focus kind of just on what the water board's role was. And so I'm not saying one side was right or the other. I'm just making an observation as to why maybe that committee didn't live up to its full potential the first time around. But somewhere along the way, I feel like we've lost our path. The second round of projects were decided without the same type of collaboration as the original storms strategic planning document, or at least I felt like my voice wasn't listened to the way it was at the beginning of storms. And I think that is a reflection when you look at the projects in phase 2. There isn't much for environmental groups to get excited about. The implementation committee was asked fairly to share our priorities, but it kind of felt like the projects had largely been predetermined. In fact, I was surprised. I found out about the new set of projects by stumbling upon a presentation to CASWA. The results have been, this divergence from treating stormwater as a resource and a lot more focused on miscellaneous regulatory tools. For example, well, I'm not going to get into it for sake of time. But again, none of the projects are really getting me excited to work on. And honestly, I'm just really there to watchdog them at this point. They seem very CASWA driven, and they don't seem to be focused on, again, treating stormwater as a resource. I'm going to move to the recommendations since I see I'm running out of time here, and offer kind of 2 pathways for the way I could see storms going in the future. One, the water board can continue down the path it's developing with these regulatory projects. But if that's the case, I would recommend disbanding the implementation committee, having more briefings to board members, both internal briefings and external public workshops, and to start posting projects on standalone web pages the way you would for any permit or policy. But basically, there just needs to be more transparency around these projects. For example, the urban pesticide policy. The policy has been under development by CASWA since the inception of storms, really. For the first few years, the project was, kind of completely being teamed. It was championed by CASWA. And I got briefed several times, but every time there wasn't any real substance to the proposal. It was only, why we should do this policy. But thankfully, and again, I praise your staff for this, came and kind of asked, are we supportive of the policy? And I had to tell them I didn't even understand what the policy did, like what it was. It turns out, the policy was trying to create a kind of a deemed in compliance program for toxicity. So thankfully, your staff stepped in, took charge of that project. But before that point, there was very little transparency about what was going on under that project. So again, if we continue down this path, I would recommend disbanding the implementation committee, having more board oversight, and have better transparency around the projects. But the second pathway is to get to Storm's kind of original intent to treat stormwater as a resource. And this pathway can and should be more collaborative with projects that everyone can get behind and support. We're not going to ever agree, all of us, on deemed in compliance programs, but we can all agree that we need to remove barriers to stormwater funding. So I have 3 general proposals for future projects. 1, focus on implementing the recommendations from the white paper on technical barriers to stormwater capture, one of those first initial projects. There were a lot of recommendations in there, but I haven't heard a lot of follow-up on actions since it's been published. 2, a renewed stormwater funding subcommittee that is led by your staff instead of me, but includes projects outside of the water board's kind of just silo. And then 3, focus on projects to better achieve cross-permittee collaboration. So for example, the existing industrial stormwater permit, Region 4 is about to release the commercial, industrial, and institutional stormwater permit, and hopefully in the future we'll have a statewide CII permit. Those all have compliance options to pay the municipality to build a centralized regional stormwater capture project. But to date, there's been a concern from all sides, to be fair, around how these agreements will be designed. So Storms can develop a model MOU that local governments can then use to take advantage of that compliance option. That way, individual permittees have a compliance pathway, municipalities get funding for their stormwater program, and we can incentivize more regional stormwater capture projects. There's also stormwater credit trading programs being proposed in Orange County that we actually support despite the terrible name credit trading. Have Storms review the proposals and prepare guidance on regional boards and how they should approve those projects going forward. We could also evaluate Caltrans's cooperative agreements, or how can the state remove barriers for local agencies to combine systems when feasible, or really treat water as one water, as the chair was saying, connecting the drops. Storms can also work together to develop a stormwater capture communication strategy and tools to help us message why stormwater capture is so important, what the potential is, and the potential pathways forward. And then remember, Firestone just mentioned greening our urban schools. I think that's going to be a huge thing coming up with the phase 2 permit, and it'd be great if Storms can help with that project. So to sum up, we can continue to go down the Storms current path, but there needs to be a lot more oversight and transparency going forward. Or we can focus on projects that all stakeholders get behind and be excited about, projects that advance stormwater capture as a resource while also helping permittees come into compliance rather than avoiding compliance. Thank you.
Just thank you, Mr. Bothwell. I really appreciate your very honest assessment of where we're missing the mark. And here, when I look over your suggestions or review them or listen to them, they all sound very reasonable. And I think that what I hope this is and an opportunity for is for us to have a renewed commitment, engagement, and vigor. And I think you hear a lot of interest from certainly myself and our fellow board colleagues in having this discussion to do just that, do better by, and here, to your point, bring even more little structure and transparency into the various projects, and to think, make sure that we're giving ourselves an honest assessment. Are these the ones that are going to give us our most bang for our buck and really move the needle, let's say over the next 10 years? And I think that if we can do that here honestly with ourselves, which I really feel we have the opportunity, we can do a lot better by the work. And so I appreciate just your honesty around where you feel this has not lived up to its potential. So let's live up to its potential. So thank you. Really appreciate your comments. Any questions for Mr. Bothwell, though, from fellow board colleagues? I don't mean to keep looking to my right. I'll try to look this way. Sorry.
Okay, I do feel like this is a good point for us to rethink our engagement strategies and as we go into the next phase. So I think those are really helpful, concrete, constructive ideas, and really appreciate the time. I know everyone has limited time, and I know particularly at nonprofits, I'm sympathetic to being really low on time and capacity to participate in everything. So I think just keeping that in mind and the need to have, third parties, NGOs, community groups that can help engage, just rethinking how we might structure it to be, really transparent and get that that targeted input while still making sure we're working with groups like CASCA and that are, helping us think strategically and pulling together many of the stakeholders to have those conversations. I also, I've said this already, but really would really love to think about how we can bring in some strategy across our program areas, which, storms already is really thinking, outside of the box, but on urban greening and stormwater capture in highly urbanized areas, both, again, I think linking not just with stakeholders, and I think a lot of the analysis that is being done that you mentioned already for identifying potential, but also within funding, within our outdoor efficiency and conservation standards, and other regulatory programs. Again, I know this is already something that we're looking at, but just would continue to elevate that as I think particularly now, if there's a way that we can have some focus on that going forward in particular.
Board member McGuire.
Sorry, just one other thing that really resonated with me, sorry about that, is that similarly just enabling kind of collaborative, multi-sector agreements, pathways for those sorts of collaborative projects and solutions. I know we're always looking for voluntary collaborative efforts and pathways within our regulatory program to enable that. And I think great point on that. And again, I know that's something we already want to be doing, but is a good flag for an area to focus on as we move forward.
Just on that notion of collaboration, I think one really exciting space within stormwater is its linkage with wastewater now. And we talked about, Ms. Cowan talked about kind of the vision some time ago to separate the systems. Well, now we're almost finding ourselves coming back together, but in a thoughtful way, where we can have permissive diversions from stormwater systems to wastewater systems that now have, and wastewater treatment plants that now have excess capacity from indoor conservation. Which you mentioned as well. So I think, seeing all of this come together does really present an opportunity for us and for this program to help bring us into that new, future of stormwater and that one water concept. So, I Mr. Bothwell, thank you very much for your comments and suggestions. That really did resonate with me as well in terms of the opportunity going forward. And I actually completely agree. That's what I am kind of in a unique position because I was working for the board actually in the stormwater grant program around the inception of the storms program as well, and when storms was adopted. So I have been watching it from its infancy here grow into the program that it is today, and it's really remarkable everything that's been accomplished so far. So thank you absolutely for the work. And by no means am I here to say, hey, let's put our pencils down and pivot and start over with something else. It's how can we build on all this good work that's already been done. We have these reports, the studies have been completed. There's lots of other good work that's been done out there. Let's not let it sit on the shelf. Let's use them, use that work and move forward. So that's, and figuring out how best to do that. I think the storm strategy had envisioned that this would be a living document, that it would be updated periodically, that it wasn't going to be static, that it would have a review, after 5 years or so. And so maybe we're at that point of taking a look, whenever that right time is. But at some point in the near future, what is the direction of storms? And I took the time here to go back actually to the resolution from 2016, and I looked at that, and it had something that I wanted to share with you, because part of this, I think how good we're getting across our programs in drinking water and recycled water, in collecting data, information, kind of accounting for, what we're accomplishing and what the opportunity is out there, and then sharing that with the general public, being transparent about what we're accomplishing and where the needs are and the opportunities. And I don't feel like we're quite there yet with stormwater. I heard some good data from you today about what, some of the early estimates. I think the story map is going to be helpful. But part of the resolution in 2016 actually said staff, in conjunction with the implementation committee, should develop data-driven specific performance measures and targets, and measure progress towards the targets with periodic updates provided to the State Water Board. So I guess, as we're moving forward here, part of my challenge to everyone is to figure out how we can answer that part of the call. How can we be more forthcoming and open? The public education piece came up. How do we talk about what we're accomplishing with stormwater and what needs to be accomplished going forward? So I'm just hoping we can dust off that part of the resolution. If we haven't, it's probably in different places, but how do we pull it all together in one space? And that's what I'll leave with. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Vice Chair.
I don't have much to add, but I do appreciate Board Member McGuire suggesting that we consider, the appropriate time to come back. But if that takes a while, I think that it would be helpful to at least hear whether it's in the executive director's report or some way to come back and let us know how you regrouped with all the stakeholders. I really appreciate both Ms. Cowan and Mr. Bothwell coming in to spend a little bit of time with us today. And Mr. Bothwell, I wouldn't call it a total reset, but maybe refocus. And we really need you. We need your organization because of the conversation that we had about lack of funding opportunities. So I think there's tremendous potential here to have us together with all stakeholders, pushing for, there's a lot of money out there. So coming together as one voice, I think would be really helpful.
Board Member McGuire, please. Morgan, wrong M, sorry.
And so thank you. So just really want to thank staff for the presentation today, and for Ms. Cowan, Mr. Bothwell for their comments. I think that, it is just really critical for us to think about how the role that stormwater is going to play, because it is critical, and that, stormwater is going to be part of, building resiliency, and part of, how we build our resiliency around water in the future. And really, as Chair has said, connecting the hydraulic cycle. A couple of things that stood out to me that I just really want to just make sure that just, don't get lost, as part of the priorities, but then also that Mr. Bothwell brought up, I think it's important to, standardize the cost so that we are comparing apples to apples as we move forward and we really understand and have that picture of the costs of, of stormwater programs as we move forward so that we really can, be able to build the systems that need to be built and, to build that resiliency around it and educating the public. I mean, that's huge for me of, it's part of demystifying water or just across the board so that we can better communicate water, all parts of water to the public and we can be more transparent. And the other piece, racial equity and bringing that lens to all the work that we do. And, with stormwater, that is a critical piece that will help us to have more green space, to have more impervious spaces. And, when we look at how projects are built in disadvantaged communities and low income areas, to look at how those projects are being built and making sure that there are impervious areas and not just, yes, the parks, but then also, hey, there's, the park can it be a detention basin? Can there, be other ways of incorporating stormwater features in that have those multi-use benefits? And just the, the technical barriers of stormwater being a resource. I think that, that really is part of the end goal. And making sure that that is part of that long-term vision and mission, because then as, we're looking at having those impervious areas that really can play, that's part of having stormwater as a resource. And so not losing track of that and help in building it into the other, the other projects and the other pieces. I think that, we can really get to making sure that stormwater plays that critical role and helps us to build that resiliency. So just, I think that, that's where having all the voices at the table and really hearing them is going to be critical and, making sure that we do that as we move forward.
So, Chair, if I can, I really appreciate the comments from the board members because I think that's exactly what I was trying to insinuate earlier in the discussion. I think that we try to an experiment with storms. As you heard Sean described, there were kind of three pieces to it. One was a implementation committee and another was a joint powers. Well, we dissolved the joint powers because there was never any money put in it. And I can understand why. There's no money at the locals, and so you can't imagine them putting money into a statewide project. And you heard there were issues with having stakeholder-led implementation. One hand, from Sean's point of view, the urban pesticides had problems because it wasn't really focused on what was a more accepted approach to dealing with pesticides. On the funding, it's hard for a nonprofit to manage a subgroup. So I think we learned some lessons that as we re-engage for moving forward with the next few years of storms projects, I think we have to rethink the idea of the implementation committee because we didn't really get joint implementation. And so that's probably not the right terminology. It's probably not the right way to do it. We want ongoing input on the projects themselves and on and what projects they are. And so that's probably going to be different. And I think we should not expect stakeholders to be able to run projects with a little info from state board staff. But I mean, that was this was an experiment that we thought we were going to move forward and leverage all the resources out in the world. And then our staff would be of technical help to that, but not have to do it. We've learned that, that's really our job. And we need to step up and say that the projects are going to be run by us with working with all the stakeholders. And that may change. But at this moment, I appreciate the input, and it gives us an opportunity for us to rethink with all the varied stakeholders on the best way to be interactive and transparent, and not just count on that implementation committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. And thank you all to my colleagues and everyone that participated in the discussion, and to, just rest really on what Board Member Morgan said. It really is about the livability and the equity of our communities, as much as it is around transitioning from stormwater being a liability to a resource. And so we have a real great moment, and look forward to having hear an update soon. Maybe sometime in the fall, we can think about having a circle back and with some additional thought. So thank you. Thank you everyone for the time, and thank you everyone for the patience on what was, I know, a little lengthier discussion than we may have anticipated, but a really important one on storms. And so just thank you for that. So I'll keep us moving along on our schedule. I know I said I would try to get to item number 5 here, which is consideration of a proposed resolution to amend and re-adopt an emergency regulation for the Klamath River watershed. Let's continue to move on. We will take a late lunch at 1 o'clock. So as to be able to get into the item a bit, we have a number of public commenters. So folks will have to hold on through the lunch, and would recommend we just be able to start in on that discussion. So let's plan for a late lunch at 1. Please do take bio breaks as you need as we begin to transition then to item number 5. And thanks everyone for their patience. Good afternoon, everyone.
Officially afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Our team is here with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to recommend readoption with amendments of the drought emergency regulation for the Klamath River watershed. Here's an overview. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of what I'll cover today. Items in blue will be covered by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide. As the drought continues, we are here today to discuss readoption of the regulation with amendments. However, before we get there, I wanted to summarize regulation implementation to date. The regulation became effective on August 30th. Since then, curtailment orders and subsequent addenda have been issued in both watersheds, as well as 2 information orders. 11 local cooperative solutions have been approved, 10 groundwater in the Scott, and 1 surface water in the Shasta. Additionally, the board has executed 2 contracts with drought funds that provide for assistance from the local water master, and a contract with UC Davis to enhance the Scott Valley integrated hydrologic model. Staff have also installed 6 gauges in the watersheds to assist with regulation implementation. Next slide. Staff has undertaken a variety of outreach efforts since adoption of the regulation, and meets regularly with representatives from tribes, Siskiyou County, non-governmental organizations, and other interested parties. Next slide, please. The regulation includes a provision that allows for CDFW to recommend modifications to the regulation. In the past year, CDFW recommended updates to the flow requirements on 3 occasions. Additionally, CDFW submitted information that allowed the board to suspend the livestock watering prohibition early in the Shasta River watershed. In April, CDFW submitted a letter requesting the board readopt the regulation in light of continued drought. CDFW also provided updated flow recommendations based on best available scientific information. I'm now going to turn it over to Joe Cruteau with CDFW to discuss those recommendations and related fisheries information.
Thanks, Anne. Oops. Thanks, Anne Marie. Okay, got the slide. First, good afternoon. I want to thank Board Chair Esquivel and the board members for inviting me here today, accepting and considering our request to readopt the emergency regulations, drought emergency regulations in the Shasta Scott. And before I get started, I just want to make sure I also thank the State Water Board staff for their guidance and expertise for the last 1.5 years, the Tribal Council and members for their unique way of describing the cultural benefits and tribal cultural trust resources that are at hand here. The agricultural community has given us a ton of input over the last 1.5 years and educated me particularly on how they operate. Commercial fisheries has been a great resource for helping us understand the benefit or the impacts we have outside our valleys. And anybody else who's asked us to be a responsible trustee agency. I'm a program manager with CDFW. I've lived in the Scott Valley for about 23 years. The primary responsibilities of our program are juvenile monitoring, large-scale restoration, environmental permitting, and drought response. On April 20th of this year, we submitted a letter to the State Water Board asking for readoption. There's some modifications. There's some retention of the existing values. And what follows next is just a few slides, overview of some of the information we've provided in a couple of workshops. So next slide, please. This is just a quick summary and outline. I'm going to try to keep it pretty brief. Just a quick update on adult migration monitoring. Just a quick overview on the Shasta River winter flows adjustment we recommended. A summary of the minimum summer flow recommendations and why we want to retain those. And then a slide and a few slides about the resource benefits we think we've seen from the drought emergency regulation. Next slide, please. This first slide has some information that is available in our annual reports on the Scott River. The top figure there is our display of coho salmon brood years. And we track coho salmon by brood years. They tend to be pretty, they come back about every 3 years. And so we've got them color coded just for information. And what we really wanted to highlight here is that the blue and red brood years are showing a increase trending upwards. And a lot of credit goes to the collective efforts of the community to restore, monitor, and research this species since it became listed. The thing we wanted to highlight here is if you look at brood year 2013, go to the tallest black line there, and then go to 2016 when they came back 3 years later, we lost about 90% of that brood year. And you remember the drought of 2014. We tried our best at that time to rescue fish and come up with some solutions, but it wasn't enough. And all the work that people put in, you can see how that black brood year, and it's not black brood year, but so it's indicated by the black, we set them back by generations. And we were trying to avoid that happening again. Just going down to the bottom figure there, that's our Chinook salmon adult in the Scott River. The last 7 years in a row, we've been below average returns. And you go back to 2015, 2014. Those were some dry years, and we've got video clips and other information. You can see where Chinook salmon was struggling in September to get up in there. They've suffered since then, and they're really like another strong focus of what we're trying to accomplish by protecting them. Next slide, please. Same kind of figures for the Shasta River, also available in our annual reports. The top figure there is Coho salmon returns on the Shasta River. And I don't know how much more to say, except that when we talked last year about the extinction vortex, you look at low double-digit numbers for the Shasta River. You're one bad situation away from losing one of those brood year types when you have that kind of low numbers. So I don't know how much. I mean, you can see in 2009, I think we counted 9 of them. And you know, we don't catch them all, but the numbers are low. And then the Chinook salmon, I mean, this is really a stronghold on the Shasta River. It's supposed to be anyways, and our numbers are running below average. They warrant strong consideration. We're really looking at all these species together in the drought situation. Next slide, please. We did make some adjustments in the Shasta River winter flows, and we think our department has done a really good job of, in the spirit of Resolution 6 that was put into play in the regulation. We made some winter flow adjustments downward a little bit and offered some ramp up and ramp down flows. So we basically took the 3 sites of the McBain and Trush River Canyon in-stream flow needs assessment and composited them together, kind of smashed them together, and ran a critically dry year scenario. And what we found was that we think that there's 125 CFS, 105 between 105 and 125 CFS where you have these maximum habitat values in a critically dry year. So we still wanted to avoid red dewatering. And we had some information in the letter to the water board about tail spill depths and red dewatering. And we think that we have offered in good faith a reevaluation of the winter flows. Next slide, please. There's been, since we even started talking about this, there's been questions about why we need summer flows. Why should we have summer flows? Summer flows, you know, it's been suggested are too high, are not attainable. What I'll tell you is that without some kind of summer flow, for one, we don't think it's really possible to even get to the fall flows we really need for starters. We based the recommendations on the best information we had. We needed to support stream function and fall migration. And we need to, last bullet there, flow values intended to minimize lethal water quality conditions. So at some point to get so low and the water's not flowing, it's particularly in the Shasta River, if it's not moving, it just gets stagnant. And we feel like we need a minimum summer flow there. So not even feel, it's supported by the information we provided the State Water Board last year. We continue to get more information about these kinds of things, and we will reevaluate them. And I'll talk about that some more in a little bit. Next slide, please. Next, we want to talk just real quick about some of the goodness we think we've came out of our working with your staff and the water board on this emergency drought regulation. We are experiencing communication with everybody, tribes, agricultural interests, commercial fishermen, NGOs, private citizens, more than we have in a long time. We've gone on field trips in the last year with on both valleys. I recently sat in on a meeting that included on a porch with a rancher and tribe members and agencies, and we're all just trying to figure out solutions. So even if you don't like our flow numbers, the communication is huge. And I'll just leave it at that for now. So next slide, please, or next. We're grateful that, and we know local cooperative solutions are important. Some people don't like the terminology, but this makes sense to us, and we've implemented these in good faith. We've become a coordinating entity for local cooperative solutions, and we've made some adjustments. I believe your staff has made adjustments to this section of the regulation that are based on a lot of input you've got. Super important part of the regulation. Next. Resolution 6, I remember when we were typing this out last year, that this was going to be a big deal. And we've used it. at least 4 or 5 times in the last, I would say probably at least 4 times in the last year. And I could give examples if you want, but I can't imagine this going away. But I just want you to know this resolution was put in. We've implemented in good faith. The regulation adjustment we've recommended is also in the spirit of resolution number 6. So thank you for including that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Croteau, could you just maybe summarize what resolution 6 is for those who may not know?
Oh, sorry about that. It's basically, I don't know if it's require or requested. It might be requires the State Water Board staff to consult with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and NOAA Fisheries to reevaluate as the minimum flow requirements as information comes in. Sorry about that. Next bullet, please. There has, and I'll have a couple slides about the coho salmon on the Scott River. We've seen a pretty remarkable response, and not sure if we can pin on any one thing, but there's some interesting things going on. I'm going to take you back to 2013 and 2020 in a second here, but we've had near record numbers of coho juvenile 1+ smolts heading out of the system this year. And this is the same, these are the juveniles that were part of the scare of fall of 2020 when we all started getting worried about drought. So I'll show you that in a second here, but it would take too much time to go through all the different salmon on both rivers, but this is the one I wanted to kind of talk about for a second. So next slide, please. So this is information, hopefully you can all see this. This is information we provide in our annual reports. And we want to show you something that we think is different from 2020, which is the brood year we were trying to take care of with this drought regulation compared to 2013, 2019, and a couple other years. On the bottom there, you can see the adult coho salmon. I'm having a hard time reading this. Estimates. Okay. So those are the adult estimates leaving the system. And for 2020, on the bottom, there was about 1,670 adults that came in, coho salmon adults that came into the Scott River. That blue dot you see up there is the number of estimated juveniles that have gone out. So it's about 81,000 juveniles that have gone out. And I'll show you a table that shows what that means. 2013, we had about 2,700 adults come in and only about a little bit under 10,000 juveniles left 2 years later. And that drought of 2014 didn't help out. So what we want to show you here is this is the difference between 2020 and 2013. We want to really point out to the board. And then you can see over to the left, there's a bunch of dots that don't have a lot of fish and don't have a lot of juveniles going out. And, I think my next to last slide, please. This is another way of comparing our most important metric, which isn't just the number of point count, it's actually the number of smolts produced per female coho salmon. This is how we measure our success, is the number of babies they make and leave the system. And in 2020, you'll see the numbers again. We had about 17, the numbers are a little bit skewed from our estimates here, but you'll see in 81,000 smolt point estimate, which might be adjusted a little bit, but that gets us to about 92 smolts per female coho that went out this year. And those are similar to 2007, 8, 10, 2016 and 17. But I want to take you back to 2013. Look at our smolts per female coho, 5.7. And you look at the last year, 2019, we had 9.04. The year before that was 34. And I guess what I want to say is, what was the most significant thing we did in the last year? We made awareness of the community through regulation, whether you like the flows or not, that there was an issue that we were having. And I don't think you can point to any one particular thing, but if you want to dismiss the regulation efforts we all put in, I think it's an unreasonable thing to do. So anyways, I just wanted, you could stare at this thing for a while and you can see something happened different in 2020. So I think that is, I don't think I have any more slides. Maybe next slide. Yeah, I don't have any more except I had one more slide that we're trying to make it brief here, was just to say thank you again for having us here. Happy to answer any questions, and I'll pass the talking stick back to Anne Marie. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. The emergency regulations will expire after 1 year. In addition to readoption, staff are proposing amendments that I will discuss in more detail later in the presentation. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the emergency regulation process. The board's agenda was released on June 10th, and the notice of proposed rulemaking was released on June 20th. Today, the board considers readoption of the reg with amendments proposed. If adopted, the regulation will be submitted to OAL, the Office of Administrative Law. Next slide, please. Outreach performed in the development of this emergency regulation is summarized on this slide and included both in-person and virtual meetings. Next slide, please. Here's a list of the major themes that were raised in the written comments received. Next slide, please. With respect to comments that flows are too high, I want to note that the flows are based on the best available scientific information, and that provisions in the regulation allow CDFW and NIMPS to propose lower flows or location-specific flows based on new information. Regarding the achievability of flows, if natural flows drop below the drought emergency minimum levels, then keeping the rest for fish habitat becomes important to reduce water use to minimum human health and safety, livestock, and local cooperative solution levels. This helps ensure that the remaining fish habitat is protected during the most critical time periods and dire conditions. Establishment of a flow threshold that is less than the lowest impaired flow that ever happened or ever could happen is not expected to be protective. I also want to note that the regulation does not require reservoir storage releases to make up for flows that do not exist naturally, and that maintaining higher groundwater levels throughout the summer and fall will help fall flows rebound sooner when the adult salmon return. Regarding the buffer comment, there has been variability in flow being met at the compliance gauge due to a variety of factors. For example, difficulty coordinating diversions among different types of adjudicated and non-adjudicated rights in the watershed. Staff are working with the water master to better understand how to implement curtailments most effectively. Any deliberate actions to circumvent attainment of flow requirements are actions that should be flagged for follow-up by enforcement staff. Next slide, please. Regarding the comment that the drought shows little balance for Scott water uses, the regulation sets bare minimum flows for fisheries protection, including flows that were routinely met in the driest years for decades. And the regulation provides a suite of local cooperative solution options that many farmers and ranchers have found helpful. With respect to the comment that the Scott Shasta is not given an opportunity of a voluntary action plan like the Russian River, our response is that the Russian River regulation is based on curtailments to protect senior water rights, not to implement flow requirements. The Scott Shasta regulation includes local cooperative solutions options at the watershed-wide, tributary, or individual scale. Staff recognize watershed-level solutions would require immense commitment by parties and would need to address fisheries needs. Thus far, most local cooperative solution proposals focused on the groundwater option. On the comment that the approach is not sustainable and concerns that future regulations will not allow farming and ranching to continue, long-term flows are not proposed today. The only decision before the board today is about the current drought emergency. And the severity of hardship during drought is likely more than it would be when more water is available. That said, many of the water efficiency actions that farmers and ranchers have undertaken in this drought, such as improvements to irrigation and livestock watering systems, have the potential to result in long-term demand reduction. Next slide, please. In thinking about winter livestock watering and groundwater recharge, It's important to remember that leaky ditches are not always good and not always bad. Staff are working with UC Davis to further understand and explore recharge strategies and have included resolution language in a change sheet to reflect this effort. We've added local cooperative solution options to provide pathways for use of livestock diversions that would otherwise be prohibited in the circumstances where such use isn't unreasonable based on competing demands. And we've also added provisions for Deputy Director flexibility to suspend the inefficient livestock watering provisions with certain findings. Next slide, please. Some commenters are concerned that diversions will continue under approved groundwater local cooperative solutions when flows are not being met. Staff support the approved local cooperative solution agreements and do not recommend this approach. Scott groundwater agreements provide reductions in overall groundwater use and in advance of when curtailments would go into effect, thereby proactively assisting with flows. Curtailing groundwater once flows are not being met will help protect groundwater levels, but does not provide the same immediate increase in flows associated with surface water curtailments. It's more effective to be proactive with groundwater. We also want to note that the board has an opportunity to respond when and if the situation arises that minimum flows are not being met. Please note that we added a main stem reach-wide option to the criteria for livestock watering local cooperative solutions on a change sheet. Next slide, please. With respect to the comment that penalties for violating the regulation are severe and there is no flexibility, I want to note that the enforcement is consistent with the board's existing enforcement authority and process, which provides for enforcement discretion. Parties with specific concerns related to an enforcement action or potential action may and are encouraged to contact and work with the enforcement staff to resolve concerns related to the comment that extensive unregulated water use for illegal activities be addressed through the regulation, including curtailment orders. Curtailments have been applied to all water rights in order of priority, which includes sending curtailment orders to appropriative groundwater rights that sell or distribute water. We've also received comments about the need for enforcement of the regulation. Enforcement staff are active in the region, and while there are several enforcement proceedings underway, enforcement is also often resolved without a formal proceeding. Next slide, please. These were all the comments raised in response to adoption of the previous regulation, so I'm going to be brief. First, the regulation relies on authorities listed in statute authorizing drought emergency regulations, Water Code Section 1058.5. Second, the regulation does not usurp any other agency's authority, but acts under its own reasonable use authority. On this, please note that the emergency regulation is short-term and non-precedential, that the regulation may help inform future water management in these watersheds. SGMA did not change water rights law or the board's authority, and the board retains reasonable use authority. And third, the board is not amending the Scott River adjudication. Integrating rights in various adjudications in Scott and Shasta watersheds is necessary to allocate responsibility for meeting flow requirements. Next slide, please. CDFW and board staff have worked to provide information related to available funding and will continue to do so as new opportunities become available. We recognize challenges that individual farmers and ranchers face in obtaining grant funding and support broader efforts and strategies to solicit funds through local agencies or non-governmental organizations in the community. Next slide, please. The board also received comments related to the desire for coordination related to various aspects of the regulation implementation. Staff plan to continue to meet regularly with Siskiyou County staff. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the 5 sections of the regulation with significant proposed changes that I will discuss in more detail. Next slide, please. And this slide shows sections for readoption with no changes or only minor clarifications. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed changes to the existing Scott River and Shasta River flow requirements in bold based on CDFW's April recommendations. The recommendations include lower winter minimum flows in the Shasta, a summer ramp down and winter ramp up in the Shasta, and a summer ramp down period in the Scott. Next slide, please. We are proposing a number of changes to local cooperative solutions based on the experience this year and input from stakeholders. Overall, we've added flexibility to the groundwater local cooperative solutions, which have proven to be an attractive option for most groundwater operations in the Scott Valley. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We've simplified provisions to allow for increased diversions for cattle when the temperatures are high. We also allow exemption of small domestic users from curtailment. Next slide, please. The proposed regulation would allow local cooperative solutions that give inefficient livestock diverters plans to provide additional flexibility if the board and CDFW make certain findings. This option was developed in tandem with the extension of the time frame that inefficient livestock watering is prohibited. It's meant to be a way to allow local practices to continue where the reasons behind the finding of unreasonableness do not apply. Next slide, please. This is a second slide about the overall proposed changes to the livestock watering prohibition. Staff proposed to extend the prohibition to March 31st rather than July 31st. Or I'm sorry, January 31st. Add flexibility to allow lifting of the prohibition at the tributary or main stem reach level and provide authorization for emergency alternatives if an alternative livestock watering system fails. Next slide, please. This slide shows proposed minor updates based on issues that arose in petitions and certifications. Next slide, please. The fiscal analysis was developed in a similar fashion as last year. The fiscal analysis is an abbreviated economic analysis focused on costs to agencies that covers 4 categories: revenue losses from municipal water supply agencies, revenue losses for non-municipal water supply agencies, or in other words, water for agriculture, state and county tax revenue losses, and reporting costs. Last year, during the regulation adoption, the estimated physical impact to state and local agencies was reported at $3 million. And this year, the estimate is approximately $3.7 million. And I note that these are conservative estimates of fiscal costs for agencies as a result of the emergency regulation. Next slide, please. Staff proposed changes to the resolution and proposed regulation as noted in change sheet number 1, which was released and added to the agenda last night and is available in a hard copy at the side of the room. These changes were made in response to recently received comments. Proposed changes to the resolution include new language related to efforts to use the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model to better understand and evaluate potential groundwater recharge strategies, local cooperative solutions, and other mechanisms to improve flow in the Scott River watershed. Proposed changes to sections 875 and 875.7 of the regulation are to add a main stem reach wide option to the criteria for livestock watering prohibition local cooperative solutions. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate everyone's work on this and just want to acknowledge the work with tribes and farmers and ranchers and the communities in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds and the Klamath Basin writ large as well. I know these are very challenging times. These are incredibly difficult times in our watersheds here, and that these discussions and this balancing doesn't come easy, that there are impacts. But importantly, when you look at the criticality of the work, given this drought, but future known conditions here, where these conditions, these dry, arid circumstances in our watersheds will be with us again. So these discussions, I'm incredibly impressed and thankful for the number of local cooperative solutions that have emerged as well, because that's water right holders and communities actively engaging with these outcomes that we're trying to affect. And just want to acknowledge that there has been what I feel is an incredible amount of progress around the collaboration, the opportunity to do better by these challenges together in this last year, truly then, in an accelerated discussion, but something that's been happening in the watershed for many years now. So I'm glad that we're here having this discussion again. And if regrettable under the circumstances, but because it continues to my mind, provide us opportunities to do better. We have a number of commenters. I don't have any questions off the top. I look forward to hearing from a number of individuals and our folks here in the community. But look to my fellow board colleagues if they have any questions here off the top before we start in on some comments. And what we'll do is here at about 1, we may only get through a couple of commenters. We'll take our break for lunch and then we'll continue to proceed on the discussion. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks so much. I just have a couple questions before we get into public comment. One is on the cooperative solution options. I know there's a process we laid out with CDFW and the findings from our board. Is there an opportunity for transparency with other, whether it's tribes or NGOs or the public, to be able to provide input as we're making those findings for cooperative solutions?
Yeah, the existing emergency regulation includes language. I think it was actually maybe even added based upon comments we got last year. Well, it was added based upon comments we got last year. I'm not sure if it was at the board meeting or not, but in any case, the existing regulation includes language. We post all local cooperative solutions on our webpage. Once we receive them and they're complete, anyone has the opportunity to comment on those or provide us with feedback. We do not have a formal comment process because from an implementation standpoint, it really wouldn't allow us to move these forward in a timely fashion. But we are happy to receive feedback and talk with folks about any concerns they have with local cooperative solutions as they're proposed.
Great, thanks. And secondly, a lot of these are, somewhat of a risk or a trial, sort of a pilot. How will this work, and what will the impacts be? And I'm curious if we have anything planned in terms of looking at reflecting on whether that worked, how we engage with stakeholders around that learning.
I'm going to start off, and if Dan wants to tack on, I'm going to tag him to tack on to my response. There's a lot of interest in trying to figure out what the impact is from these drought emergency regulations. Trying to figure out, I think, at a variety of different levels. The local cooperative solutions is a big piece, especially looking at like the 30% reductions that are occurring with respect to groundwater in the Scott River watershed. And so we'll be working with Dr. Harder to the extent under the contract to look at modeling results about what that might look like. But I think also on the ground trying to understand what are the real world impacts that we're looking at. Some of that is constrained by our ability to access the data. There's not a lot of publicly available groundwater information in these watersheds, and so that makes it difficult for us to be able to monitor how things might be changing this year relative to others. To the extent that we have that information, we'll be looking at it, and then there's the gauging information and other information we'll be looking at as well. You want to add anything, Dan? Okay, he doesn't want to say anything right now, I guess.
Great. And so, but for the cooperative solutions, we're collecting information on groundwater that is not being pumped, or what kind of groundwater information are we collecting?
We're not getting specific groundwater level information from that. What we are getting is information on the changes in practices and the efficiencies and therefore the conserved water resulting from that and how that water is being conserved.
Okay. Another question is just in terms of tribal engagement, I'm wondering if there were some, maybe you could just briefly summarize the strategies used and maybe recommendations for future, and I'm sure stakeholders will have suggestions as well, but just in terms of development of this, I know that was something during public comment that public members mentioned, but just understanding how we approach that in development of this, and if there's recommendations for how we might approach it in the future.
I think that, so sort of the short term, long term there. In the short term, we've been meeting with the tribes through an informal mechanism, mainly through the Region 1's flows subgroup meeting, which meets every approximately 2 weeks. It's canceled today because of this meeting. So hello to people who may be watching that we talked to on that. We do have representation from a couple different tribes that participate in that meeting regularly. Actually, I'm thinking of at least three different tribes that are represented there. CDFW has had a lot of engagement with the tribes as part of the drought emergency implementation, because the most important aspect of it, I think, with respect to the tribes is really the flow piece. So that's where most of the engagement has been. Prior to that, there's been long-standing engagement with, or interest with the tribes with respect to the Scott, mostly, and some of the Shasta. And so that's an ongoing discussion that we've been working with various tribes on relative to flows in the Scott and the Shasta. And I think those are paused right now because we're actively working on the drought emergency regulation. And I anticipate once the drought subsides, there will be another call to resume those discussions and get moving on a long-term effort in a very timely fashion. So there is ongoing consultation underway on the Scott and the Shasta with respect to flows. They're happy to see us working in those watersheds right now on flows, and we have not had as much consultation recently.
That makes sense. Thanks. That's really helpful. And then the last question I have is on this is really just curiosity and kind of recognition of the challenges here, but fiscal impacts analysis. Our regulations are not taking away water that doesn't exist. We're in a drought and there isn't water in the rivers. And so what we're doing is implementing the legal rules that already apply through these to a large extent. There's certainly some things that are more specific than that, but in terms of estimating cost and comparison of what these regulations are estimated against, what is the no action, I guess, estimate, just generally, to go into details, but that we're measuring the cost of this against? Is it no action is just allowing illegal allowing illegal diversions by not curtailing? Is it?
So like the baseline.
Yes.
Okay. The baseline would be, and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, but no regulations in place. So status quo, if the board took no action versus the action that the board has taken.
So just if there's not enough water for the same crop sales, for example,
right,
whether we act or not.
That incremental difference that would occur as a result of curtailments is what is represented in the fiscal analysis. So that's the curtailment piece. There's also the reporting piece, right? There's no requirement for folks to submit information on their curtailments or an information order, right, without the drought emergency regulation. So those costs are also new costs that are represented in the fiscal analysis.
So I just want to make sure reporting costs definitely understand, but in terms of the costs, if we didn't do curtailments, is that in some ways it's changing who, it's part of what we're doing is implementing the seniority system, right? So we're changing who can divert. I guess I'm not clear on the baseline. If we're saying, if we didn't do any curtailments, would they, is the baseline diverting the amount of water that they would normally divert, even though there isn't that much in the streams? I'm still confused on what that,
I think
comparison
the basic answer is yes, and Dan can probably say it more succinct or more broadly, more detailed way than I'm going to be able to.
So for the fiscal impact analysis, we looked at irrigated acres in Scott and Shasta and looked at the water supply effects and how that would impact or reduce irrigated acreage.
So that would be then, though, incorporating the impacts of the drought. I think that's what I'm trying to figure out is this in part an estimate of the impacts of the drought on the water in terms of cost estimate, or is this just in addition to the drought having impacts, us doing curtailments in order to address that drought is increasing costs this much?
And before Mr. Worth goes further, it may be helpful just in terms of how he answers the question is that this is not an entirely water availability based regulation. It's not based just on implementing the water right priority system, but also includes the base flow. And so in terms of the fiscal analysis, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Worth's mouth, but I'm assuming it's primarily driven on what is the incremental cost of the avoided diversions because we are ensuring via the regulation a minimum flow regime to benefit the fishery, as opposed to comparing it as against the baseline of water would not be available under a diverter's priority of right.
Right. So it's implementing both diverter's priority of right and stream flows, and that's
correct. And I don't know how granular our fiscal analysis is, and that's why I need to look to staff to figure out how closely we're teasing out just the incremental cost associated with the minimum flow requirements, as opposed to water's not going to be available. That's a cost of essentially the status quo, that the regulation doesn't inure any detrimental benefit to the water users when the water's not available to them.
Right, exactly. And I guess, and I don't know that honestly, at this point, we need to tease this out. And it's really just flagging. I'm really trying to understand as we think about economic costs, how we approach that to understand what the impacts of our regulatory actions are when we're, especially when we're trying to just, we're not creating, when we're trying to implement the existing seniority process or, enforcing water quality standards, that those aren't, I understand in-stream flows in this case is establishing a cost, but I'm just trying to piece that out, because there are really severe economic impacts on not just here, but throughout California right now. And it's helpful just, certainly for me as a board member to understand how can we piece out what our role is adding to that. And I guess I would also just say, I know that's why what we're trying to do is create cooperative solutions that can maybe optimize that a little bit better to reduce economic impacts where they can be. Again, if you have a clear answer on this now, that's great. And if not, this can just be follow-up maybe for future discussion. I know it's an issue throughout all of our work within water rights, and especially right now at the drought.
So just to go back to I think one of your original questions, we focused this on projected curtailments. So how much less water would there be for ag, and convert that to acreage. And so I think our analysis does focus on the impacts of this reg on the economics of these state and local agencies.
Yeah, thank you both. And I think definitely more to unpack and a part of a larger discussion as we always try to understand our impacts. I apologize, it does bring us to 1 o'clock. I will note I have 8 people with their hands up. I imagine those are commenters flagging probably timing issues that they have. I tempted to just make sure that's the case and go through those folks, but that will add a significant amount of time. So if it is a matter of here wanting to get to your comment, if you can just lower it, because if it's some other issue, maybe we can, again, I'm apprehensive to go to it and start to address it, because we'll start to eat in time for people to just actually comment. So let's go ahead and say we'll take a 30-minute lunch break here. It is already 1 o'clock, and then get right into comments. I think is the best way to handle it. Unless Mr. Lawfer, you think we should maybe start to take through and understand what the individual's issues are on the platform.
I would just suggest that if people still have their hand up during the break, we can try to address them and find out what their issue is, and maybe get them queued up for when the board resumes at 1:30.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate everyone's patience. Let's keep things moving, and we'll come back here in 30 minutes after a lunch and get into comments. And thank you everyone for the discussion so far.
So for those individuals that have their hands raised, we're going to offer you an opportunity to unmute, and we'll see if we can at least figure out what your issue is and try to get it addressed once we resume at 1:30. So I'm going to start with Sari. I see your hands up. It's been a while, Sari. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, same here. Hope you're doing well too. This is a question, a technical question or legal. The proposed revision in the flow requirements for the SCOT changes the minimum flow on June 24th from 125 down to 90. Today's June 21st. If it's adopted today, it still has to go to the Office of Administrative Law, which could take 7 to 10 days. So will that 90 CFS be able to be implemented?
Asking whether 90 could be
Yeah, sorry. Well, why don't we talk about that issue? Because that's a good one for on the record. So play it out there, and then the staff will work it through when we reconvene. So make sure that's part of your, assuming you'll be able to join us after 1:30, make it part of your comments then. Oops. I'm going to go ahead and give you an opportunity to unmute again and make sure that you heard that and that's okay.
Yes, I'll be able to come back. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sari. And then next up will be Ginger. I'll give you a chance to unmute.
I'm unmuted. Thank you. My name is Ginger Samito. I'm just a community member, but it's the discussion that I would like to talk about is about the illegal activities and the need for a greater violation implemented against the violators, so that
So Ginger, let's
Mhm.
go ahead and have that be, you're on the comment card list. We've got you queued up. And so
Okay.
you won't need to raise your hand. It'll come up. And if you are using a computer to see Zoom, once we resume at 1:30, you will see the upcoming speakers. They don't all
Okay.
list at once because otherwise it gets to be too long a list, but we do
All
have
right.
you in the queue and you'll be able to make that comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then now I'm giving ELF admin a chance to unmute. Is this you again, Nathan?
Yeah, this is me. This is Nat Kane with the Environmental Law Foundation.
Okay.
I
I'll
had
get
to
you
switch
renamed.
computers and I lost my name. And
No problem. We'll get you renamed.
Okay, great.
We don't normally give folks the privilege because some agencies found out the hard way that if you let people rename, they'll come up with inappropriate names.
That makes a lot of sense. And it's sad that we live in that world. But thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Michael,
Yes, Janine.
we still have, I take that back.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on any longer. Oh, yes, we do.
And then we have an individual, Glenn Graydon, who we did not have a speaker card for. I'm going to give you a chance to unmute, and I want to make sure because sometimes Zoom attaches the wrong name to somebody participating.
Hi there.
Hey, Glenn.
This is Glenn Gray. Hi, I'm with the Red Wake Community Services District, and I put in a speaker card for Diane Griffith. This is what we got. So.
Okay. So that's going to be up on the Garberville item 7, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So can I go ahead and rename this as Diane Griffith?
Yes,
Are you
you
going to
may.
use the same Zoom platform? Excellent. Thanks, Glenn.
That'd be fine. Okay, thank you.
I got
Bye.
that, Michael. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine.
Okay, everyone, we'll get started here momentarily, just waiting for one more member of the panel. And just so folks start to get ready, I believe our first commenter will be Lise Oliver LaRue, who will be followed by Jeremiah LaRue, who is the sheriff of Siskiyou County. Mr. LaRue isn't currently on the Zoom platform, so Mr. LaRue, if you are viewing this through one of the other platforms, do try to get on. And then it'll be followed by Justin Fredrickson.
Hello, Ayuki.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Yutva. My name is Lise Oliver LaRue. I use they, them, theirs pronouns. I am a Karuk tribal member, and I'm also the rural community organizer for Save California Salmon. I'm also a graduate student in the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies program at Oregon State University. I wanted to go ahead and talk today mainly about I am a Siskiyou County resident, have been born and raised most of my life, lived here, also have lived in San Luis Obispo County for 4 years, have spent a lot of time in San Francisco County in addition to the Marina area, also different areas in Oregon, including Klamath Falls, which are also part of my tribal community's lands in terms of relation to different communities along our river basin. So not Karuk lands, but lands of my relatives. I am currently coming from Eureka, California, and am in a place of being in a unique position of trying to get more engagement between the tribe and also different educational folks in the area, whether that be the schools, the local elementary schools, high schools, but also different educational opportunities that try to seek bridging Native and non-Native students into different areas of education, into different areas of what interests them in their lives and in their own activism and things that are important to them in their communities. I just want to remind everyone in terms of rural engagement. I think often rural folks and rural communities are often counted out, and that is often due to these legacies of resource misallocation, of extractive policies that take from these certain places in order to provide for other places and to provide wealth for other communities. And I think that we really see that in terms of all of the recent activity on the media with folks in LA counties and different places in Southern California, starting to realize, the real pressing nature of the water crisis that we're going through and how that relates to climate change and to water law mismanagement in California, but also not understanding where their water even comes from. I know that I've lived in Wairika for over 18 years of my life, and I only just now, being 24 years old, know and have been educated on where the water for my town even comes from. And I'm currently seeing this wave of people not knowing what's happening with our water systems being replaced in town, and larger infrastructure pushes to try to, obviously replace things that are old, that are going out, that need replacing to keep our communities safe. But folks are so misengaged and misinformed in what is even happening in our own communities that then gets people come up with things and fill in the stories where they're not told information. Like rural communities, Native communities, we theorize, we think about things. We're out here, we're thinking, we tell stories, we're storytellers. At least in my Native community, that's a very important value. And I know a lot of different settlers and different people come to this area because of the immense value that they see from the land and that they see from engagement. But what I will say is there's also legacies of history here that aren't talked about, and legacies of our California water system that aren't talked about in ways that lead the burden and that labor falling on to people who are most marginalized, including Native communities, including Asian communities, Black communities, Latinx communities, all different sorts of communities who are here and are in these places for reasons of displacement, for reasons of oppression, for reasons of enslavement and other things that have gone on a state level, on a national level, that we need to reconcile, but that we need to reconcile in a way where we are truthful and having these open conversations beyond a buzzword of having the conversations, but meaningfully and deeply engaging in what it means to have our rivers being covered with toxic algae to a point to where no one can access them, for the many needs that we have in our communities, whether that be food, whether that be recreation, people who are constantly working, needing to just be able to have a space where they can just have fun, but also in a way that's not detrimental and impactful to other people's, to more than human beings, to the environment. And I completely understand that y'all are put in a place where people are looking toward you for answers. People are putting you in the hot seat, but also that's part of like the job of the engagement, is that this work is difficult. Engaging with communities, doing the meaningful work of actually taking our job seriously and taking anti-racism and taking equity and making people who have marginalized lives have more livable lives seriously as a praxis is something that is difficult, but it's something that we have to constantly engage in. And part of that is listening to Native communities, inviting them into the room beyond expecting them to just show up when they've constantly been turned out, constantly not been considered to be at the table. It takes more than just making the seat, but also extending the invitation, keeping that reciprocity going with the communities that, whether people want to realize or not, are being extracted from and are being heavily impacted. When we're talking about our fish dying on the river, we're talking about a genocide of beings that we consider to be our relatives. We're talking about a gender side where we no longer have connection to different gender roles in life ways that we've had since time immemorial as Native peoples. And also what we're seeing is the negative impacts that this also has on non-Native peoples who are who are now in these areas for whatever reason, who are trying to do good, who we see farmers who are realizing that certain practices that they've been engaging with ag that have been normalized are actually harmful practices, but often people not having a place to turn or a place to go to. And so I think that as a major acting force, the Water Board, I'm very grateful to see the anti-racist, the equity meetings that are coming up, but also just lasting and meaningful engagement where we are centering that this impacts people's lives in a way where it's complicated and it's messy and people don't know the answers always. And that means oppressive things happen and bias happens and people actually get physically hurt or harmed or pushed out of spaces.
Right.
So yeah, I'll go ahead and finish up here, but I just want to say that the labor of the research in terms of how we engage with communities, there's a bunch of stuff out there with Native communities. We're giving you answers all of the time. So I think it's really meaningful engagement. It's also looking at how we can make these emergency things that have to happen with curtailments, longer engagements where we're actually having a meaningful plan put forth where it's not just an emergency and then the fingers get turned towards communities who are already very much in the hot seat and taking a lot of blame because of racism and other biases that the state has perpetuated, that our communities perpetuate because we don't know better or we refuse to realize better. So I want to say that I support the curtailments, but I also want to really, really meaningfully and deeply kind of set in the importance and the fact that the curtailments are an emergency, but also the impacts that these create in our communities are an emergency, and they create very difficult social situations where we have to navigate through in order to advocate for ourselves. So just recognizing those impacts. Again, yeah, thank you. Utwa.
Thank you so much, Lise. Really appreciate your engagement and your time and your words. And to your point, this is regrettably an emergency action we're having to take, but we're, I think, here better prepared for what's a long-term discussion on how we're going to manage very scarce and sacred resource, but and increasingly difficult to do so. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jeremiah LaRue, and I don't. There is an individual with the initials JR currently on the platform. I think maybe we should unmute them for a moment just to make sure that isn't Mr. LaRue.
Good afternoon. This is Jack Rice.
Oh, it's Jack Rice. Well, even better, Jack, because you were also on the list here. So we'll actually go to Mr. Jack Rice then.
Okay, perfect. You want me to start now then?
Yeah, if it now works, if you're prepared.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board. Jack Rice. I work with Siskiyou County Farm Bureau and landowners in the area. I would like to just begin by acknowledging how challenging and painful and frightening the drought is for everyone, all the communities, the farmers and ranchers, but also the residents and tribal communities and fishing communities. I hear that, and I think it's important to acknowledge that fact. And it was really recognizing this reality, the importance and the effect of the drought, the curtailment regulations, and striving to look for ways that agriculture and farmers and ranchers can survive the drought, survive the curtailment regulations, and at the same time, catching the vision that was mentioned and really has been gone on for decades of trying to find these long-term solutions that'll improve conditions for the fish while they're in the watershed for that part of their life cycle. So we've worked from that vein. I think it goes without saying that the water users are very frustrated and concerned with curtailment and curtailment regulations, but that is where we are at. And our focus has been working with the State Water Board staff, with CDFW to understand the regulations, to understand the needs, and to find ways to ensure that they contain the flexibility necessary for farmers to survive. I would say, as an aside too, I mentioned that we're looking long-term into the future, but there's also been a couple decades of work that has gone in to helping fish. And frankly, this has been effective. I think the escapement numbers from last year do give support that work has done good for the basin. So anyway, as we look forward to this year coming up, recognizing that farmers have done a lot. There's a lot more grain in Scott Valley, for example, and you'll see that's irrigated early in the season, and it'll spend most of the year dry. And that's in a response. That's people trying to adapt, trying to recognize the challenges and make improvements that'll help them survive while also accommodating things for the needs of the fish. So I do want to mention two things briefly. One is that the livestock diversions, there are some important changes here. We're understanding how the hydrology works. A couple of issues there. One is that it would be great if there was a way to turn those flows or turn the diversions on if the fall flows are high enough, whatever high enough is. And the other is just to encourage the water board to recognize the importance of recharge water. And I know that's been done already. The staff has explained that, and I'm just reinforcing that could be a really key opportunity if we end up with a wet year. We know that slowing water down is a key factor in this. So I'll conclude by stating that maintaining the flexibility is really key for farmers to adapt this year, and also to build a foundation for finding these long-term solutions as we move forward and helping the communities in the watershed work together. Thank you very much. I didn't see the time, so I apologize if I went over.
No worry in the least. And just thank you, Mr. Rice, for I know what is a lot of leadership and time that you've put into a lot of these discussions and work, and just really appreciate the credibility that you lend all these complicated and as you've noted, sometimes a disagreement on their need. But I think here collectively, as we see these outcomes happen, both because of all the investments these last decades and this opportunity we have to meet common outcomes, is just really appreciated. And I think that, you know, to your point, what we have and what I'm thankful this last year are examples of real-time adaptive management, where we're adjusting the flows to really reflect what's needed in consultation with our biological entities, agencies, but then here giving us a way to really continue to realize we can do more in the immediate, but in the long term as well. And so just thank you. I know you and the vice chair and many have been putting an incredible amount of hours into the watershed, and it shows. It shows in the progress and the discussion that we're having, and I continue to feel the opportunities to do better. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe it's Justin Fredrickson. And Mr. Jeremiah LaRue, if you're on one of the other platforms viewing us or having challenges, please do reach out to the clerk of the board.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. This is Justin Fredrickson at the California Farm Bureau. And if it's okay, I'd like to stay off video because I'm out of the country actually right now, and I have kind of an unstable internet connection. So can you hear me right now?
We can. Okay, good afternoon. Great. Thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you. So just a few points I wanted to make. A lot of it is going to sound similar to what Jack just said. Well, one of the things that was mentioned earlier that I absolutely agree with is that it does appear that there's been strides made in terms of collaboration and communication across different interests, sort of walking a mile in each other's shoes and trying to see things from a different perspective and learning things in that process. Like I think Joe Couteau, is that his name? The Fish and Wildlife gentleman mentioned that he's been having conversations with all of the different interests, but agricultural as well, and he's understanding better how our farmers and ranchers operate and some of the challenges that they face, and that's hugely helpful. It's always better, best for all of us to try to understand each other and the competing needs that we're trying to balance. So something that I see as very encouraging is the recharge strategies and also the permitting aspect of that, which is also in the board's wheelhouse, and we're grateful that there is a willingness to try to manage things better, namely by slowing down some of the water and looking for better outcomes in that regard. Also, I believe it was 11 local cooperative solutions that have been achieved to date. Most of them on the Scott side, one in the Shasta side, maybe hopefully more to come. And as we've seen in this watershed and elsewhere, voluntary solutions create the space of opportunity where we can avoid butting up against some of these otherwise very unforgiving and impossible situations in cases. Also, another area of flexibility, some of the flexibility provided on emergency livestock, and just the ability to, as you said, manage adaptively and just stay as flexible as we possibly can as we work through this emergency. Regulation, I think what we've seen again with voluntary agreements is regulations as sort of the default assumption and kind of the hammer in some cases, and then the scalpel that comes in with the possibility of voluntary agreements. We've seen that in Russian River. We've seen that in this watershed, and I think it's a good model that we should carry forward. There's disagreement, as was noted in some of the responses to comments raised by many folks, disagreement on whether these fish flows are the way to go or whether more targeted solutions might work better. One thing that everybody seems to agree about is that everybody wants more fish. That's what everyone is saying, although there are different ideas about how we get there, and actually quite a bit of uncertainty there. But if we can all agree that that's what we're trying to get, then we're really just managing towards solutions that can get us to that outcome that we're seeking, how to get more fish. And as some of the fish numbers we're seeing, we are seeing some improvement. Some things working, it's hard, and some things are not. It's difficult to sort out. There's so many variables there, but there are targeted things that we can do that can work better than just a hammer type approach. I'm gonna wrap up in a second here. In the regulations that you're looking at readopting, it's helpful that you continue to have provisions that allow for alternative location-specific local cooperative solutions as alternatives to just those flows that are focused on the main stem. We also have the safe harbor agreement in place that was starting to take off when all of this started to come about. And unfortunately, had not gotten along as far as it might have, but it continues to hold out some possibility and opportunity there. And just a few things I'd like to throw out there for consideration include things such as interseasonal management. And so, for example, there's the possibility of winter recharge as a way to extend out and augment base flows further into the spring and summer, versus the alternative, which is the current focus of the regulation, to try and keep water focused in the summer going into the fall. And that's actually somewhat of a continuum, but you have more than one knob to turn there. And one of the important knobs, I believe, is recharge. So it'll be interesting to see how that experiment works. Spring and fall, and also upstream habitats versus focusing on the mainstream in very dry, hot years like this. I think there's possibility there. Fish presence. Where are the fish? What are the different life cycle needs, and what can we do best to get the largest number of fish through, even if you can't save every last fish? And then finally, just considering and balancing all of the different beneficial uses to make things as livable as possible for this drought emergency. So that concludes my comments, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Frederickson. I appreciate it and agree. There are parallels here to the Russian River watershed where the board's work and blunt a tool, sometimes it may be, really leads to then further refinement and actual engagement with the water rights system. And again, but with parallel outcomes. And here, importantly, acknowledging the need to act. So I just appreciate your points and comments, and thanks for your engagement today. Next, I'd like to call up Theodora Johnson, who will be followed by an in-person commenter, Lindsay McLagan. Good afternoon.
Hi, this is Theodora Johnson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance, and that's a grassroots group that we started in response to this emergency regulation. And we have a growing membership. Right now, we have 31 family farms and ranches that we represent in Scott Valley. And we've been working pretty hard to communicate. Well, we've had good communication, I feel, with the water board staff. They've been very generous with their time. Some of them have come up for a tour of Scott Valley, and we can tell they've been listening. There's been several changes based on concerns that we've voiced to them, and And we really appreciate that. We also want to thank Board Member D'Adamo for listening to our concerns. And we really appreciate her addition of the 2 resolutions, one acknowledging the Scott Valley GSP and the hydrologic model, and another that seems to commit to monitoring the effects of the regulation and on groundwater levels, which I think is important. We need to know whether what you're trying is working and our sacrifices are working. So we also appreciated the edits made to the livestock LCS section to include main stem reaches, so that our 2 major ditches can be included in those tributary LCSs. That being said, and there's other things that positive changes that were made, fine tuning changes. That being said, I still have to say that the overall direction for the regulation is one that did seem to disregard the positive approaches taken in our locally driven GSP. And instead it's all solely demand side driven, punitive kind of actions against our landowners, which really hasn't helped to build goodwill. And I fear that if this drought proclamation stays in place for much longer, we're going to have landowners or farms and ranches going out of business. So the people who would like to see positive projects come through, like managed aquifer recharge and other ways to kind of slow down either tributaries or the river, those are projects that would take voluntary actions by landowners. If we see those landowners going out of business and they're replaced by, I don't know, development, then I don't think you're going to have the same kind of cooperation that we need to do projects to actually get the aquifer recharged. Some of our main concerns are still there. You know, the flow objectives for the SCOT are not achievable based on the data we've seen for the past decade. And we're not seeing evidence that the curtailments will get us to those levels. That's not something that's been offered up by the agencies. So meanwhile, we also see that our fish populations have not necessarily shown that the flow objectives are what are needed. Coho here are doing quite well. Chinook, we know they're struggling in the last 5 years due to low fall flows, but late fall rains can't be helped by these blanket curtailments. We just need fall rain. And we do need to pursue ways to get our aquifer built up, but we feel that something besides just curtailment needs to be pursued. And we would feel a lot better if we saw the agencies working towards positive projects to do supply side projects to do at the same time that they're asking us for these sacrifices that we're making. So I just a little something on the LCS plans. I know a lot of people are doing the 30% reduction plans as the only alternative to 100% curtailment. And as far as tributary wide LCS plans, I think they're going to be a very difficult lift. I think it's going to be complicated. It's going to take resources and it's uncharted territory. And we don't really know how these things are going to be developed. So I guess one of the questions I would have is whether there's going to be additional agency resources dedicated to developing these and monitoring these plans. It's going to be, like I say, a pretty big lift, although we do appreciate that there's an alternative to 100% curtailment. And lastly, the restricting of winter stock watering, which was mentioned by both the Farm Bureau speakers. I appreciate that there's exceptions to the restrictions, but I think it would behoove us to also allow exceptions during the fall runs as long as there's adequate water. And it seems to me that the restrictions spanning from September through March 31st is overly broad a period of time, especially when, you know, we should be doing this based on whether there's adequate flows or not. So at any rate, we look forward to continuing to work with the Water Board, the staff, and the CDFW moving forward in our communication capacity. And I think it's going to be really important that we keep talking about the data, the interpretation of the data, the cause and effect interpretation. And so I just look forward to that. And thank you for all your communication with us.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I just really appreciate your patience, but good engagement on, I know, again, as we've acknowledged, are not uncomplicated issues. And to your point, it's really the data that will continue to help guide us into better decisions. And yes, this is just one tool. And to your point, we need to be thinking about throughout the water cycle here, not just in drought and what we do to help make sure we're aiming toward the outcomes we need, but also in flood and in times when there is water in the system. How do we take advantage of these good relationships and discussions to also lead us to the solutions that are there? And I think that there is that opportunity. And although this action, this emergency regulation doesn't contemplate the full breadth of everything that's going on, certainly, we as board members, I know, are doing our best to keep track of those discussions and here make sure we're connecting those drops, if you will. But just thank you for your honest engagement here and good faith engagement on these issues and here representing the voice and work of, I know, what are many other growers as well here in the basin. So just thank you. I believe we have an in-person commenter, Lindsay McLagan from California Cattlemen's Foundation, or at least it's indicated on here. Not seeing her currently, so let's go ahead and move on to then Sari Sommerstrom on the remote platform.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sari Sommerstrom. I'm a retired watershed consultant in Scott Valley. I've been working here since 1988, off and on, and have seen a lot of the fish data and water data and trying to make it all come together here in a compatible way. I do want to highlight, though, that what's going on with your curtailment and requirements for the Scott River watershed is, as far as I can understand, it's the only place in California where all ag wells are subject to curtailment, despite Scott Valley not being overdrafted, unlike the San Joaquin and the Salinas, despite most ag production wells being addressed in our Scott decree, and despite pretty good natural runs of salmon, including increasing trends of coho. The Scott Decree of 1980 encouraged the switch to wells by your agency. You thought that was a better strategy to go from surface water to groundwater. And so now we're seeing the consequence of that 40 plus years later of how do we manage this better. Again, I appreciate your staff from the State Water Board as well as DFW willing to talk with us and sit down with us. However, there's a big gap in problem solving because I feel that's the most important thing is that we have a big gap still. And what does the data mean? We have pretty good fish data here compared to other river systems in California. There's been a lot better individual communication in this last year, which is positive progress, but there's still huge gaps in understanding what the data is meaning, the cause and effect. For instance, saying that the 2020 coho run was benefited by these regulations does not match up with the life cycle needs when the regs didn't kick in until mid-September. And it was really the last summer before the regs kicked in that was the most stressful part on those juvenile rearing coho. There's just so much information that we're not communicating well on still. And the assumption in the regs is that there's fish everywhere all the time. And that's not true either in this system. So the burden of proof is on the water users. We need to find a way to share that burden of information gathering and understanding what the information means. It's very hard to find Fish and Wildlife reports online. They're just not there when you want to find them. So that's a big problem. And I hope that we can do better this coming year in bringing the right people together in the same place. I know the Zoom calls are limiting the flow meetings biweekly or do share information, but we don't get to discuss it and resolve the issues. So I guess we're getting there. We're getting some problems identified. We identified fall flows as a problem back in early 90s. You know, it's nothing new. And then everything shifted to Coho. Now we're back to Chinook. So it's an important distinction, but we need to get the common information out there and the joint fact finding. So we believe in what the data says and what it means. So anyways, I am very thankful for the changes that were made recently in the resolution to address the UCD groundwater model and its role to help us move forward. That's been going on for 15 years now, and it still needs to be refined and improved. But again, it's a unique tool that we have here that needs to be improved. I want to end with a question though, because I didn't get a chance to ask it under your question time, is that the proposed new flows for the Scott are going to take effect June 24th, going from 120 CFS down to 90 CFS. However, today is June 21st. And it looks like in your process, you still have to send these regs, if adopted today, to the Office of Administrative Law, which takes 10 days. So will this 90 CFS flow target be able to be implemented this year?
I can respond to that. So actually last Friday when the addendum was issued to the Scott curtailment order, we already incorporated the reduction in flows to 90 CFS for the last 7 days of the month. So as we've done 3 other times throughout the year since the curtailments went into effect, CDFW submitted a letter saying they recommended that the flows be decreased in this case from 125 to 90. And so that was incorporated in last week's addendum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the response. And thank you, Ms. Summerstrom, for your, I know, years-long engagement in this. And I'm committed and I agree with you that we have an opportunity to start to continue to circle around the data and really get better understandings of the impact and point to the projects that will make the most sense here and continue to further our understanding across state agencies, but across, importantly, the understanding of communities as to how best we are incorporating new data and giving ourselves the benefit of improved information. And thank you just incredibly for again, your time and comments today. Next, I'd like to call up Sebastian, who will be followed by Matt Parker, who will be followed by Cecilia.
Hi there. So I wanted to be here to voice my support for curtailment. I also want to show you a photo here of California, because a lot of these environmental, or practically all of these environmental challenges, they're new problems in this day and age. So here, the glare is kind of bad. Here we go. So this is a photo of California simulation at and before 1850 and after 1850. California is the most altered landscape in the world. And on that photo, you could see that there was a lake called Tulare Lake in the southern Central Valley, and it was the largest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi River. California, for millions of years, has always had water. It's always been able to provide for all the kinds of wildlife and life that has lived in California, humans, so many kinds of animals, plants, etc. This became an issue ever since colonization set foot on this land and took advantage of the land itself, the water, genocided indigenous peoples, and really set the stage for industries that still operate in extraction to this day and age. So my hope is that moving forward and trying to think about how to manage water, to recognize that these curtailments are meant to set a really clear, strong boundary on the very habitat which the salmon depend upon. If we don't have these kinds of protections in place, that's not the end all be all. There's a lot more work that needs to be done. But if we don't have these kinds of protections in place, it opens the gates for even worse and continued extraction of salmon across the watersheds. Down in Southern California, the steelhead didn't get CISA protection. The northern populations are some of the ones that have the best chance of survival in the coming decades. And so my hope is that curtailments continue to move forward. They have been successful. And I hope that future actions really center Indigenous leadership, because the people that have had a sound, successful relationship with the land have been Indigenous peoples. And ever since colonization has done its horrible deeds and continue to do so to this day, Indigenous peoples have been largely left out of the conversation and left out of the leadership roles. And so I really hope that that's taken seriously if we want to protect salmon and as a society move forward in a strong, positive relationship with each other and the land itself. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sebastian. I appreciate your time today and engaging the board and being part of our discussion and making points here before us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Matt Parker, who will be followed by Cecilia, who will be followed by Tom Hayden.
Good afternoon. This is Matt Parker. I am with the Siskiyou County Natural Resources Department. Part of my job is to oversee the SGMA implementation in the Butte, Scott, and Shasta Valley groundwater basins. I'm speaking on behalf of our County Board of Supervisors and our GSA as they've been tied up with their own board meeting today. Want to appreciate again the opportunity to comment on these curtailment regulations. I don't want to repeat our previous submitted comments to you, but I wanted to touch on a couple of key points. One, we do appreciate the mention of increasing the level of coordination and communication with the county and other stakeholders. But we do feel that, 7 years ago, SGMA was created and granted local groundwater management authority to the local agencies. And here we are, we submitted groundwater plans to DWR, your sister agency, in January. And before that, the state of California, through these curtailments, already took that groundwater management authority away from us. So that's caused a lot of confusion amongst water users and some frustration in general, in that the development of these curtailments orders and the science behind them did not consult with the GSA at all regarding groundwater use. So we feel, as stated in our comments, that it's critical that State Water Board staff work with the GSA on all things related to groundwater under these curtailments. We appreciate the inclusion of additional emphasis on recharge, and we look forward to working with participants who want to do additional recharge, and we look forward to working with the state board to expedite those permits as best we can, because those are important projects that the county has been advocating for a number of years. I also want to acknowledge and support the additional language regarding use of the Scott Valley integrated model for measurement of the curtailment flows. We would also suggest that staff and the board consider adding additional language for Shasta. We understand the groundwater science in Shasta is not as sophisticated in Scott Valley. However, over the past few years of developing our groundwater plans, we, GSA staff and our consultants were working or have been working and coordinating with State Water Board staff and their consultants on hydrology models in the Shasta. So we would like to see additional language similar to Scott in relation to Shasta. And we'd also like to see additional language in the resolutions that mention some sort of improved or elevated coordination with the GSA regarding groundwater management under this curtailment. So we look forward to working with Water Board staff and the board members on these items, and working with whomever to co-manage or to work together on managing groundwater in these two basins. With that said, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I appreciate your time. I know there was a lot going on, and it's incredibly valuable for us to hear from you. The relationship with the county is a real critical one for us here, amongst a lot of critical relationships. But what I reflect on is I know a number of years now, history of engagement with us, and especially around the issue of groundwater management, better modeling. I know we have an existing MOU with the county as well in that space, and so support and appreciate continued strengthening and emphasis of the need to work across what are any number of programs, not just these emergency regs, to here better manage in the watershed. I'll kick things over actually to our vice chair. I know she's had a lot of incredible leadership and work here, and there are some things that she'd like to mention as well. So just thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to hop in here and thank you, Mr. Parker, and others that have raised this issue about groundwater. And I appreciate that part of the comments, have included thanking our staff for including that language in the change sheet, acknowledging Siskiyou County's GSA, the hydrologic model, and a commitment to continue to move forward in these issues. I have to say that this is an area that has troubled me from the start, but I understand the need for us to include groundwater. And I've spent a lot of time with our staff really wanting to make sure I understand our authorities and that we are not overreaching. And I'm comfortable at this point, but would like to take a moment to call upon our legal staff so that they could kind of walk through why it's so important for us to include groundwater in this regulation. And then also just getting back to what's in the resolution, going forward, continuing to work with the GSA and the really sophisticated model that has been developed, but that needs some additional work so that it can be more targeted to this situation as opposed to, what it was developed for initially, which was for the GSA. And then I know that you'll be talking about this anyway, Ms. Au and Mr. Lawfer, but if you could also touch upon sort of the interim ability to recharge versus groundwater recharge permitting. So I think that it seems to me, and I'd like to hear you articulate this, but I think staff has really struck the balance on inefficient livestock watering and provided for some ability to, be flexible where it's not necessarily unreasonable, even though the purpose of livestock watering is not recharge, but where there may be some recharge benefits and it's not necessarily harmful to the species. There's some additional flexibility in the meantime, but over the long haul, we really do need to have, permits. The permit process needs to be undertaken if the community is interested in groundwater recharge. So if you could also touch on that process as well. And I know I'm looking at whereas clause number 30 on groundwater.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I thought I'd take the first question on why is it so important and then hand it over to Mariana on the recharge and the permitting and the livestock. So sorry,
to coordinate in the physical space. We're used to.
I came back a little late, not because I was finishing my salad too, but I was we're working on a project in the Shasta where we're trying to implement a 1707 in-stream dedication that was granted by this board and then updated by the Siskiyou County Court in a supplemental decree to dedicate certain water rights, very senior water rights to in-stream flow. And in the process of doing that, it became obvious that certain groundwater pumping nearby that could basically take away the entire senior water rights. So when looking at both of these watersheds, it's extremely interconnected. So there's different words for that, acutely or very strongly interconnected. And so we just felt like we weren't going to be able to solve unless we had all the water rights on the table and then implement an order of priority as we understand California law. And so that's what we did. We cite Hudson v. Daly in the common source doctrine in order to do that. And I do think it's working because if you're trying to generate solutions and half of the people or some percentage aren't participating, it's harder to implement the solutions. And so I think it's so far so good on having everybody at the table with some sort of stake in solution and problem solving. So that is the first half, if that answers the question there.
Yes, thank you. And through modeling, that may change as far as all the water rights on the table, correct? Through further modeling at some point as we obtain additional information, in conjunction with the GSA and the North Coast Regional Board as referenced in the resolution.
Yes, I welcome the collaboration that Matt Parker suggests. I think the modeling gets better every day, and we could certainly benefit from the information that the county has on groundwater use. It's easy to try to want perfect information before doing any action. So we're taking action in imperfect information, but I think there's enough there to move forward, but certainly welcome. I think it's a pretty easy edit to the Scott River resolution. We can just put in Shasta too, because we are interested in collaborating.
Board Member Vice Chair Diodamo, apologies if I don't hit all the aspects of your questions. I believe you wanted a discussion of the intersection between the livestock ditches and the permitting for groundwater recharge projects. Is that a summary?
Yes, and some ability in the interim, depending on whether or not you qualify, to allow for some incidental recharge.
Absolutely. This is really, it's an issue that we struggled with prior to adoption of the regulation originally, and our conversations with individuals throughout the and also with Dr. Harder and learning more about the research that's gone on in terms of groundwater issues in these watersheds. So there's a very strong, this is sort of the talking point that Anne Marie had earlier about the ditches aren't all good and they are not all bad. And sort of bridging these two perspectives to find some flexibility in our regulation to allow the ditches to have this incidental groundwater recharge use, which is not proven. It's not something that we have a high degree of certainty on, but we do know that the water has to go somewhere. and that if it's leaking out of the ditches, it's hitting somewhere else in the groundwater system at some point, and we don't know when. We don't think, the results we have so far of the groundwater studies don't indicate that that's a particularly refined way of going about the groundwater recharge, but that doesn't mean that it's not helping. And so we've really tried to add some flexibility by putting local cooperative solutions on the table around the use of these inefficient livestock watering ditches to allow the development of using these ditches at times and in places where we can say, look, we know that taking a large amount of water out of these rivers can have these effects right now. There's some hope that that will also have a benefit that we can't quantify and we don't know what it is, but that water is going somewhere. And so if we can make the findings about the immediate impact, then we can look to, well, what are the, what's the underground geology here look like? What are the chances that this is actually going to be doing something really good for the system, and balance that out in allowing the use of these ditches to work. It's also, I think the conversations about understanding a lot more about how people in the valley's individual operations operate. I think, we've really come to understand that there is a lot of benefit to farmers of using these ditches in terms of ditch repair and leakage and gophers and the cost of other groundwater options. And so we've really tried to develop a way that allows us to keep protecting these uses, that actually expands the use, because when the prohibition stopped being in effect, we did see a dip under the minimum flows, and we were really struggling with, well, do we curtail people when these highly inefficient water uses are going? And so I hope we struck the right balance in doing this. And then briefly on the permitting issues, we really, really would warmly invite people who have groundwater projects to come in and start talking with us about them, to come into our permitting process early. We were able last year to approve one project that came before us. Amanda's in the back there. She was a massive part of helping that happen. We would love to see many more of those projects come in for this year. I think the local cooperative solution framework will, if people come and they start the conversations this summer about how they want to be working in the winter, I think we can get a lot done. And I think we can get a lot of really good data that will, not only help the fish this year, which is our primary concern with these drought regulations, but also really move the conversation forward in both of the valleys.
Thanks for your indulgence, Chair, and my colleagues. I just thought it was important to have this conversation since we've got so many folks locally tuning in to just better understand our thinking on groundwater.
Really appreciate that, and the thanks is mine, Vice Chair. You've been at the front of a lot of really important work with our folks here in the program, and it is important to flag, and to Mariana's point, really wanting to see folks come in early. We're here to discuss and help even shape how best to propose a project that can easily move through the board's process. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cecilia, who will be followed by Tom Hayden and then Karen Newton.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry, I won't have my video on. My power is currently out and I'm trying to conserve battery life. But yeah, so good afternoon, board members. My name is Cecilia and I am currently a resident of Alameda County. And I urge you to move forward with setting minimum water flows for the Scott and Shasta rivers, and to also ensure that all emergency regulations are enforced and river flows and fish health are monitored. Ensuring that there is enough water in the Scott and Shasta is not only crucial for the fish species already discussed, such as the coho and chinook salmon, and as well as the northern steelhead, but for the entirety of our riparian ecosystems. Restoring the integrity of our state's hydrological cycle should be the board's top priority. When we know that intact riparian ecosystems allow for groundwater recharge, improve water quality, and contribute to California's goals of greenhouse gas mitigation, because the plant communities in these systems will also sequester CO2. Intact habitat is more effective and less expensive for maintaining water quality than relying on building more infrastructure projects such as desalination plants. Sorry, that's my dog. aqueducts, reservoirs, all of which are largely being pushed by the industries that historically have been responsible for the ecological crises we are facing in the first place. Again, I urge you to move forward with adopting minimum in-stream flows, regulation enforcement, and monitoring of flows in fish health. And furthermore, I want to echo what people have said before me about the necessity of not only listening deeply, but taking meaningful action beyond just shallow general rhetoric, and actually being accountable to the people whose ancestors have been in relationship with and caring for the land, water, and living systems here in California for tens of thousands of years for time immemorial. Something that helped deepen my understanding about this was when I was having a conversation with a group of 6 to 12-year-olds, and we were learning about how we can all be better stewards of the environment and just better people at taking care of one another. And something that connected in my brain is that, like, for example, I'm Chinese, Asian American, child of immigrants who came here from South China and Hong Kong. And I think everyone in this meeting knows about and has seen in the news the reports of the attacks on Asian elders and the attacks on folks from Asia. And something that I guess we made the connection with when I was talking with this group of young people is that the same type of worry, fear, concern, being really scared about our elders being attacked. I imagine that's only a sliver of the pain and worry and that level of grief that Native people must feel at seeing that the lands that their ancestors historically taken care of being destroyed, the water being extracted. So I think that's something that everyone here should keep in mind. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Cecilia. Really appreciate you adding your voice to today's discussion and your patience and holding on. I know it's been a long day. Everyone, all commenters, really appreciate everyone taking their time and participating today. So thank you, Cecilia. Tom Hayden and Karen Newton aren't actually on the platform. And so I believe, and if you are either viewing through the stream and need to get onto the Zoom platform, do reach out to our clerk of the board to assist in getting so. But I believe our next speaker then is Lauren Sweezy, who will be followed by, I'll circle around. We'll go to Ms. Sweezy.
Hi. Yeah, we all have been waiting a long time, but it's worth it. So worth it. So I wanted to let you know I'm Lauren Sweezy from Scott Valley. I am one of the founders of the Agua Alliance, but I'm speaking today on my own behalf. So I have lived in Scott Valley for 44 years. My husband and I have grown alfalfa, wheat, and sunflowers for 35 years. My neighbor, a 93-year-old farmer, he once told me, if you want to really know what a person is like, put them in a position of power and see what they do. And all of us, from time to time, have a position in life where we have power. But right now, the Water Board and CDFW has an extreme amount of power over Scott Valley. And I just hope that they always keep in mind the importance of listening to the voice of everyone. Scott Valley is unique. We're not a community or a basin like Lake Powell. We're not like the Delta. Our water comes from our mountain ranges and snowfall. It goes down to the watershed. It goes down to the basin. It goes into the river, and then it goes out to the ocean. We don't have any reservoirs. We don't have any canals that are connected to reservoirs bringing us water. It's just what our land brings us, and through centuries and centuries, what our land has provided for us. So I hope that they always, they meaning the Water Board as well as California Department of Fish and Wildlife, always keep that in mind when they're making decisions on the livelihood of Scott Valley. If the board continues to follow the CDFW recommendation to fish health and watershed health, we won't have a balanced watershed. My recommendation is that we form a team of collaborative users before any future regulations are passed after this one. This possible new group could be users such as CDFW, agriculture users, fisheries, and Scott Valley community. And by doing that, we need to use scientific historical data, not assumptions or language that states something such as could happen. I thank you, Water Board and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, for what you have been doing to work with Scott Valley, what changes that you've made recently with the new regulations coming about, such as adding Dr. Thomas Harder's studies for recharge. I thank you for working with us and keeping Scott Valley great. And I ask that you remember you're in a position of power and that Scott Valley cares for the land, we care for the people, and we care for the fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweezy. And again, for the patience, I know it has been a long day, but importantly for raising your voice and being part of our discussion today. And know, and the reminder, certainly that it's with great humility that we engage in this work. It's unfortunate that we're in such incredible circumstances with this drought and conditions. But I think to your point, and I think what I continue to hear is we have an opportunity, and just really proud of the work of our folks and leaders in the program who have been listening and adjusting, and here all collectively looking to have better outcomes amongst us. And we do that by continuing to look at these watersheds, our communities, and these outcomes as a single thing that we're trying to all here accomplish together. So I appreciate your words and again, even the skepticism with the work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Belchick, who will be followed here by, better look at my scroll. It'll be Youngston Wang, then Sam Thackeray. Mr. Belchick, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michael Belchick. I'm a senior water policy analyst for the Yurok tribe. I've been doing Klamath main stem and dam removal, Shasta and Scott and Trinity water issues for over 25 years now. I'm speaking on behalf of the Yurok tribe with the approval of the Yurok Council on today's item. The Yurok tribe is the largest tribe by tribal members in California, with over 6,500 tribal members. The tribe also has a senior federal reserved water right that has been upheld in several important court rulings, most recently to the Supreme Court in the Bailey case on the main stem Klamath. And this applies to the Shasta and Scott too. The tribe has a relationship with the fish that involves fishing, but it goes far beyond that. And I will let Indigenous people tell you about that more. But I think it's safe to say that it's deeper than anyone like myself could ever know or us could know. And it's complicated and it's long-lived. When we talk about the fish on the Shasta and Scott, I think we need to extend our lens here a little bit. In the 1940s and 50s, the Shasta River still had spring Chinook returning to it. Those are extinct now. The springers in the Scott River held on till the mid-70s when the last of them disappeared from the canyon. The fish that we have right now are disappearing despite protestations to the otherwise. The Shasta River coho salmon are all but gone. The Chinook on the Scott River are declining much faster than the overall basin average. And we're in trouble here. When we look at the human history here, especially when people are trying to help the fish in the last 40, 50 years, the record is scattered with let's do some cooperative efforts, let's do some voluntary efforts, and here we are. coming to here. I don't think we're opposed to these kind of efforts, but we have to take the fish have to come first. And so when we look at these emergency regulations, the first thing I'm thinking is it's about time that we have some guardrails on the flow that will help restore the fish. Our approach has always been that flow plus habitat equals fish. I think that's a pretty simple, you don't need a fisheries degree to understand that. We need both of those. And so we're going to work on both of those, and we're going to work with anybody who wants to work with us on that. The problem that we're facing right now is that we're sinking into climate change, and it's making everybody's job harder. This isn't an ordinary drought that we're dealing with. This is the West. It's a mega drought. Especially points south of us are indicating that this is the worst drought in over a millennium. This is not a once in a generation. This is a much deeper than that. And so we need to do something here to hang on to our fish. We think that these emergency regulations are a good start, but we also think that what's going to happen when it gets wet and then we go back to low flows. We're faced right now with the prospect on both rivers that the flows could end up being lower if next year turns out to be a wet year. And we would urge the water board to work with folks and come up with alternatives to prevent that from happening. We are not opposed to the cooperative agreements in principle, but the proof's got to be in the pudding. If there are going to be cooperative agreements, we still must have scientifically defensible flows in the rivers, in both rivers, in order for the fish to survive. So we're looking forward to seeing that and what happens on that. Although I must say we're fairly concerned that we're just sort of plunging into it without fully understanding what's going to happen. The last points I want to make have to do with enforcement, monitoring, and public data. So we would hope that there was monitoring for compliance that would be publicly available. All the data that is collected on fisheries, on recharge, and especially flows, we believe that must be public. These are public waterways, and those must be public data. And finally, the last thing I want to say is we urge the water board to think longer term and implement these regulations in order to keep these fish from going the way that some of the runs of those fish already have on the Shasta and Scott. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Belchick. Appreciate you, and importantly as well, the tribe's continued leadership engagement. I know for years on how we get the right balance here. And so appreciate the points and agree with you when it comes to the transparency on the data that we have, and don't know if we have something of a data portal for this project or anything, but would encourage that we continue to, especially hearing so many of the commenters reflect on and ask for the need for better sort of integrated data sets, or better demonstrating the data that our decision making is based off of. Just agree that we can do better. So appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Youngston Wong, who will be followed by Sam Thackeray.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Youngston. I'm a settler on Tongva land. This past weekend, I've been learning from members of the Owens Valley Indian Water Collective about how in Los Angeles, we are taking their water without basically giving them the opportunity to have anything to say about it. And I'm attending this meeting in support of the resolution to continue your emergency curtailments and to ask the board to heed the Department of Fish and Wildlife's urgent warnings for higher minimum flows, particularly on the Scott River. I think the board's actions today are necessary not only to protect the fish, as many people have said, but as an earlier commenter, Cecilia, talked about, the entire life of the river system, habitats and ecosystems. These are the human and non-human lives that do not have the economic and organizational power to have a voice in programs like local cooperative solutions. And I would turn around an earlier commenter's point about your power is that I believe the board also holds the power in trust for the people who do not have a voice, who do not have the economic power to make decisions. So I urge you to act and listen on their behalf. I don't have any further points to add to what has already been discussed, and I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I appreciate your good comments and time to participate in today's board meeting, and patience. Thank you. And thank you for being here with us. Next, I'd like to call Ginger Samito.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My slides, there we go. I'm a community member near the Shasta Vista area in Shasta County, in Shasta Basin. And in Shasta Basin, I've written letters to the water board for about 2.5 years now on what has been happening in the illegal activities in this basin. So I thought maybe it would be more appropriate if I showed you a show and tell of what's going on. We have anywhere from 10,000 to 15,000 football-sized greenhouses that is diverting water from the agricultural wells within this basin. And I gathered data on 6/16 after I submitted my slides, then I got more information. So bear with me, my numbers are going to be off based on the average hauling that I seen on that day. Next, please. Next slide. There's 3 primary individuals that have agricultural wells that's impacting this basin heavily. This is one particular location. This is a 94-day span of time in which the amount of gallons that was extracted was 18,753,300 gallons. This water was based on that day on the 16th. So there's far more since then. But the water board told me that this water was being used for human consumption. This water is being taken from those swimming pools over there. And I followed one of those trucks that went to a location that has nothing but greenhouses. So there's no water consumption. The other tidbit of information that was given to me after my slides was submitted on last week on Thursday was that it was no longer 1 cent per gallon, but 10 cents per gallon that's being paid for this water. That means that this is $1,873,330 that this individual took and wasted on areas for illegal activities. The water that could be used elsewhere in the money. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out is that there's a $500 per day fine for violating the curtailment order. And this is one of the individuals of the 3 that has a curtailment order. So what's $500 a day when they're making over $1 million in 94 days? It's nothing. And it's going to continue until the board, in its power, puts a fine that bites the person that violates in the waste and abuse of the water in this basin. Next slide, please. This is one of the other abusers of water. And this picture was taken of a person that lost their well of the 31 wells that went dry because of the excessive pumping in 2020. It's heart-sickening when you see the waste of the water. You see the people that are struggling for the water, and this water going down the road sloshing and all over the place. It's disheartening. Next slide, please. Again, my values of 1 cent per gallon is not realistic based on the updated information. This is the next person that is under curtailment. This location is directly across from someone that has to watch this from 5 o'clock in the morning until 11:30 at night as they beat the roads, taking water, extracting water, and delivering it to the illegal activities. No slap, no nothing. They're continuing to do it and blatantly has a sign to let people know if they want water, the water can be delivered. Like I said, if you don't have an enforcement and a heavily enforced, it's going to continue. And I've heard, well, it needs to be enforced by the sheriff and in our county. That would be fine and dandy, except that we've only got 20 sworn officers in this county and 14 patrol people. They cannot possibly go to all of the locations and stop this flow. The water board can make a difference. The water board can help us. We can't help. We can only collect data. And oh, by the way, these numbers that you see 22 average per day, that's pictures that I've collected. That's real information. It's not supposed, it's anecdotal. It's not anecdotal. It's data from the actual pictures of these trucks going by. Next picture, please. Next slide. Now, if we just cumulatively looked at all of those gallons, there's only 100, less than 100 permitted parcels up there. So at most, there's only 100 residents, which there's not quite that. They're under permits. That means they're getting 2,975 gallons a day for each parcel. Way more than any of these other physical locations, which were stated in the New York Times article. Next slide, please. Where does it come in waste? We heard, well, the criminology was before the water. The water supports the criminal activity. Without the water, you can't grow. The water to us is paramount. This is waste. These trucks were repositioned. Every time they would reposition, the water going from the well was thrown on the ground. The people in this community, the fish that's going to be every beneficiary of this valley is being impacted. But this is salt in the wound, seeing the water just blatantly thrown on the ground. And what's the abuse of it? It's all this pot laden in the back of that truck, blatantly going down the road. This happens all the time. This is a daily occurrence. This is not one picture in 1,000. This is a daily occurrence of what we see. We need the water to stop flowing to these illegal activities. Next slide, please. So what is it creating? It's creating a dust bowl, a toxic dust bowl for us. We're capturing picture after picture of illegal chemicals going by, chemical after chemical, based on the different areas that the sheriff had taken pictures of the chemicals on site. It was extrapolated across the number of parcels here, and it averaged out about 138,000 gallons of toxic soup of some sort. A lot of those chemicals that were found on these sites were chemicals banned in the United States. That's what's inside of this dust, the chemicals. Who knows what it is? Human waste. And the cannabis smell. I know that some people is not offended by it, but some people had to leave the area because they were afraid that the concentrated smell might get into their system and affect the job that they had. So they had to leave their residence, sell their residence to get away from the concentrated smell because they were afraid of their livelihood being jeopardized. Excuse me?
Thank you, Miss.
I'm not,
Thank you,
I got
Ms.
one,
Sullivan.
I got one
Okay.
more. I got one more. My suggestion, because I can talk for us, the human, but the fish can't. And the Shasta River feeds into, gets a lot of their water from Lake Shastina. If these are the values from the California Gov site, and if you look at the values from Lake Shastina, that water flows into the river. That river was heavily impacted last year. So obviously 2022 at this month is going to be even more heavily impacted. But what I was going to suggest is that perhaps you can divert all this 27,000 plus gallons, 85 acre feet, and possibly put it back into Shastina so that it can go through the Shasta River and augment the amount of water that is flowing down the Shasta River. Just fill back up Lake Shastina. It has a 50,000 acre feet capacity. If the violators could even fill that up, the fish would be protected and we'd have at least have a start on the amount of water that's needed to keep the survival of the species. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Samito. I appreciate you taking the time to share with us here the evidence of waste and otherwise. I know that there is a great challenge and discussion around illegal grows, and I encourage you. And here I'm looking to Mr. Lawfer. If people are finding evidence of waste and abuse out in their watersheds, how best do they flag for and/or elevate?
Well, I know that Ms. Samito referenced the local sheriff, which is always an option for first line of defense, because while she did reference the resources up there being somewhat limited, and I know that they've also been dealing with ongoing legal challenges, nonetheless, they are boots on the ground and are closer in proximity. But they can always bring them to the attention of the Office of Enforcement or the Division of Water Rights Enforcement staff, who will prioritize it and, as appropriate, conduct the necessary field investigation. Obviously, we have our own limitations. While we are a statewide agency, we don't have a physical presence up there, but at times we do work closely with our wardens at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, especially when there are cross-cutting issues such as species or the species concerns in particular in the Shasta. So that's the best path for Ms. Samito.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Lawfer.
Sir.
Yes, Ms. Samito.
I for 2.5 years have reported this information to the water board, just so that you know this has been done. And like I said, we only have 14 law enforcement. That's for all time, 24 hours. We need the water board. We need the water board to step up. We really do.
Yep,
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments and your time today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nathaniel Kane, who will be followed by Glenn Spain.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Esquivel. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment here today. I also want to thank staff for being extremely helpful and responsive to comments and questions throughout the development of this process. Environmental Law Foundation generally supports the approach that has been taken in these emergency regs, and we support readoption of these regs. The general idea to set a flow minimum and then put curtailments in place in order to reach that minimum is a strong strategy. I think it's very likely to work, and especially in a situation with this millennium drought, every CFS counts when it comes to preserving salmonid health and survival, and hopefully someday recovery. A regulation like this is a way to share the impact of this drought between different communities to have a balanced impact that's shared across communities rather than having certain communities bearing disproportionate impacts. And we have to recognize that this is an ongoing slow motion natural disaster. And I'm really glad that the state board in the last couple of years has stepped up and taken some affirmative action on these rivers. As a quick aside, to address board member Firestone's question earlier about the baseline without this reg in place, I think it's important to note that first, we see very low fish survival rates. During the last drought, the 2012 to 2016 drought, populations really went down and they're just barely recovering now. Secondly, I just want to make the point that research shows that groundwater extraction actually increases during dry years, both because there's less surface water available for irrigation. Also, it tends to be hotter and drier. And also prices tend to rise, which leads to putting more acreage into production. And so a regulation like this can really help fight against those negative impacts. Lastly, I want to point out that this regulation is a valid exercise of this board's legal authority. Nothing in SGMA or any other statute displaces this board's authority under 1058.5 or waste and unreasonable use or public trust to take this action. And that has been upheld in numerous court cases over the last few years. A few comments on the changes from recent drafts. I applaud the reinstatement of section 875.6 on reporting. I think that will be really important to show compliance with the program and to evaluate program effectiveness going forward. Hopefully we won't have another drought year next year, but maybe we will. I do have some issues with some of the details. I think that the local cooperative solutions that limit reductions to 30% groundwater pumping in the Scott and 15% in the Shasta, I'm worried about the evidence that is based on. Reading the digest, there is a discussion of spreading late summer curtailments across the whole summer, and that logic has a little bit of force to it. But the analysis I found unconvincing with respect to the 30% figure. There's a discussion of ending irrigation in July or August, and I think the OR is doing a heck of a lot of work there, because if we're talking about including July in the figure, I think we would need to have a much larger reduction in groundwater pumping. We also need more data. Without flow meters in place on groundwater extraction, putting a percentage on reduction is relying essentially on guesswork. And then on the inefficient livestock diversions, I don't necessarily object to some of the flexibility provisions that have been added. And I recognize that there are costs and benefits to leaky ditches, but the focus needs to be on inefficient diversions during low flow periods, when every CFS literally can be survival or not survival for particular groups of fish. And also for specific diversions on tributaries, where during dry periods, a livestock diversion can dewater redds and can take water out of pools. And that's what the fish need to survive for the winter and for the end of the irrigation season. And I think that implementing the responsibility that is put into this reg responsibly is going to require more people on the ground. And I would really like to see that happen this summer. And finally, just a reminder that the Scott is dewatered in normal precip years. This is not just a drought problem. And so I think we need to think long-term about managing these rivers sustainably. We need to generate data that can support a long-term solution, and then we need to go out and make that solution happen. Thank you again to the board members and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Appreciate your comments and your time and patience today and engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Spain, who will be followed by Castle Willie. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Glenn Spain. I'm the Northwest Regional Director for the largest organization of commercial fishing families and fishing dependent families in the West Coast, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. I want to point two things I want to point out in terms of fiscal impacts. Well, you're only looking at half the picture. there is a huge cost that we are all paying statewide and in our economy for the cost of doing nothing. Right now, we are closed. Our commercial fisheries in Northern California are closed. Again, 4 or 5 years in a row, we've been closed. The reason we were closed is because of weak stock management. We have a legal and biological obligation to avoid catching fish from the Klamath because they're so weak. We can't afford to basically eat up our seed corn. That's the next generation, and those few fish have to survive and come back to lay eggs. As a result, we wind up with major closures up and down the coast. Right now, we have Northern California, parts of Southern Oregon also dependent on these fish. We have to avoid coho. They're ESA listed. We also have to avoid more and more fall chinook, which is not listed, but is also being depressed by the same forces that are depressing coho populations, primarily lack of water. Poor water quality is an issue too, but that's also related to lack of water. The less water there is, the poorer the water quality generally. So when you're talking about fiscal impacts, you have to talk about the cost of doing nothing. The baseline is not neutral. The baseline is highly negative. And it costs our industry and our coastal communities tens of millions of dollars a year for these kinds of closures driven by weak stock management and driven by lack of water in a lot of our river systems in the Klamath. The other comment I want to make is that the baseline is all too often chosen for political purposes rather than scientific purposes. You cannot take a year where there's a slight increase in coho and compare it to a prior year where the levels were also at extinction levels. If coho go up, if you have 100 coho and you have 200 coho next year, that's a 100% increase. But you still only have extinction level fish. That's where we are for a lot of the assertions I've seen that we're doing well. We're not doing well. The coho are not doing well. Remember that in the 1940s, and even then there were problems, but there were between 200,000 and 500,000 coho estimated in our coastal river systems. The Scott was one of the more important generators of that coho. Even today, in order to meet the NIMS-SUNK recovery plan, the minimum amount of coho that we need is 6,500 just to get them off the ESA list and out of danger of imminent extinction. A lot of that productivity has to be in the Scott because that's one of the few remaining rivers where there is any productivity potential left. So don't use the wrong baseline. What we need to do is we need to compare it to what the capacity of the river could be if it were a restored river. We need to compare it to what it was once when it was a good river. And that is many, many, many times more than the few hundred. Used to be in the tens of thousands. Now we're struggling to keep it in the hundreds. That's where we are today. And in terms of other options, we're open to any other ideas. We certainly welcome and will work with landowners. We will work with anybody who wants to solve the problem. But ultimately, the fish must have water, and they must have water on a permanent basis. As Mr. Kane pointed out, this is an ongoing problem. When the emergency is gone, there will still be a need for water in the river system. We have to ultimately, this board has to ultimately grapple with the fact that this and many other water systems need a certain amount of water to make it possible for fish and wildlife and our natural resources to exist. And if we don't do that, we destroy whole communities like ours, whole industries like ours that depend on that resource for its very existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Appreciate your comments. And as with everyone here, the patience, I know it's been a long day, but appreciate your good contribution to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Gassi Willie.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us here in person.
Thank you for having me. I'm Cassil Willie. I'm a staff attorney for Save California Salmon, and I'm here today in support of the plan to set minimum water flows for the Scott and Shasta rivers to protect fish, specifically the Chinook and coho salmon. Last year's curtailments were successful, and to see the same results this year, curtailments must be quickly enacted. This year is one of California's driest years on record so far, which means immediate action is needed. The fish cannot wait. The changed climate and extended periods of drought we have witnessed have highlighted inequities in our antiquated water rights system that was established over a century ago. Nearly all of the cold Shasta River water was adjudicated to a handful of landowners in the early to mid 1900s, during a time when fish and non-white people were unable to have their own water rights. As a result, Indigenous people and fish are still suffering today whenever there's a shortage of water. Unlike the agricultural and livestock communities, the fish cannot advocate for themselves. The salmon population's reliance on adequate flows is absolute, and without those flows, the populations will suffer, and in some cases, they face the threat of extinction, as we saw in the data provided earlier. Preserving flows for salmon populations is a necessity, and there is no other choice. Further, when the salmon populations suffer, the Indigenous communities that have depended on the salmon since time immemorial suffer too. This includes loss of traditional food, loss of ceremonies, and detrimental health effects. And I want to add on to what one of my colleagues, Lise, mentioned earlier. There needs to be more engagement with tribal communities, and that includes going beyond tribal governments and reaching out into the communities themselves, because oftentimes they can share different values. With the help of the curtailments implemented last year, salmon populations were able to be spared, and we hope the board can help keep the threat from the drought at bay another year. This is an environmental, social, and environmental justice issue, and again, I support the board's plan to set minimum water flows for the Scott and Shasta rivers to protect the salmon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. Really appreciate you attending today and your comments here before the board and engagement, I know, around what are longstanding challenges, but real opportunities we have right now. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola, who will be followed by Nick Jocelyn and David Webb. Good afternoon. Oh, Ms. Chicazola, I apologize. I believe you've frozen at this moment. But at least you're smiling when you're frozen. We'll wait a moment for your connection to reestablish. It's looking like it might take a moment more. So, Ms. Chicazola, what we'll do is come back to you here and go to Nick Jocelyn first then.
Hi, my name is Nick Jocelyn. My family settled out in the Shasta Valley in 1854. So in that time, I've seen quite a lot of change in the area. I'd also like to talk about Laurel's point about the financial impact that occurs during low water years. And I think it's important to mention that during low water years, groundwater extraction increases, and attempts are made to keep ag production in line with previous years. And so during that time, we've actually seen the extirpation of many aquatic species that had inhabited the Shasta River. And we have what we have left is now teetering on a very thin margin of survivability. So it's pretty hard to weigh the entirety of the economic impacts, because like Glenn Spain said, they don't just happen to the farming community. They happen to the ocean communities, and they happen to the tribes. Also, another point about issue with 1707 dedications in the Shasta River. They're not being shepherded through the system currently, even during the curtailments. So there's no clarity as to whether those are in addition to the 50 CFS through the summer, or if those are included in the 50 CFS. And the main one I'm speaking about is CDF&W's Big Springs Ranch. Also echoing Mr. Belcheck, if the drought does end and we go into a wet year, I would expect in the Shasta to actually see the flows be much worse than they are now. So I'm hoping that we can just keep our heads down and work towards a permanent in-stream flow recommendation for both of these rivers. And I would just like to thank you for the time you've given on this issue. And I support your vote to continue the regulations for another year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. I appreciated your comments. And to your point, yeah, protecting 1707 flows or dedicated in-stream flows here is made more difficult when we have decades, I feel sometimes, of a lack of investment in being able to achieve what are the needed protection of those and track the drops, we'll say, and better coordinate timing of diversions and understand how we collectively meet these outcomes. And again, these regs are an opportunity that's fueling what's a long-standing discussion that's needed. So just thank you. I appreciate that. Your comments.
I was actually wondering
Yes,
if
please,
staff
board
could actually answer that question.
If it's additive or
are the 1707 in-stream flow dedications included within the 50 CFS minimum flow, or are they protected in some way? If you could just help explain how you see that.
Yes, Board Member McGuire, it depends on who's dedicating. It's totally at the option of whoever owns the 1707 dedication. In the case of Fish and Wildlife's right, they added a provision asking that it float on top. So to the extent they're not curtailed, the goal this year is to float those dedications on top to the extent that water is available under those rights. But others, for example, the Hart 1707 would like their dedications to contribute to the flow, and that's perfectly allowable too under the statute.
Helpful, and thank you. Thank you, board member. And again, thank you, Mr. Jocelyn, for the comment. We'll go back to Regina Chicazola. Ms. Chicazola, apologies. I know you had a tech moment.
Yes, sorry.
As is our modern world. Hey, good to see you.
I live in an area with poor internet and no power, so I apologize. But I do thank you for having these new formats for the meetings, because it really does help people like me who live really far away to participate. So I just wanted to say that I fully agree with the curtailments that are being proposed. I wanted to thank you for making sure to deal with certain issues of stock water, which of course, there needs to be some exceptions for stock water, but at the same time, we can't be taking advantage of those exceptions. At this point, human health and safety and making sure that endangered species survive need to be the top priority for water use. So as I said, I do support these temporary actions. These are critically important. And not only that, it's working. I was really heartened to see the presentation earlier today that shows that the curtailments last year did lead to better survival of salmon in the watersheds. I think it's apparent that with climate change, our water is over allocated. And we are going to really have to look at water rights and reasonable use and how to make sure we're not the people who make the salmon extinct and make sure that Native people no longer can fish in the Klamath River. It's critically important and is part of your responsibility as a board. That said, I do think that having these temporary measures, while needed this year, is not enough. We need long-term solutions to these problems. We need permanent in-stream flows to be, because like Mike Belcheck said earlier in the meeting, sometimes years where actually good water years, these watersheds still go completely dry or very close to dry because there's just too much water allocated. And that's true both with the groundwater and with the surface water issues. So I would like to ask the board to prioritize looking at long-term solutions for the Scott and Shasta River. I think not only does it benefit the fish, it also benefits anyone who's reliant on these watersheds to be able to plan ahead, instead of like having to look at it being June and having to change, like you don't want to plant when you're not going to be able to get that water. And if we actually knew what the permanent solutions are, we can start thinking about when water is used, and how people can plan ahead, whether it's changing crops or having years that certain fields are fallowed. I also want to urge you, and I know that the board doesn't agree with me on this point, but to look at fairness in these decisions. I've heard a lot that the people who have been taking the brunt of these water curtailments are more small farmers and people who are marginal with their farming. And the larger farmers, because a lot of them do have more senior water rights, or because they are the ones that money goes to fallow their fields, are the ones that are not getting hit as hard. And I'm not saying they should be hit hard, but it'd be nice to see it so it's not only the small farmers that are getting hit by these curtailments. I mean, when we look at equity and we look at fairness and we look at long-term flow needs, we're going to have to look at large farmers and senior water right holders too. So I wanted to say that. And other than that, I do think the board is doing something really important here. I did want to speak earlier and I didn't have a chance, so I wanted to also say I feel like you should also look at reinstating the curtailments on Deer Creek and other creeks within the Sacramento River, because I heard you say that there's going to be pulse flows but not curtailments, and that really worries me. Ultimately, I'm sure no one wants to do curtailments. I'm sad that this is necessary in any watershed, but with the way that climate change is going, this is the new norm, and we're just going to have to figure out ways to keep our rivers alive and our watersheds clean, because as you also are aware of, low flows also lead to toxic algae. It leads to the concentration of pesticides within our watersheds, and it makes it so that people also don't have access to clean water, drinking water, when flows get too low. So that's all I have to say today on this particular issue. I thank you for taking action. It is working. I'm sorry that it's causing hardships to the local community, but maybe we'll start to see the salmon rebound if we do figure out what flows are needed within these watersheds and look at a reallocation of water, and for that deals with climate change and long-term solutions. Have a nice day.
Just thank you as always for your good comments and engagement here. And just know that the remote participation for me, it does mean a lot, because we are getting voices that would otherwise require a lot of folks to spend a lot of time and a lot of money to come just to this room to be able to part of this discussion. And so just thank you, and look forward to, I know it is a lot of further work. So thank you, Ms. Chicazola. Next, I'd like to call up David Webb, who will be followed by Sheila Miamber. And then our last two commenters are Conrad Fisher and Craig Tucker.
Thank you. This is David Webb from the Friends of the Shasta River. And I do want to applaud you all and the Department of Fish and Game and your respective staffs for all the effort you've put in on this difficult topic, the time trying to find cooperative solutions with people, to working through alternatives. It's really been a great step forward to actually make it clear how important it's going to be for everyone involved to sort of rejigger the sharing of the water within these watersheds and hopefully elsewhere within the state, and rebalance how it's used. And your commitment here has really been impressive. And I think it's also been good that you've created an environment where there's clearly an incentive to work for, discover, and implement local cooperative solutions. Ones where in the past, it really just wasn't happening. The incentive wasn't enough to get people to truly engage and scratch their heads and say, how are we going to work our way out of this in a way that successfully meets both needs? And I think that's a very good outcome. Since Since 1850, for the last 172 years, we've been engaged in something of an experiment that might be described as how much of the water can we give away before there's nothing left here by way of aquatic systems, fish, public trust resources, and it's all been turned into personal property. And we've obviously come a little too close to that line, and we're now finding it time to make the difficult choice to step back and readjust how things are shared. The 50 CFS that you have set as a minimum in the Shasta is an exceptionally good start. This is a bad dry year. Last year was a bad dry year. I do have to note that we didn't consistently meet that 50 CFS, nor the 50 CFS plus the Department of Fish and Wildlife water on top of it. We dropped as low as 40 CFS in the last month, and frequently between 40 and 50 CFS. But I think we need to reemphasize the fact that 50 isn't a target, it's a minimum. If you're going to hit the minimum, you've got to be a little bit low above it at times, which means something of a buffer probably needs to be added, as Fish and Game mentioned. I think it's also important to recognize, and most people up here seem to miss the fact that you can't run a river like a hatchery, in part because you don't have a truck that drives around every couple hours spewing out Oregon moist pellets to feed the fish with. They've got to live off the aquatic organisms that lived and grew over the preceding 12-month period or longer. And maintaining adequate in-stream flows to maintain water quality, water depth, water width, wetted channel dimensions is essential to providing the food source for the juvenile salmon that are harder to see, harder to recognize, and harder to realize need protecting than it is to leave enough water in for salmon to come back to spawn. But people don't get that sometimes, that the fact that you have to maintain a river year round, not just in the fall during the spawning season, and not just for a month or two, while some of the fish you want to focus on happen to be out migrating, but the whole year round, because not all the fish are salmon, not all the aquatic organisms can come and go at will, and all of them need to be protected year round if you're in fact going to protect the public trust resources. So thank you for your commitment. Please maintain the curtailment. We don't need to go back to what we see in normal water years, which is less than 10 CFS at the mouth of the river, when really we need more than 50. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I really appreciate you articulating in a more clear way even than we've heard now why the importance of protecting flows through the summer are there. To your point, it's really about the productivity and the diversity and the biology that we can support across the entire year. And yes, there are timing moments and key timing and keying moments for salmon migration and populations. But if we're really talking about supporting these ecosystems into the future, it's really about having a better understanding of these needs. So anyway, I really appreciate your good articulation, even better than me trying to fumble a summarization of it. Next, I'd like to call up Sheila Meamber, who will be followed by Conrad Fisher, Greg Tucker, and actually we have one last commenter after that. It's Valentina Demas, who will take us home.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, good afternoon. Let me give some background on my husband and our family. We are fourth generation cattle ranchers with property located in the Shasta Valley and along the Shasta River. My husband has always been a big supporter for improvements, conditions for the fish. The North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board honored my husband with a plaque in July 25th, 2007, with the following statement at their meeting at the Wairika Community Center. Quote, in recognition of over 15 years of innovative improvement practices, steady progress, and exemplary leadership for the enhancement of water quality within his own ranching operations, amongst his ranching neighbors, and the entire community of Montague, end of quote. Then earlier in 1966, he was awarded an award by the Klamath River Basin Fisheries Task Force, also with a plaque honoring him for supporting the hydronomous fisheries restoration. In addition, over the years, We have hosted many tours on our property along the Shasta River, college classes, the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board tour, cattle tours by the Extension Service. Recently, well, not recently, my husband used to be on the Shasta Valley Resource Conservation District Board, and they had several CAF, California Fish and Wildlife biologists make numerous presentations at our meetings about the stream conditions for the Shasta, as well as the lethal conditions in the Klamath River due to the polychaete worms. They host the sea, Shasta, and Paracapsula spores, which kill the smolts. Many more fish die in the Klamath River as a result than from the warm Shasta or Scott River water. The agencies trap the fish along the Klamath River with their screw traps to check health, and finding too many were very sick. A few years ago, my husband hosted the Yurok fisheries biologist who tested for polychaete worms at the Montague USGS gauging station. He had just tested at the mouth near the Wairika gauging station. Then after me, the ranch bought by the Nature Conservancy, now California Fish and Game owned. No worms at any site. And I recall him saying they didn't expect to find any. So the juvenile salmon and steelhead are safe in the Shasta and Scott too. So it's easy to, for the powers that be, to come and drop the hammer on outstanding ranchers who are trying to comply, while it should be more appropriate to go after the illegal cannabis growers that are using so much Shasta River water from the wells, or else help to do something about the hazardous Klamath River conditions, where the major real causes exist for the decline of the salmon numbers. The Bureau of regulates the Klamath flow for large volumes all year round. I once read that, or rather my husband once read that a federal biologist suggested, and I know this is not going to go over very well, suggested once cutting the flow during the summer months way back to dry up and kill as many polychaete worms as possible. But after the fisheries biologists have already declared that most of the smolts have passed with a very large regulated pulse flow to the Pacific Ocean in the spring. So as long as the flow is maintained large, the worms continue to flourish. The river would be much smaller naturally in the summer without the Link River Dam now used on the Upper Klamath Lake to maintain large continuous flow, because the upper rivers flow falls off in the tributary Williamson, Wood, and Sprague rivers, which decrease the heat of the summer. In addition to that, I want to follow up a little bit more, and I think maybe Sheriff LaRue addressed it too, so I'm not going to belabor it. But the illegal pot or cannabis growers that's happening in Shasta Vista, which Ginger had shown you some excellent slides about what's happening out there. Until that is addressed and taken care of, it's going to be an issue. And I think legal owners, agricultural owners, and others are going to become outraged by what is happening there because of the millions of dollars and the cartels that are involved with there that are ruining the water systems and the land. And that should be something, I know that you mentioned earlier that it's up to the local sheriff and law enforcement, but we need the water board to stand behind and do whatever they can to enforce those issues and to stop these illegal grows. It's affecting our community, it's affecting our schools, it's affecting everybody in every way. And we don't have the manpower, as which was suggested before, or the funds in order to stop what's going on. And when we've tried to do that, we've been slapped with lawsuits. So this is going to be an ongoing problem. And in my opinion, until you address that and the state addresses it, this is going to be a problem that is not going to go over well with the agricultural community. In addition to that, lawsuits have been filed against our county by the illegals who claim they are being denied access to drinking water. Well, that's not so. And it's, I guess what I'm hearing is that maybe my time is up, but I wanted to ask if anyone has heard a report, CBS Channel 13 in Sacramento, and maybe this needs to be verified. I'm not sure it has, but it was on the news that Sacramento is going to sell 3 billion gallons of water after declaring a water alert to other parts of the state, and they will pump groundwater for drinking. So we have issues up here, but there's issues across the rest of the state as well. And I'll end with that. And
Thank you, Ms. Meamber. I do appreciate your comments, and I'll just note, for me, it's not an either or. It's not as if when we talk about all the work that needs to be done in addressing illegal uses and otherwise in a watershed, those all don't need to be done before the board acts here. It is really important, but we're dedicated to trying to address all sides of this. So I appreciate your comments and your points here and contributing to today's discussion on this freaking order. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? So yes. Tomorrow, this is going to continue. Are you going to be soliciting additional comments tomorrow?
No, the plan would be to vote today on today's item.
Okay. Yes. So when you come up with your final draft or whatever you're going to do, will there at some point, I thought I read that there's going to be a time for comment period with what you've prepared? Because the change order that came through last night, so I have not even had enough time to review that changes that have been made.
Mariana, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, so we did circulate a change sheet late yesterday evening, and we will read that aloud for everyone. We reviewed in the presentation what those changes were. If the chair would like, I can review those, or
we'll wait to get through our commenters,
okay,
and then we'll have further discussion here. So thank you, Ms. Meamber.
Thank you.
And also, sorry, there will be a comment period before OAL, but the board's comment period, I understand, will be closed after the vote.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification, Mariana. Okay, next, I'd like to call up Conrad Fisher, who will be followed by Craig Tucker, and then our last commenter will be Valentia Demas.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Conrad Fisher. I'm here on behalf of Water Climate Trust. I'm also fourth generation Klamath Basin resident. My family came in during the Great Depression. My home is on the lower Klamath River in Siskiyou County. I am here also on behalf of the other part of Siskiyou County that you rarely hear about. And although I help pay the salaries of the people you hear from with property taxes, our part of Siskiyou County is almost never represented in venues like this. The other part of Siskiyou County, which you rarely hear from, is much more focused on the river, the economy based on the river, and of course, the tribes who are dependent upon the river. I am here to urge you to support the emergency curtailment and take steps towards making it permanent. I'll give you 5 quick reasons to support the emergency curtailment. If you care mostly about economic impacts, you have heard about the impacts on ag, but you do not hear enough about the other side of the equation. You heard briefly about the commercial fishing industry. That is huge. There's also the tourism industry and every economic livelihood that is based on a healthy river or healthy fisheries in the ocean. And if you are going to consider that, please place a value on the other side of the equation and also help the farming and ranching community get the most out of the public taxpayer money that is already being spent. We're spending millions, tens of millions of dollars on water conservation. However, the conserved water is almost never dedicated to ease the pressure on the ag community. It's almost always just conserved and soaked up by paper water rights. Number 2, racial equity. The Water Board, thank you very much, adopted a fairly strong racial equity resolution which also requires an ultimate racial equity action plan. To members of the board, I know all of you support the goals of that racial equity resolution, but to actually do that, you need to approve measures like this, because water for rivers is a racial equity issue. And I don't need to speak for tribes. You've heard from tribal members and tribal reps for decades. They've all basically said the same thing. Salmon are important. Salmon need enough water to not only not go extinct, but provide harvestable levels. Number 3, intergenerational equity. I think we all want our grandkids to have salmon in California. Right here, right now, this is very much where the rubber meets the road. The Scott River goes completely dry due to over allocation. Now's your chance to correct it. And Shasta as well needs additional flows. SGMA implementation. I've heard some praise of the local groundwater sustainability plans in the Scott and Shasta that are unjustified. I've participated in many of those meetings. There has been resistance by the local GSA and the scientists to actually including an in-stream flow requirement or threshold or target, however you want to call it, in the local in the groundwater sustainability plan. So this is a step toward that, because we cannot implement SGMA without knowing how much water fish need and without groundwater management plans that have triggers for curtailment when we are not achieving those in-stream flow goals. And finally, number 5, climate resilience. The state has many mandates, including the amazing water right response to climate change by the California Water Board. So I would encourage any of you who have not seen that to go back to the water rights response to climate change. It is amazing in almost every respect, except for the fact that it does not apply to existing water rights. It only applies to consideration of new appropriations. But if you were to apply the recommendations in the water rights response to climate change to all water management, we would all be a lot better off. And just specifically, it says we need to account for water supply given climate change impacts. How much is nature giving us? How much demand is there from existing water rights? And how much, quote, demand is there for in-stream needs? We have not done any of those 3 things effectively. We have not quantified how much water is allocated for existing water rights in many places, including the climate tributaries, nor have we established in-stream flow requirements, which were recommendations in the water rights response to climate change. So for those 5 reasons, and I could give many more, please support the emergency curtailment and take steps towards permanent in-stream flow requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Really appreciative of your comments today. And again, everyone for your patience, but this has been a really important conversation and really appreciate your contributions to it. Next, I'd like to call up Craig Tucker and then our last commenter, Valentia Dimas.
Hey, thank you, members of the Water Board and Chairman. I am Craig Tucker. I'm a natural resources policy consultant for the Karuk tribe. The Karuk tribe supports the readoption of these curtailments. If we're going to have fish, we have to have water in the river, and we have to have some kind of mechanism for mandating a minimal in-stream flow. And then water users have to kind of work backwards from maintaining a minimal in-stream flow. A couple things I just want to point out, and I'll go quickly, is if you look through the Siskiyou County agricultural reports for the last 15 years or so that I can find these reports, they grow about the same amount of hay in Siskiyou County, in Scott Valley, year in and year out. It doesn't matter how much it rains, they grow about the same amount of hay. But what is variable with precipitation is how much that hay is worth. So in years of severe drought, like 2014, the price of hay almost doubles per ton. So what we've allowed folks to do in Scott and Shasta Valleys, the hay producers to do, is become disaster capitalists. So when there's a drought and most irrigators have their water shut off or curtailed or limited, they've been able to grow just as much hay during a drought as they have any other time. And they do really well in drought. You're the only people in California that probably praise for drought because they make twice as much money during a drought as they would any other time. Last year, we enacted these curtailments, and this year we have incredibly robust out-migration populations of out-migrating coho juveniles from the Scott River. Coincidence? I don't think so. And then finally, I just want to remark that the fish are not doing well. I think there's been some attempts to sort of gaslight the board. Coho are doomed to extinction unless we do something. The Creek Tribe published a report last year from BioStream. It's an ecosystem diagnostic and treatment model report. It's a fish production model report. And the big conclusion of that report is, unless something dramatically changes in the way we manage the Scott River, coho salmon are likely going to be extinct in the Scott in a decade. So the fish are not doing well. We have to take action, and maintaining a minimal in-stream flow is the best action this board can take at this time to ensure these fish stick around. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the hard work. Really appreciate the hard work of staff at both the water board and the department to get us to this place. Thanks a lot.
Thank you as well, Mr. Tucker, for your just years long continued work and leadership in this space. It's making a difference. It makes a difference, and I really appreciate it. Last, I'd like to call up Valentina Dimas.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon.
So I would just like to support the plan to set minimum water flows for the Scott and Shasta rivers to protect fish. I work with a nonprofit named Save California Salmon up here in Humboldt County. And, you know, the curtailments worked last year, and I would just urge the board to quickly enact them again so that the fish can be saved and that there's enough water for them. And just to stand with my colleagues in support of the years of hard work that it takes, you know, and this issue will continue to, or hopefully not, will continue to go on. So I'm just calling in support of them. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dimas. And yes, some point here in the future, hopefully not, but I know we have a lot of work to do before we get there. But I think a real opportunity, we know. So thank you. Fellow board colleagues, we've heard a lot, and you know, I certainly am comfortable and supportive. And maybe what might help, if there isn't some initial questions or follow-up from what we've heard, is maybe Mariana, you can go through what the changes are a little in more detail, so we just know, and then go from there. And this is the change sheet that was circulated yesterday evening.
Certainly. So change sheet 1 was circulated yesterday evening, and it would add a new whereas to the resolution. So there's 2 changes to the resolution proposed, and then 3 changes to the regulation itself. A new whereas 27 would be added regarding coordination in the Scott River watershed that's been ongoing in terms of groundwater modeling. A new resolved number 8 would be added to the resolution that directs staff to continue working on those tools that were referenced for the Scott. Moving on to what the changes would be in the proposed regulation. It would add to the discussion of local cooperative solutions. So we've touched somewhat on the addition of a new local cooperative solution that would be available for inefficient livestock watering. And there's been a clarification that would also apply to diversions on the main stem reaches, not only in the tributary reaches. There's an addition of a new reference in discussing the water right priority to the California Constitution, Article 4. And again, there's a change in the discussion of the inefficient livestock watering prohibition section that also clarifies that a local cooperative solution is available both on a tributary basis or for particular main stem reaches.
Thank you for covering those changes in the change sheet. Very supportive of them. And again, I really appreciate the better inclusion around the coordination on groundwater monitoring, modeling, and the work that better aligns it with Sigma. So thank you. I appreciate that and the time to quickly go over it for everyone's comfort and for those participating in the discussion. Vice Chair.
I'd like to hear from staff about the inclusion of the Shasta in those provisions. It seems reasonable.
Anticipating your request, we did in fact develop language that I could read into the record if you would like.
And just
for
so
consideration.
we're clear for those following along, what is the intent here, and what is this language going to do?
So this language follows up on the discussion that Vice Chair Diadamo initiated during the comments of Matt Parker regarding coordination on groundwater modeling issues in the Shasta River as well as the Scott River. And so this could be, it would be a new whereas provision and a small edit to the new resolved provision regarding groundwater modeling. So the new whereas clause would read, it would be potentially new whereas 28, which would follow the new whereas discussing the Scott. It says, Division of Water Rights staff are currently working on a hydrology modeling effort in the Shasta River watershed to help inform long-term in-stream flow and water management planning. As a part of this effort, Division of Water Rights implemented a memorandum of understanding with Siskiyou County to coordinate on the development and refinement of hydrology models for the Shasta Valley. These Shasta Valley hydrology models will help inform in-stream flow and other watershed management strategies in the watershed. So that would be the new whereas clause. And then new whereas number 8. I think I will read all 4 lines, sorry, the new resolved number 8. I think I'll read all 4 lines of it and then highlight what the 2 new changes would be. So the text reads, the State Water Board directs staff to continue to develop and use hydrologic modeling tools in the Scott River, and then the new text would be and Shasta River. And then watershed would be changed to watersheds to better understand and support the planning and implementation of groundwater recharge projects, curtailments, local cooperative solutions, and other water management strategies, comma, and then we proceed to resolve number 9.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that language, and here including the Shasta and the similar work that we're directing on the Scott.
Thank you very much, Chief Counsel. There's also been another change that's been brought to my attention on page 20 of the draft regulation, the citation I referenced to the section on water right priorities. That should be adding a reference to California Constitution, Article 10, Section 5, not Section 4.
And to be clear, that's coming from the change sheet that was read into the record. So it's just a clarification and correction on the change sheet. And there are others besides me that get credit for that correction. So
good flag. Thanks. Thank you, Vice Chair. Other colleagues?
I don't have much to add to that, but I really do appreciate the changes to include the Shasta River in particular. As I understand it, when we're thinking about ways to collaboratively manage a watershed, in this case, the Shasta has an opportunity. It has, it's a spring-fed river. It has ample flows to meet the minimum in-stream flows. And so it's really a matter of how do you manage that delta. And I think I'm hoping, well, I'm not hoping that the drought continues, but if it does, I'm hoping that folks in that watershed can really get together and start thinking about ways to better, approach water sharing. There were a number of comment letters that I think spoke to this and referenced even the Russian River voluntary agreement and the success, early successes that we've seen there so far. And so I think, both these rivers, Scott and Shasta, have opportunity. And the way that we're going to be able to help support that is through providing information, providing data, providing the tools that you've been working on, and helping just pull the curtain back from all the mystery about what is within the realm of possibility for mutually managing these systems in a way that is going to both support the fisheries and continue to support agriculture and other uses in the watershed. So just really thank you for adding that language.
Board member. Any other discussion or thoughts from colleagues? And then otherwise we may be prepared.
Okay, well, I'm prepared to make a motion and just want to start by really thanking every single one of you that's up here today and everyone that tuned in and provided comments. I really think that your time invested in this has been time well spent. It's been really personally rewarding to get out to the watershed and hear a different tone. And I'm hopeful about today's action, and I'm also hopeful about the future. I think that there's more to come, as Board Member McGuire talked about, with obtaining information. That's really the key. When you have information, I think it puts you in a better position from any perspective to be able to dialogue and better understand what others, where others are coming from. And so just really, again, want to thank you all. And then there's other things that I know you've been working on that we didn't just touch today on, Ms. Olson, your efforts on 1707. And I know Mr. Lawfer and I are going to have a good conversation, I hope, with the National Fish and Wildlife Federation on some potential funding opportunities. And so really look forward to continuing to stay engaged as a board after today's adoption. So with that, I'd like to move adoption of the resolution, change sheet number 1, as well as the changes to the change sheet that were read into the record by Ms. Au and Mr. Lawfer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just echo what is a lot of pride in the work that's going on here. This is an incredible opportunity, and it's based off of just a lot of hours and a lot of work. And there's still a lot more before us, I know, after this vote. But it represents still yet another moment where we continue to do better by some incredibly challenging circumstances, regrettably, that we find ourselves, but with the opportunity to do better. So thank you for that. And I'll attain a second.
And just thank you for all the input today. A lot of really great input from stakeholders, and thank you, staff, for all the work that you've done over these past months and seemingly years trying to get us to this point. So thank you. And I will gladly second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous, and just congratulations to everyone. We have a lot more work ahead, so thank you. And let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we proceed onto our agenda. We still have items number 6 and 7 to get through, and so just thank you, everyone. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, and congratulations again.
Congratulations.
You know she's leaving,
What, you're gonna come back and work for me? Okay.
She's going to a good project. It's just the division of management.
Yes. I'm good. I'm seeing you in a long time.
I have my mask.
It's true. The first time I had it, like good.
Are you here?
Sometimes. Today, tomorrow.
I mean, I know you do. Do you think you're gonna be first man? Yeah. Oh my God. Mariana. Yes. Oh my God. I haven't seen you in person since like 2015. Whoa. I know, it's crazy, right? And Anne Marie, I've never seen you in person. Oh my God. I got a badge today. It's so exciting. I got to get in the elevator by myself. Woohoo. I'm like, what's your talk more so I can really connect with them? I know. It's crazy. Crazy. It is. Although I did not find my mail slot. I failed on that duty.
Did the camera blow out? Was that
I know.
the big boom?
And people tell me like, oh, there's stuff. I put it here, I put it there. I'm like, okay. Andy emailed me this morning like, I can't find your cubicle. I want to put something in it. What group is it in? Of course. Well, so I got to meet Sam and Dana. We carpooled. Yeah, we carpooled together.
Don't tell me this is your first day.
It is. I got my badge, Sam. Well, in theory, there's a cubicle, but it has David Coop's name on it. So I just went and sat in Stephen Westhoff's office.
I'm really happy.
Yeah, he's not even here anymore. Right?
I'm really happy they pushed back the
return to office day.
Because this week was like,
Oh.
I was like gonna have a break. I'm going to run the Tuolumne River, guys.
You're gonna, oh, you are? You're rafting?
Yeah, Thursday afternoon. But it sounds like I don't need to review it tomorrow.
So are we live? Are we really happening?
No.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh, wait.
It was transcribing.
It's
right?
actually.
Are you not hungry?
Okay. You okay? You can come in here if you want.
Okay, although we have a second left, it's not there anymore. And so look, let us begin. It is 4:10, 4:11 now, actually. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity for a quick break. Refresh ourselves and here ready to dive into item number 6. Hand it over to our incredible colleagues in the program.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Matthew McCarthy, a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor in the board's Division of Water Rights. Today, I will be presenting a request for a case-by-case exception to a provision of the board's policy for maintaining in-stream flows in Northern California coastal streams that affects water right permit applications A032563A and A032563B of the Robert C. Mann Trust. Next slide, please. The Robert C. Mann Trust owns a dam and reservoir, location shown by the arrow, that are in Sonoma County, about 30 miles northwest of the city of Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. The dam and reservoir, shown by the arrow, were constructed at the confluence of 2 unnamed streams. The stream where the dam and reservoir are located flows into Pepperwood Creek, which is located within the Wheatfield Fork of the Walla River. The Walla River supports steelhead trout, a federally threatened salmonid species. Next slide, please. This is a photograph of the reservoir with the dam located at the far end on the right side. The reservoir, constructed about 65 years ago, has an estimated capacity of 249 acre-feet. Next slide, please. In 2012, the board's Division of Water Rights issued an administrative civil liability complaint and draft cease and desist order against the Robert C. Mann Trust. A public hearing was held by the board in 2014 concerning the matter, and in 2015, the board issued order WR 2015 2021-0025. The order imposed administrative civil liability and required that the Robert C. Mann Trust cease and desist unauthorized diversions. Next slide, please. In 2016, the Robert C. Mann Trust filed water right permit application A032563. The application proposed the diversion of up to 249 water per year by means of the on-stream dam and reservoir. The application was split due to the board's regulations that require separate applications for consumptive and non-consumptive uses. Application A032563A was created for the consumptive uses of irrigation and stock watering, and application A032563B was created for the non-consumptive uses of recreational, fish and wildlife preservation and enhancement, and fire protection. The only beneficial use not associated with historical operation is irrigation. Next slide, please. The applications are subject to the requirements of the board's policy for maintaining in-stream flows in Northern California coastal streams, also known as the North Coast In-Stream Flow Policy, which became effective in 2014 and establishes principles and guidelines for maintaining in-stream flows for the protection of fishery resources. The Robert C. Mann Trust Reservoir is formed by an on-stream dam on a Class 2 stream that does not provide habitat for fish, but does include habitat for aquatic non-fish vertebrates and aquatic benthic macroinvertebrates. On-stream dams can have a detrimental effect on salmonids by preventing fish passage and blocking access to upstream spawning and rearing habitat, intercepting and retaining spring and summer flows, spawning gravels, and large woody debris that are important for habitat, and creating slow-moving lake-like habitats that can favor non-native species that either prey on or compete with salmonids. Thus, Section 2.4.2 of the policy prohibits the board from accepting most applications that include on-stream dams on Class 2 streams, including the Robert C. Mann Trust applications. Next slide, please. The policy contains a provision that allows for the filing of requests for case-by-case exceptions to policy provisions. In 2020, the Robert C. Mann Trust requested an exception to policy section 2.4.2 to allow the applications to be accepted. The request noted that the dam does not prevent fish passage or block fish habitat, the dam does not intercept spawning gravels or large woody debris, and the reservoir does not contain non-native species. The request indicated that the reservoir may be beneficial as it provides habitat for the California red-legged frog and northwestern pond turtle, provides a valuable resource for firefighting, provides a source of wetlands, and supports current stock watering operations. To grant the requested exception, the board must find that the exception will not compromise the maintenance of in-stream flows and that the exception will serve the public interest. Next slide, please. The division has evaluated the exception request for application A032563B for non-consumptive uses. This application proposes to store water in the reservoir in a manner similar to historical operation. The reservoir historically fills and spills quickly and likely does not capture significant amounts of spring and summer flows. In addition, the reservoir may provide some benefit by capturing fine sediments that are detrimental to fish habitat, providing habitat for non-fish aquatic vertebrates, and providing a source of water for fire protection. Granting the exception request for this application will not compromise the maintenance of in-stream flows and will serve the public interest. Next slide, please. The division has also evaluated the exception request for application A032563A for consumptive uses. This application proposes to withdraw up to 71 acre-feet of water per year from the reservoir for the irrigation of a proposed 118-acre vineyard, which is not consistent with historical operation of the reservoir. Withdrawing large amounts of water from reservoir storage for irrigation would disrupt the fill and spill feature of the reservoir and negate some of the current benefits of leaving the water in the reservoir. In addition, reservoir levels could be drawn down to a point that downstream reaches experience interruptions in natural flow variability that reduce or eliminate the flows necessary for natural channel maintenance. Granting the exception request for this application is likely to compromise the maintenance of in-stream flows and will not serve the public interest. Next slide, please. Eric Ekdahl, the board's Deputy Director for Water Rights, has recommended to Executive Director Eileen Sobek that the board take the following actions regarding the exception request and associated applications. First, partially deny the exception request and reject application A032563A for consumptive uses. And second, partially grant the exception request, accept application A032563B for non-consumptive uses, and amend this application to include incidental stock watering. Please note that the accepted application will be subject to all standard permitting requirements as the division processes the application in order to make a decision regarding whether to issue a permit, including the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, the Water Code, and other provisions of the North Coast in-stream flow policy. Staff recommends that the board adopt the proposed order that is included with today's agenda item. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Appreciate the project and agree with the staff recommendation. Other colleagues with any questions though? And we do have 2 commenters to go to. Okay, let's go ahead and call up Rachel Curran, who will be followed by Julie Aguio.
Hi, sorry, I'm not going to be on video as well with our country internet, but I wanted to speak to support. Oh, thank you. I wanted to speak to support the recommendation just made. I was born and raised in Cazadero and come from a family that has been integral in preserving the coastal lands in northern Sonoma County for multiple generations. And we're a family that show up on the front lines of fires at our own cost with our own equipment. And the sustainability of wildlife and the environment here is critical to our values and our livelihoods and our lifestyles, as well as the community. And so we recognize that the policy for maintaining in-stream flows was implemented after the state of California, by the state of California after the dam was built. And the policy is designed to protect rivers as a habitat for salmonids. And as was clearly explained there by Matthew, the concerns posed by this policy with respect to the potential impact to in-stream dams by in-stream dams is about protecting the salmonids. And this dam is not going to harm the salmonids. In fact, it's a decades-old dam that is deemed low risk by the dam safety standards, provides numerous benefits, and is well above any passageway for the fish. So it's also been identified that the stream that this dam feeds into has the highest steelhead spawning counts in the entire Guala River watershed. It's also been recognized by CAL FIRE as an important value for fighting wildfires during this time where we all know California wildfires are catastrophic for us all. So that's all I have to say. I just want to say that I, again, agree that this is both appropriate and appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. I appreciate your time today and sticking with us and providing comment to this item. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Julie Aguio. Hello.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Julie Aggio, and I'm here just to read a letter on behalf of Mr. William Mackey, who has long-time familiarity with the Cazadero area where the dam is located. The letter is dated June 18th, 2022. It reads, "To whom it may concern, my name is William D. I am 70 years young, and for the last 45 years have been a resident of Corning, California, Tehama County. In 2012, I retired from teaching and coaching at Corning High School. My career spans 35 years. I was raised in Cazadero, California in my early years. My grandparents on both sides were longtime Cazadero natives. My grandpa Mackey owned and operated the Cazadero store for 44 years. My other grandpa was a member of a homestead family. I am very familiar with Cazadero history. The reason for this letter is to support a close friend, Bob Mann. I met Bob about 55 years ago. I am very familiar with his King Ridge property as well as the surrounding ranches. It is my understanding that the existence of his long-established dam is in jeopardy of being removed. I cannot understand why this should be. This small lake is an established environmental enhancement on many levels. It supports livestock and wildlife of all kinds. The natural beauty of the landscape is breathtaking. Most importantly, it is a reservoir in a time of drought. The water behind this dam has been vital in fire suppression in this area. Timber and structures of all kinds have been saved by the existence and utilization of this resource. In future years, it will surely be needed even more. As Bob continues his case in this issue, please look closely at the value of a man who is truly a steward of his land. He cares for it at the highest level at great cost. His respect for the land is obvious for everyone to see. Sincerely, William Mackey. And thank you for the time to comment.
Thank you as well, Ms. Aggio. Appreciate your patience and sticking with us. I know it's been a long day, but for staying here and making sure to contribute to this item and reading the letter. Thank you. That wraps up our commenters. I don't know if there's any further need for discussion from board members, but if so, by all means, and otherwise would entertain a motion.
I just want to say, I fully support this order, and I fully appreciate how much time and effort it takes to even get to this point, and the fact that the North Coast in-stream policy has been in place for some years now. And is this the first exception or the second one to come before us? And I know there are hundreds of dams out in the North Coast area, with similar, different situations, but similar challenges, and that they existed before the policy was adopted. So I just want to thank you for working your way through the process here for this one. And I know there's a ways to go still in processing the application and all that, but I fully concur with the direction. So would be happy to make a motion to adopt the order.
I will second.
Thank you, board members. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is adopted. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to then our next item, item number 7. And this is an item before us through the Administrative Hearings Office.
So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Alan Lilly. I'm the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office. And I'm here to present item 7. And it looks like the first slide is up.
Great to have you here today with us, Mr. Lilly.
All right, let's go ahead to the second slide, please. We've prepared and are presenting to you today a proposed order on the changed petitions of the Garberville Sanitary District for its water right license 3404 and its water right permit 20789. Next slide, please. Just by way of background, the district's water right change petitions were filed in 2019 to add 18 acres to the authorized place of use in the water right permit, excuse me, and water right license. The authorized place of use is the exact same in both. With this change, if the board approves this change, then Garberville Sanitary District would be authorized to supply potable water through its system to the, excuse me, I haven't talked all day, a little sore, to the Southern Humboldt Community Park for 2 residences various existing outbuildings and public drinking fountains within an 18-acre specified area within the park. I think the park has a total acreage of about 400 acres or so. The district's petition contained a copy of the district's resolution 1902, which contained various conditions of approval, including one that the usage through the new connection would be limited to an average of 2,000 cubic feet per month, and that the highest amount would be 3,000 cubic feet per month during a maximum of 2 months in any 12-month period. And the district would be able to shut off the meter if the usage went beyond that. So we'll go to the next slide, please. This shows the general area. The inset on the left shows, you can see the Pacific Ocean there, and basically Highway 101 going north. This is just a little bit south of Eureka. The main part shows the area in a little more detail. And again, this is Highway 101 going through they're parallel to the South Fork of the Eel River. Next slide, please. The existing authorized place of use for the license and permit are shown in blue on this slide. The areas to be added are shown in red. And it's a little hard to see, but it's the three very small areas. The large red is actually just the legend that says something to the effect of proposed additions to place of use, but it's just the three little areas above that are actually proposed to be added to the place of use. Next slide, please. So after the Division of Water Rights issued the public notice of this petition, 4 parties filed protests. They're listed here. There was a process, as the division normally does, to try to encourage the parties to resolve their protests, but that was ultimately none of the protests were resolved. Next slide, please. So following the recommendation from the Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights, the Executive Director assigned the petition to my office in September 2020 for processing. We held the hearing on June 15 of 2021. Sorry it took us so long, but we did get the proposed order prepared into the parties on November 1st of last year. And then after reviewing the comments, transmitted our final proposed order, which is the order before you today, on March 28th of this year. Next slide, please. So the proposed order that we have prepared would grant the district's petitions and direct the Deputy Director for Water Rights to issue an amended license and an amended permit in the forms that are included in Appendices A and B to the order. The major changes from the existing license and permit, besides, of course, adding the 18 acres to the place of use, would be to include the limitation that I just talked about, 3,000 cubic feet per month during at most 2 months in any 12-month period, and 2,000 cubic feet per month during the remaining months. It would require the district in its annual reports that it files with the division each year to confirm that Southern Humboldt Community Park had used the potable water delivered by the district to the park only within the 18 authorized acres, and it would change the overall diversion limit, reduce it down to 245.5 acre feet per year. And this is consistent with what the district said was its maximum historical use and maximum anticipated future use. And actually, the district filed a petition for extension of time and then withdrew it and said they requested that the board issue a license with that annual limit in it. So the licensing issue is not before us now, but we did determine it appropriate to include that overall annual limit in the amended license and amended permit. So next slide, please. So in addition, we did add, this is our normal practice now, after we circulate draft proposed orders to the parties, we prepare an appendix, and in this case, it's Appendix C, which summarizes the parties' comments that they filed both in their closing briefs and in their comments on the draft proposed order, and then it has our responses, which we recommend that the board adopt. So some of those comments are things or comments concerning the permit and license terms, which I've just discussed. and others are comments that we can conclude involve issues that are certainly are basically not within the board's purview and therefore should not be considered. Next slide, please. So last week, this was following board member briefings. I prepared and circulated change sheet number 1, which I hope you all have. It was Ms. Townsend included in the revised agenda. It's just a couple of paragraphs long. And it would refer to the human right to water that's discussed in Water Code section 106.3 subdivision A, and then in more detail in the board's resolution from several years ago, resolution 2016-0010. And basically, after discussing that Water Code section and the resolution, I would confirm that this order is consistent with those policies by providing potable water to water users who otherwise might not have potable water or might have potable water of some questionable quality. Obviously, going through the district's water treatment system is likely to yield basically more higher quality potable water. We have received, or the board has received, several comments, which I will just briefly discuss now before I wrap up. And these are all addressed in our Appendix C in our responses to comments. Basically, one comment from some of the parties is that the board should not agree to serve water outside of the district's boundaries. This is an out-of-district service area, and basically the comment is the board should only allow this if the district annexes this land to the district, and then the board can consider that. But this really is not a board issue. This is a LAFCO issue. The Humboldt County Local Agency Formation Commission considered that. There's a specific section of the government code, section 56, 113, that authorizes LAFCO to basically gives LAFCO the authority to authorize out-of-district service area. And they considered it and made that decision. And that's really, under these circumstances, it's really not appropriate for the board to second guess that. Excuse me. There also are land use issues that have been raised associated with the park and concerning traffic, parking, noise associated with concerts and so forth. Again, those land use issues really are for Humboldt County, the land use agency to consider, and not for this board to consider. The third comment concerns impacts of the change petition if the board grants it on flows in the South Fork Eel River. And that clearly is something this board should consider. In this case, with the monthly limits that we've talked about, that I mentioned, the 2,000 cubic feet and 3,000 cubic feet per month limits, even if the deliveries were at those total amounts and the district increased its diversion from the river by those amounts, on average, it would be an increased diversion of approximately 1/1000th of a cubic foot per second. And the lowest flow on record in the South Fork Eel River is 10 cubic feet per second. So this would be, well, you can do the math. I think it's about 1/10,000th of a percent of, or no, excuse me, about 1/100th of 1% of an impact on the river flows. So there's no evidence, no one submitted any evidence that that would be an impact that would have any significant environmental effects. The actual impact might be lower if the park reduces its diversions under its riparian rights, which it's currently authorized to do, because it's no longer supplying water to these services. But the maximum impact would be approximately 1/1000th of a cubic feet per second. The other comments did address the permit and license terms, which I just mentioned. And those, I did think they were appropriate comments, and that's why we added the terms to address them. I mentioned the limits, the monthly limits. And also, there's a question that this district has a history of twice being subject to cease and desist orders from the board, where it had problems with its customers taking raw water, basically trucked water, and using it outside the authorized place of use. So the board doesn't normally get into looking at or asking permittees to police their customers' use. But in this case, we have fairly extenuating circumstances, both a history of past violations by other district customers, and also a situation where there's 18 acres. That's all they've asked to be added to the authorized place of use within a park that has an area of about 400 acres. So there's certainly some risk of basically use outside the authorized place of use. So I concluded that those comments were valid and included in our proposed order a permit term that would require the district in each annual report to submit a diagram showing its system that conveys the potable water received under the from the district under the license and permit, and shows where it's being used, and to certify that it's only being used within the authorized place of use. And then I previously mentioned the annual limit that we added. So next slide, please. So with that, I recommend on behalf of the Administrative Hearings Office that the board adopt the proposed order with change sheet number 1 included. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Looking to, we do have, I believe, 3 commenters that are on the platform still with us, of those that indicated wishing to speak on this item. So we have comments to go to, but looking to my colleagues first in case there's any initial questions or thoughts. Seeing none, and appreciate it. Then let's go on to Ed Voice, I believe, who is our first commenter, who will be followed by Deanne Griffith, and then lastly, we'll have Kristen Vogel. Good early evening, Mr. Voice.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, good. I'm glad you can hear me okay. I'm not sure my laptop just moved, so I think that's good. I don't get, oh, wait. Sorry. My laptop moved all over the place. Can you see me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. What I'd like to start in first was I'd like to correct something that Mr. Lilly talked about, which was the lowest flow in the South Fork Eel River happened last year in 2021. It went down to, I believe it was 5.5 CFS, not 10. So it does get very, very low. And the idea of this project only being thought of as very small, very little, doesn't really escape the fact that you've got a river that's very impaired, has very low flows in the summer now, especially with the Garberville Sanitary District. Its highest diversions are in July, August, September, and then even into October, where the flows go down even lower. So any amount of water that's being diverted for something like this project, even though it's people consider it small, is not small. It's a lot. And I can guarantee you that the park is not going to be able to use only this amount of water. They're going to be asking for more. They have a track record of that. I'd also like to point out, which I pointed out in my comments that I can't talk about enough, is that if the water board is supposed to be the responsible agency in this project under CEQA, why you're not, I don't know what you'd call it, not paying attention to that you've got 3 different, now you've got 3 different CEQA documents on this one piece of property. And it's being piecemealed back and forth, cherry picked, I don't know what you want to call it, between all 3 of these CEQA documents. And you've got the Administrative Hearing Office stating in this recommendation that they did not rely on the park's 2016 EIR. Well, if that's the case, then you cannot rely on the resolution that the Garberville Sanitary District proposed, which is in your packet, I believe. It's Resolution 1902. It's riddled with nothing but references to the 2016 Park EIR. And I can't talk about that enough because I can't believe that nobody caught this before. I've been talking about this since this project came up, and the public was aware of it back in December of 2018. I made comments to the Garberville Sanitary District. I made comments to Humboldt-LAFCO, and then to the maybe a dozen different comments I made during this process as a protestant. And it's included in my original protest. So I wish you guys would really look at that aspect of this project under CEQA, that it's not a standalone CEQA document. It's being cherry-picked from other CEQA documents to the one you have before you. And I think I'll just let my original or my comments stand by themselves. I would like to know, though, I'm just curious why at the hearing on June 15th, the people that spoke or testified were sworn in under oath. And I would like to know why it doesn't matter if those people who did speak under oath or testified under oath perjured themselves. I've proven the perjury to Mr. Lilly, and basically his comment back to me was that it's nothing the water board has to deal with. Well, I think that hearing was through the water board, and I'd like to know, there are some points that were made that were untruths that should be addressed because they had to do with this project. And I'll just give the remainder of my time to anybody else who needs it, but thank you very much for letting me speak and talk.
Thank you, Mr. Voice. I appreciate your time and engaging in this project and your feedback. Just thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Next, I'd like to call up Jenny Short, who will be followed by Deanne Griffith.
Hello, my name is Jenny Short. For the past decade, I have been the Garberville Sanitary District's project manager, and one of my tasks has been coordinating with the park to reestablish potable water service to the residents that are on the park's property off of our new distribution line after their old cross-country service line broke. The project has gone through many phases, many processes, many reviews with many different agencies, both at the county and the state level. During that time, this most recent application, the 2019 petition to the State Water Board to change our place of use to add this small portion of the park after the Humboldt Local Agency Formation Commission approved the water service to the park. The district's really pleased to see that this matter has finally come before the Water Board for approval. It's been a really long, time-consuming and expensive process for us to bring water to these residences and just a few drinking fountains for the users of a community park, which is literally across the street from our drinking water treatment plant. We would like to extend our thanks to the Deputy Director of Water Rights for choosing to assign our project to the Administrative Hearings Unit to complete the protest process, as that certainly helped to expedite the processing of our project to this pivotal point. We wholly support the staff recommendation for the State Water Board to adopt the proposed order as presented. Once this order has been approved, the district will update our water service agreement with the park to reflect the condition that was added to the permit and licensed by the Water Board, requiring that as part of our annual diversion report, we provide a diagram showing the water infrastructure on the park's property and confirming distribution of the GSD water only within the approved place of use. And I'm available to answer any questions that the Water Board might have during your discussion of the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Appreciate your time and patience in engaging on the item here and your advocacy. Thank you. Next, we have Deanne Griffith, and will be followed by Kristen Vogel.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
And Ms. Griffith, you'll need to unmute again.
Oh, apologies. I think we may have quickly muted you after you came off unmute.
All right. I appreciate you taking the time to hear some more comments on this issue. And I did send in a final comments on the final brief by the deadline of June 17th, I believe it was, or 16th. The only thing that I would like to emphasize is that this river is in bad shape and has been for many, many years. It's been declared a wild and scenic river, as well as having the designation for endangered species that are being harmed. And the drought is not going to get any better according to what most people are seeing and scientists are saying. I appreciate that you have added those terms to the proposed approval of this request, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough. And so I would really like you to take a good hard look at some of these things one more time and take to heart the fact that, you know, this, not just where we draw from, but the entire river system has been allocated in full since 1998. And it just continues to degrade. So that's basically what I have to say. Also, Linda Sutton, who has filed an individual complaint, is here and would like to comment, and we sent in her name and all of that numerous times, and apparently she's not on the list.
Oh, I really appreciate that, actually. Linda Sutton is here on the list, but she's not on the scroll, I believe, because she wasn't on the platform yet. So I'm very glad that she's there with you and would gladly entertain her comments here. So thank you, Ms. Griffith.
Great, thank you.
Your turn. You would like to hear from Linda now?
Yes, that now works. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I am Linda Sutton, and I have been involved in commenting for the past 6 years on this. And it is absolutely incredible to think how many issues have come up, and they keep coming up over and over and over again. They have not been addressed. They have not been taken seriously. The park and GSC seems more interested in just maligning people who have comments than in actually working with them and trying to work something out. I have to refer to the last letter that was sent by RCSB. I think it is so pertinent. And I just think that if it's read and thought about and discussed, it would give all of us a different perspective. It is quite a civil letter. And I did want to just mention a couple of things in this letter. The question at hand, this is by RCSB, and I was not involved in any drafting of it. It was done by a committee who worked with our general manager, Cody Cox. To be clear, the question at hand is not whether the park is a valuable public space that is to be supported or not supported.
Rather, the issue at hand is whether or not GSC's petition for change is proper and in accordance with all applicable laws and regulations, and is in the public interest. RCSB raised concerns about the organizational structure and the transparency of the entity operating the park as its board of directors. As noted, the park does not hold meetings that are open to the public or that are publicly noticed. The closure of board meetings to members of the general public thwarts the transparency in deliberations and decision-making by the park board. Thus, it is impossible for the public in general to know whether the current proposal embodied by the petition for change are presented in good faith on the part of the Southern Humboldt Community Park. A big issue for me all along has been the cumulative impact of all current proposed and reasonably foreseeable and probable water connections and their volumetric allotted limitations within GSB service area. And they must be considered when determining whether or not service to a requested out of service area connection with very questionable enforcement mechanisms serves the greatest public interest, particularly under these unique and dire circumstances. Furthermore, the impact of the service connections and the implication of these for downstream water users and districts and ratepayers must also be considered when evaluating whether or not GSB's petition for change serves the greater public interest. And in conclusion, RCSB believes that GSB's petition for change does not represent the highest and best use of our increasingly limited and shared water resources, considering that feasible alternatives exist. RCSB does not believe that GSB or the park has demonstrated through substantial evidence that extending water service is in the greater public interest of all stakeholders involved and that rely upon the increasingly limited and strained water resources of the South Fork of the Eel River. I think these are so important, and the constant reference to the public interest and the public trust just really catches my attention, because it just seems like, as I stated in my last letter of June 16th, that these are concepts that are becoming lost and overlooked in our modern day society. And why? I mean, it just seems like people are so preoccupied with their own individual needs, their stresses, so on and so forth, that they are unable to understand that we need to be working as a group to take care of our resources. I always knew about the quote that Diane referenced about the watershed is designated as impaired for quality, temperature, and sedimentation. South Fork Eel River is designated as a fully appropriated stream system. Water Rights Order 98-08, Declaration of Fully Appropriated Stream System, dated November 19, 1998.
So my big question here is how 23 years later, the South Fork of the Eel River is in worse shape than it's been and will continue that way unless this is taken into consideration. My other question is how can we go this long and not address this situation? And what is needed for you to be able to address it? And I'm not quite finished. I'm sorry.
I apologize. You've gone a good bit well over your 5 minutes, and I will ask you if you could wrap up your
I
points.
thought I
Thank
was
you.
going to have 8 minutes, so I do protest that. Cut off.
If you can complete your points, Ms. Sutton. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I will skip some of it, but I do want to stress the priority and how we always have to come back to the public interest. And I did have a comment about your proposed order. It seems obvious that this order will cause the initiation of a new water right because it is an introductory step to development that has not been properly evaluated under CEQA for potable water from DSC. Just because you trivialize the amount of water proposed and that you isolate the order only to consider the present, not looking at future implications with the park's ambitious, unsustainable plan for development. Your statement on page 19 reads, the board's approval of these petitions therefore will not cause the initiation of any new water rights. That sounds like wishful thinking. It sounds more like a faulty assumption. Please remember the park is in exactly the same category as any other private development group, except that it does not pay taxes on its land. Again, this goes back to transparency. You know,
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. I do appreciate your comments and those of Ms. Griffith as well in highlighting what are still your concerns. So thank you very much for your time and your comments here today. Thank you.
I still was just about to finish.
If you can quickly finish one last thought, Miss. I don't like cutting folks off, so but at the same time, if you can please wrap up, then Miss Sutton.
In these critical times, we need to be focusing on meeting the most basic demands for water. These are domestic use, sanitation, and fire danger. Drinking fountains are not on the list. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Sutton and Ms. Griffith, for your comments here. I know there were similar comments as we saw reflected, I think, in the proceeding. And just thank you. I do appreciate the engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Kristen Vogel. Good evening.
Good afternoon, ladies. And my name is Kristen Vogel, and I've lived in Garberville for 35 years and love our beautiful county. I have attended Garberville Sanitary District meetings for 13 years and even served on their Sphere of Influence committee when they were preparing their first municipal service review. I am also a neighbor of the Southern Humboldt Community Park and volunteered and donated to them when they were just beginning to envision the new park. I'm asking you today to please deny this petition for Garberville Sanitary District to expand its service area to include the park until a proper CEQA analysis is done to discuss the impacts of a new municipal water service. This is a new service. It's not a historical service. A research paper done by Miss Short herself concluded that there was no argument as that they ever had a historical service. And I continue, I would like to describe the park a little bit, and this is only 3 more minutes. The Southern Humboldt Community Park is 400 acres. It is a wetland. It has the finest quality farm soils in Humboldt County. It has threatened species of plants, birds, and amphibians, and it's an important tributary to the South Fork Eel River. The Southern Humboldt Community Park has rezoned this property for heavy commercial uses with the goal of staging amplified large, medium, and small events, both for music parties and sports competitions. And what kicked off my participation in all of this was hearing amplified music without permits being played in the early years of the park. And I'm 4 miles away and I could not sleep that night. So that's why I'm here. But to go on, I want to say I have a problem with the administrative side of how the new public water service will be supervised by GSD. The rules between the park and GSD are written out in what is called an out-of-area service agreement. I don't see enough safeguards and truly effective regulation structures with an out-of-area service agreement. Why do I think this? It's because Garberville Sanitary District has an atrocious track record of non-compliance with regulation. A couple of years ago, it showed its complete non-compliance to a state water board cease and desist order and was ordered to pay a fine of $40,000. This fine, along with significant negotiating expenses on top of it, came out of the pockets of ratepayers who are designated as economically disadvantaged. With its poor track record, I believe it would be wise for the State Water Board to not allow this district to expand within a weak and even confusing out-of-area service agreement. Now, I know Mr. Lilly says you don't touch that part of the process, but I wanted to say it nevertheless. And in final comment here, I would like you to please send this petition back to Garberville Sanitary District until they apply for a normal annexation and a real, not piecemealed CEQA. I believe this path will better serve the public interest and prevent further problems down the road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. I appreciate your comments and patience and continuing to stick with us here. I know it's been a long day in our discussions, so thank you. Board colleagues, that wraps up our commenters hearing some obvious concern. I think as Mr. Lilly had pointed out, and in reading and reviewing the order, there are a number of issues, and here distrust, it sounds like, of the sanitary district and or concerns with its running that are outside of necessarily, again, this decision on before the AHO and before us. So I find myself, again, I appreciate everyone's time here coming to the board and addressing what they feel are, again, larger concerns. The South Fork of the Eel, as was noted, is challenged by a number of issues that, again, aren't specific to this project. And so I find myself needing to here make sure I'm focusing on what this decision is. And here I'm not allowing what are a number of other issues that are, although hard to not say unrelated, but not to the specific decision we're making. So with that, I just signal my still comfort with adoption here, but look to my colleagues still yet in case they heard something and or want to discuss further the item.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the comments that were shared today. I know this is it's a complicated project. It has impacts on the community, maybe both positive and not positive in some respects. So I did just want to follow up on the comment. I am comfortable generally with the order. I do believe the conditions that you've included won't initiate a new right in this case, and those are completely appropriate to include here. But I did make a note of the concerns about the CEQA process that Mr. Voice had. So I was wondering if you could just summarize or walk us through a little bit the CEQA approach that was used for this project and how you feel that it was suitable for this particular decision.
Yes, I'd be glad to. And CEQA obviously is always important with water rights decisions, and this is no exception. And our proposed order, section 2.7 on pages 7 through 10, discusses the three CEQA documents in some detail, who did them, and what, most importantly, what the proposed project was in each one. And then section 3.1.5 on pages 19 to 20 has the conclusions regarding CEQA. The bottom line is that for this project, the providing additional water to from Garberville Sanitary District, potable water to the 18 acres within the Southern Humboldt Community Park, that is exactly the project that Humboldt LAFCO analyzed as CEQA lead agency. And they had to do that under CEQA before they could approve the out-of-district service authorization under Government Code section 56133, which they did. Once they did that, they certified the addendum to the prior negative declaration. The State Water Board then has a much more limited role under CEQA as a CEQA responsible agency. And this is, of course, laid out in the order. And basically, unless the district wanted to take over the CEQA process and do further CEQA documents itself, or file a lawsuit challenging what Humboldt County LAFCO did under CEQA, those are the only two choices that the board has here. The time for filing the lawsuit has long since passed, and obviously, I don't think the board would have wanted to do that. The board almost never does that. Early in my career, I know one case when the board did that, but that may give you an idea of how long my career was. I think it was in about 1980. I remember a lawsuit, but that's the last one. And as far as taking over the process, again, Humboldt LAFCO is the local agency in the county that got into the details of the project and looked at all of the potential environmental impacts and did a good job. And perhaps most importantly, nobody filed a lawsuit challenging them. And of course, that time they filed their notice of determination a couple of years ago, and that time has long since run. So number one, legally, the board as a responsible agency under CEQA really is required to follow what Humboldt LAFCO did. And number two, just from a policy point of view, I think the board should be fairly comfortable that Humboldt LAFCO did a good job and that we can count on them to have done a proper CEQA analysis.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. That was my takeaway too when I read through the order, but I appreciate you summarizing that for us.
Yeah, thank you board member for the question and the ability to have some clarification in response to Mr. Voice's points. Thank you.
I might just add, maybe I shouldn't beat this one up, but the executive director at Humboldt LAFCO did testify during our hearing in some detail about the project and certainly gave me the impression that she and her staff had done a very good job.
Thank you for that.
Well, I guess I'll just comment here. I don't have a question, but I appreciate the change and added paragraphs. I do feel like in what I've seen on the record that there are existing uses for potable water that are need to be addressed, and our policy as a state is to ensure that we're not only ensuring that everyone can access that, but also promoting consolidation, extension of services to areas that aren't served by a public water system or a regulated public water system that can ensure standards. So I think this is very much actually exactly in line with the public interest and policies we've been establishing in the drinking water program that includes access to drinking water in parks. And appreciate citing that here. I think it's an important thing to include in our water rights permitting decisions and applications or decisions around changes and petitions. So appreciate that.
Board member, other comments? Always reminded for us, here that our work is about a balance, and here believe that this strikes the right one, and just appreciate everyone's work on it, and no further comment from me and or questions. And so look to my fellow board colleagues. I think we're prepared to entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt with the change sheet.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. The vote is unanimous, and item number 7, the proposed order is adopted. Thank you. Again, thank you, Mr. Lilly, and everyone's time on this, and look forward to what is, I know, just continued good work coming out of the AHO, and at a really important time, so we can just begin to work through what are a number of outstanding issues, as we know, throughout our watershed. So just thank you for your continued leadership there.
Well, you're welcome, and I'll give you a little teaser. We have several other orders coming in the next several meetings. So my colleagues and I will be back. So thank you very much.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Okay, that concludes again item number 7, which brings us to item number 8, and here hopefully not too long after 5 o'clock, which is always my goal to get us out before. And so board member reports. Is there anyone ready to give a download on their activities while I try to make sure I am prepared to go through mine?
I can go while folks are looking. I don't have much I wanted to touch on, but I did want to mention tomorrow, if we haven't finished by our item by 11:30, I'm going to have to leave and come back if we're still going at 1. For a event on with the National Academies on climate and water justice, and a national panel that I'm participating in around nationally access to safe and affordable drinking water, and within this new normal of climate change. And that's the only thing I wanted to mention.
Thank you, board member. Others? No report from board member McGuire. No report from board member Morgan. Vice chair.
Still looking at the calendar, but I think I just have, last Friday, I had the opportunity to be part of the groundbreaking that the Bureau of Reclamation hosted, and also its inaugural event for the 120th year anniversary of the Bureau of Reclamation. And so I stood in for Chair Esquivel, and it was just a really exciting day to be out there as part of a dam safety project that will provide for some additional flexibility for storing water at San Luis Reservoir. And then afterwards, I attended a meeting that Congressman Costa hosted with a number of water districts and agencies to get a drought update.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just quickly, on June 8th, I attended the Groundwater Resources Association event here in Sacramento and spoke at lunch to them. It was a good discussion around SGMA. On June 11th, I was down in Los Angeles for the Water Education for Latino Leaders event that they had there, gathering folks in Southern California, much like they did in the Central Valley, and where board member Firestone attended. And then on the 15th, I was in Los Angeles speaking at a press conference with Los Angeles Department of Water Power, the Chamber of Commerce, LA Chamber of Commerce, and others, including Mark Bestrell from LA County, and speaking about just the need to conserve and how critical it is, amplifying the message that we have been giving here at the board meetings for sure. And then Friday, the 17th, was then with the Metropolitan Water District and their BizFed folks talking similarly again about drought and the importance to conserve. And want to just thank again MW, the Metropolitan Water District, the chair, Gloria Gray, particularly for her words there at that gathering. So thank you. And that concludes our reports and item number 8, and brings us to item number 9, the executive director's report, which may last a couple hours. So everyone, I apologize. Never meaning to give short shrift to what is an incredible document, a lot of information, and anything you'd like to highlight, Executive Director Sobek?
Thank you very much. I don't think there's anything in particular to highlight this week, this month. Happy to answer any questions now or later.
Looking at questions from our colleagues. Hearing none, or Board Member Morgan, please.
No questions. I just wanted to express appreciation for the update on the wastewater arrearages program and the numbers included there. And just a comment, just that sometime it'd be nice to know which agencies submitted applications but did not qualify. I think there was mention that that was the case. And so I don't think that was clear within the report or the documents that are available online. But I'm definitely appreciative of the update and the information that is provided.
So we can follow up with, we have all that in a data system, I'm sure.
Thank you, Board Member. Okay, that concludes item number 9 then, and brings us to the conclusion of today's portion of the board meeting. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30, where we will continue on to item number 10, which is a consideration of adoption of our proposed statewide municipal stormwater permit for the Department of Transportation. So that'll be a lot of fun. Look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow morning at 9:30. It's been a long day, an incredible discussion, and just thank, as always, everyone's patience and contributions to what is a lot of things going on. And so thank you, everyone. Have a great evening, rest up, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning for the continuation and last part of our board meeting. See you then. Thanks.